The Reaper's Shadow. Hidden Legends, College of Witchcraft, Book 2. Written by Alicia Rades. Narrated by Logan Young and Jonathan M. Matthews.
Chapter 1. Lucas. A year ago. The coven had lost a child. 2 days ago, a 6-year-old boy named Caleb Thomas had gone missing from his bed in the middle of the night. There was no evidence left behind. Just an open window he'd been snatched through. He came from a prominent alchemy family, so the chances he'd run away were slim to none. But that was all anyone knew. That, and no magic could track him. We had seers on every corner, and not one of them had a vision of the missing boy. The coven must have had dozens of psychometrists, people who got visions through touch. They were experts at finding things. And yet, the child was still missing. I didn't know that was possible. The dark skies outside the school crackled with lightning, and thunder shook the walls. The main foyer was deserted, except for Grant and me. We sat in front of the empty fireplace, balking at the absurdity of it all. "I don't get it," Grant remarked. He lounged across one of the plush red chairs, his legs hanging over the armrest. He flipped through the school newspaper. "I know, it's crazy," I agreed. "Maybe you'll get Seer at your evoking ceremony this weekend. Maybe we can find him." "That's not what I mean." Grant shifted in his chair to sit up straight. His eyes darkened as he waved the school paper in the air. "I don't get how the coven can be in an uproar about this whole thing, and there's not one mention of it in the school paper." "What?" I balked. Grant tossed the paper onto the coffee table between us, and it made a hard, smacking noise as it landed. I scrambled forward and snatched it up. The paper's name, the epitaph, was scrawled across the top in big, bold letters. Below that was a headline highlighting this year's top fashion for the midnight formal. What the hell? The formal was 2 months away. Little Caleb Thomas was missing now. I started flipping through the newspaper, but there was no mention of the boy at all. I crumpled the paper in my fists. I must have got a look on my face because Grant narrowed his eyes at me. "What are you thinking?" I took a couple of shallow breaths, my nostrils flaring. "I think I'm going to have a chat with the head of the paper." I shot up out of my seat and stomped past the grand staircase. "Lucas, wait!" Grant called, but I ignored him. I clutched my copy of the epitaph tight in my fist and stormed down the hall to Professor Carlyle's office. He was my conjuring professor and the faculty advisor for the paper. Rumor had it he spent 20 years as a journalist at the Miriamic Messenger before becoming a professor, and that's how he landed the role as the school paper advisor. I passed through his classroom and stomped straight through the open door of his office. He sat at his desk, scribbling away at something. "Your paper is garbage," I raged, slamming it down on his desk. The ancient gray cat lounging nearby jumped so high it fell off the edge of the desk. Professor Carlyle gave a start. He looked up to me and adjusted his glasses. His bushy gray eyebrows shot up, nearly touching his hairline. "Mr. Taylor, how may I help you?" He looked delighted to see me, but I was more than a little ticked off. "I want to know why you're letting the school paper publish this garbage," I demanded. "Why isn't there one mention of Caleb Thomas in here?" "The missing boy?" he asked, looking surprised. "I believe the Miriamic Messenger has that topic covered." "The town paper has shared the facts, which isn't much, to be frank," I pointed out. "Why isn't the school paper doing a feature? Talk about the implications this has on the coven, analyze what this means for our magic, or run a study on what types of magic might be able to cover this up. Discuss what we can do as students to contribute to the search for the child. The possibilities are endless." Professor Carlyle's eyes brightened. He leaned back in his chair, looking intrigued. "Those are all good ideas, Mr. Taylor. If you want to submit a piece for consideration, I'm more than happy to look at it." My stomach dropped. That wasn't my intention for coming to him at all. "I'm not a journalist," I stated bluntly. "Well, why not?" Professor Carlyle asked brightly, spreading his arms wide. For a guy pushing 80, he had a lot of energy. "You seem to have a lot of ideas. The paper could use an opinionated view like yours." "What the paper needs is an investigative journalist," I said. "Someone has to figure out how this boy went missing without a trace." "That's what the Imperium's for," he reminded me. "Unfortunately, the newspaper club is very small, and I encourage all my students to report on the topics that matter most to them." My eyebrows shot up. What kind of idiots were in the newspaper club if they thought some stupid dance was more important than a child's life? "If you're going to go digging on this, I'd love to bring you on board," Professor Carlyle offered. "That's not what I was suggesting," I told him rather harshly. "Like I said, I'm not a reporter." Professor Carlyle shrugged, like there was nothing more he could do about it. "Well then, I'm afraid we're going to have to leave this matter to the professionals." "I thought you were a professional," I growled before turning on my heel and storming out of the room. As I walked down the hall, I couldn't get this single thought out of my mind. Protect the coven. I wanted to find this little boy. I wanted to help. Problem was, I didn't know how. Present day. Another child had gone missing. Same story, different kid. One moment, 10-year-old Isaac Miller was at home in his bed, sleeping soundlessly. The next, he just vanished. Nothing but an open window beside his bed remained. His family was high profile, like the last, though they were mentalists instead of alchemists. Like last time, no magic in the coven could trace him. After Caleb Thomas went missing, the coven sort of gave up on him. There were no leads, nothing we could do. His case was a total dead end, and we didn't know if he was dead or alive. How could you search for a missing person when the only evidence left behind was their absence? But this time, I knew something. I was the only one who knew anything. It wasn't much, but I knew one thing. Those children were dead. And whoever killed them was going to strike again. I'd heard them die. They used the same word, like it was some sort of code. Caleb's last thought echoed in my mind. It was the child's voice I heard last semester, the one I couldn't match to an obituary. "Is it playtime?" No, it wasn't. And Isaac knew it. Playtime is over. No child in the coven is safe. The similarities frightened me to my very core. I didn't have proof these voices were those of the missing children, but deep down in my gut, I felt it. At the time I heard the second voice, no one knew Isaac was even missing. It wasn't until morning that word got out about his disappearance. He was older than Caleb by a few years, but the similarities between the disappearances were too coincidental to dismiss. The one thing that didn't seem to fit, and the thing that frightened me most, was that little Caleb died a year after his disappearance. Isaac Miller was killed the same night he was taken. Don't ask how I knew it was murder. It wasn't like the kids had told me. But I could feel it in their thoughts. The way my guts twisted when I heard their voices, the way I heaved and shook and felt hot and cold at the same time. It was dark. It was sinister. And it wasn't an accident. As soon as I was discharged from the hospital after my encounter with a Reaper, I marched straight up to the Imperium's doors. They met on the top floor of Octavia Hall. I pounded on the heavy door, and it swung open under my weight. Their meeting quarters looked more like an attic than anything, with a vaulted ceiling, fireplace, and huge windows overlooking the town, but it was really big and clean. There were books stacked neatly along all the walls, along with potion vials, crystals, and endless decks of tarot cards. A large round table sat in the center of the room. The 4 priestesses were crowded around the table. Each one spoke over each other so loudly that their voices spilled out into the hall. I couldn't make out what they were saying. They stopped abruptly when they heard the door creak open. "The missing children are dead," I said bluntly. A woman with a cauldron tattoo on the back of her neck whirled around, eyes wide. Technically, all priestesses held the same power, but she was the oldest of all of them, and looked like she naturally took on the role of leader. I recognized her as Priestess Margaret. She had long silver hair tied into a braid that hung over her shoulder to show off her tattoo, and she wore a gray shawl around her shoulders. Like all the priestesses, she was very pretty. "Lucas Taylor," she said breathlessly, recognition crossing her features. "The Reaper's apprentice." I nodded firmly. She reached out a hand to invite me inside. "You have heard the child pass?" "Not just one," I said as I entered the room, my heart racing. "Remember Caleb Thomas, the boy who went missing last year?" The 4 priestesses exchanged a terrified glance. "I think I heard him too," I admitted. Priestess Margaret took my hand and dragged me to the table. "Sit. Tell us everything you know." It wasn't much, and I could tell the priestesses were disappointed by that as I explained to them what I'd heard. "This makes no sense," one of them protested. She had a wild mane of dark curls and a tree tattooed on her shoulder. I recognized her as Priestess Lillian, Chloe's grandmother. "Why would somebody wait a year to harm one child, only to hurt the other the day they're taken?" "I wondered the same thing," I told them. "The MO doesn't match up, but I know what I heard." Priestess Charlotte spoke up. She was as old as the others, but her long red hair hadn't started to gray. I noticed the skull tattoo on her wrist. "Perhaps we need to consider the possibility of a 3rd missing child. It could explain the timeline of the deaths. Perhaps Caleb wasn't the child you heard, but it was another one." "But no others have been reported missing," the 4th and final priestess stated. Priestess Stella was the youngest of the 4, but she had this look about her that suggested she was very wise. I couldn't see her tattoo, but I knew she was a seer. "Then let's assume it's just the 2 for now," Priestess Margaret replied. "The first thing we must do is enact safety measures to ensure the children of the coven are safe." "What about catching the perpetrator?" I demanded. Margaret shot me a look of sympathy. "With all due respect, we don't know what we're dealing with yet. Our number 1 priority is keeping the children who are alive safe." "Doesn't that start with explaining what happened to the others?" I demanded. It frustrated me that they weren't launching a murder investigation immediately. "We will absolutely investigate," Margaret promised me. "The Miriamic Police Department will be informed of what you've told us as soon as we're done here." "Is there any way I can help?" I asked. Margaret frowned. "I'm afraid not. Not unless you know anything else." "That's all I know," I replied, regret twisting in my gut. I wish I knew more to help them. I didn't want anyone else getting hurt. I didn't want to listen to another child die. That was something I was determined to prevent. "There must be something I can do," I insisted. "I'm sorry, Lucas," Margaret said. "Unless you're a police officer or an investigative journalist, I don't think there's anything you can do." An idea struck, and I shot to my feet. "Well, maybe there is something I can do. Thank you for your time, priestesses." I left the Imperium headquarters and rushed back to school, inspiration sizzling in my bones. If the Imperium Council thought there was only one way to help, then I was taking it. I wasn't here just to sit around and wait for people to die. I could do better to serve the coven. And I would. I marched down the hall through one of the classrooms and straight to Professor Carlyle's office. He was hunched over his desk, catching up on grades when I entered the room. "I'll do it," I announced. Professor Carlyle looked up from his paperwork, a delightful smile on his face.
"Mr. Taylor, it's a pleasure to see you. What, may I ask, is it you want to do?"
"I'll take the position on the school paper you offered me last year," I stated. His face fell. I'd never seen him look so pale before.
"I'm sorry, but the epitaph is no longer in print. No one joined the newspaper club this semester."
"Then we'll bring it back," I said confidently. Professor Carlyle laughed like he thought I was joking.
"And what? You'll write the whole paper? You'll be the only club member?"
I shrugged. "If I have to be." He kept on laughing like the idea was hilarious.
"It would never work. We'd never have enough content."
"Then I'll start my own publication," I said simply. I hadn't even realized I came up with the idea until I said it. "I guess I won't need an advisor." I turned around and started to leave, but Professor Carlyle stopped me.
"Mr. Taylor, wait."
His laughter had completely died. I turned to face him. He eyed me curiously.
"What exactly is it you'd like to report on?"
"I want to investigate the missing children," I told him. He adjusted his glasses.
"Well, that is quite a heavy topic. Are you sure?"
"Absolutely," I said. He cocked an eyebrow.
"And you'd do this on your own?"
"Yes," I said, my mind made up. He sighed.
"That won't be necessary. The school already has printing resources available. And I must say I've missed advising on the paper. Let's bring the epitaph back."
"Really?" I asked, hope surging in my chest. Professor Carlyle nodded.
"Really. Let me know as soon as you have something worth printing."
I nodded. "I will." I left the room feeling like I'd seized some sort of power back from the perp who did this. 2 kids were gone, and nothing was going to change that. But we could stop it from happening again. Whoever murdered those kids better watch out, because I was coming for them.
Chapter 2. Nadine. Returning to Imperium College of Witchcraft after winter break felt like coming home. I'd only spent 1 semester here, and already I couldn't imagine living anywhere else. The pointed Gothic peaks of Imperium Mansion were like beacons welcoming me back. The deep red carpet spanning the main foyer and the dark wood tones of the walls were a comfort. As Talia and I headed to class on our first day back, I couldn't take my eyes off the magic around me. Even after months living here, I was still entranced by it. Issa and Gus followed at our feet, and even the cats looked fascinated. At the top of the grand staircase, someone had created a welcome back banner using orbs, magical lights that twinkled in a beautiful display. A trio of mentalists used their telekinetic abilities to ride brooms around the iron chandelier. They tossed a black ball around until a professor yelled at them. The 3 of them ducked out of the double doors on their brooms, zooming out into the snow. Their laughter echoed throughout the foyer. I smiled as I watched them fly away, but my attention was quickly caught by another group of witches. In the middle of the main foyer, a crowd of Mortana necromancers controlled mouse skeletons like puppets in a miniature rendition of Wicked. Onlookers gathered around as the Mortana sang an a cappella version of No One Mourns the Wicked. Talia started singing along and was still humming the tune long after we'd left the foyer. In the long hallway, cats prowled beside their owners. A warlock rushed past us holding a toad. Ahead of us walked an alchemy clique, who all had matching cauldron tattoos on their arms. They passed around potions bottles like they were trading cards. A A girl with blonde hair took a sip of one, and her golden hair transformed into a dark black with red streaks. Next to her, a guy downed a different potion. I didn't notice anything strange until he turned a corner and I saw his nose had been replaced by a pig's nose. He snorted a few times, and everyone in his group laughed. Talia and I passed by a study area. A dozen seers sat around the tables, gazing into crystal balls and reading tarot. One girl held a piece of photo paper and pressed her hand to it. When she pulled away, an image of a ghostly figure was imprinted onto the paper. I knew the ability as thoughtography, where certain seers could imprint psychic images onto surfaces. I was taking a thoughtography class this semester as an elective, even though I wasn't a seer. We were required to take a certain number of electives outside our caste to earn our caste diversity and appreciation credits. I felt thoughtography was a really amazing and unique ability, so I was excited to see someone using it. We continued toward the stairs that led to the basement. As we reached them, a first-year student looked deep in concentration. He muttered the word, "spellbook," under his breath, but instead of conjuring a spellbook, he conjured an entire blown-up river tube. It blocked the stairs and knocked him backward. I was about to ask if he needed help, but he quickly righted himself and subconjured the river tube, muttering curses as he hurried away in embarrassment. All the magic was amazing to watch, but as we neared my classroom, I got a sinking feeling in my gut. I dropped my gaze. Talia glanced to me. "Is something wrong?" I shook my head, but my dark hair fell in front of my face to conceal it. I pushed it behind my ear. "Nothing, just feeling a little left out." Talia frowned. I was the only cursebreaker in the coven. With my powers, I could manipulate the flow of magic, which made me uniquely qualified to break curses. But I was the only one who could. I didn't have friends within my caste to practice cool magic with like everyone else. I tried to lighten the mood and quickly asked, "What do you get when you put a cursebreaker in an alchemy class?" My best friend opened her mouth to answer, but I cut her off. "Don't answer that," I groaned. "It's a terrible joke." The answer to the question was a total freaking disaster. But I didn't need a reminder. We stopped next to one of the main alchemy classrooms. Chatter spilled out into the empty hall from fellow classmates eager to brew their first potions. My stomach knotted as I thought about entering the room. "Do you think they'll realize I'm a fraud?" I asked. "Don't worry about it," Talia encouraged. "You have the mark of an alchemist. You have your crystal. You can fool anyone." I rubbed my fingers over the fresh cauldron tattoo on my forearm. It had been 3 weeks since I'd gotten it, so it was healed and convincing. My true mark, the mark of a curse breaker, was hidden beneath my shirt, just above my hip. I'd come to really love the crescent moon tattoo, but I had to hide it. Grammy had warned me of the dangers of being the only curse breaker in the coven. People would turn on me, threaten me, and use me to perform spells the coven hadn't been capable of for 40 years. I feared that the Imperium would want me to do things that I couldn't physically handle. With the way my lupus reacted when I used magic, I'd never be able to keep up with the coven's demands. I had to hide, to protect myself. "You do have your crystal, don't you?" Talia asked, noticing my hesitation. "Yes, of course." I reached into my pocket and held up a small amethyst. Grammy had infused it with her own alchemy magic before I came back to school. It was the only way to convince anyone I truly had alchemy powers. But crystals like these were off limits at school, as students could use them to enhance their powers and cheat on exams. I had no intention of letting anyone know I had it in my possession. Talia took me by the shoulders and looked me straight in the eye. Then you've got nothing to worry about. You've got this, Nadine. I believe in you. Your grandma believes in you. Lucas believes in you. Lucas. My heart ached just thinking about him. I hadn't seen him in weeks, and I missed him like the new moon missed the night sky. I'd left right after finals to visit my hometown. It was only an hour-and-a-half drive, but it had felt like thousands of miles. I barely had a day to get my cauldron tattoo and visit my parents' graves before the weight of my magic hit me. Turns out, my magic and my lupus didn't play well together. Dr. Yonker had warned me this would happen. He reiterated it in my last appointment, right before I left. He promised things would get better, but I had to keep using my magic, as that was the only way to train my body to handle it. In the meantime, I was going to feel worse and worse until my body got with the program. So far, all I'd managed to do was create a few simple orbs and subconjure a tube of chapstick. That was enough to knock me on my ass for weeks. I'd only just gotten back to Octavia Falls, and I hadn't seen Lucas yet. I couldn't wait to be in his arms again. "You've all been really supportive," I told Talia. "But if this doesn't work, it's going to work," she interrupted. "Now get in there and be the badass Nadine I know you are." I couldn't help but smile at the compliment, but I didn't move right away. Talia raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you at least curious to see what will happen?" "Don't go using my curiosity against me," I warned lightheartedly. She wrinkled her nose. "But it's so easy." I nudged her in the shoulder. "Fine, I'm going." Talia's voice turned serious again. "Good luck. I'll see you at lunch." "Bye, Tal." I waved, then turned to the alchemy lab. Steeling my nerves, I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The alchemy lab was located in the basement of the school, so there wasn't much light except from a small window set high in the wall. Tables stood in rows, and a black cauldron had been placed atop each one. Along the far wall were endless shelves housing spellbooks, herbs, extracts, and other potion ingredients. The walls were made of stone, with little crystals placed between the larger rocks. The crystals helped raise the vibrations in the room to assist in the alchemy process. Ever since my magic had been awakened, it was as if the entire world vibrated at a new frequency. I could sense magic like I never had before, and it was particularly strong in the alchemy lab. I glanced around the room, searching for a friendly face. Most everyone had been paired up at their tables already, and though I recognized my classmates, I didn't know any of them well. Gwen, one of Chloe's backup bitches, noticed me in the doorway. She tossed her white blonde hair over her shoulder, displaying the cauldron tattoo on her chest. She shot me a sneer, then turned to her table mate and whispered something under her breath. Scathing, I'm sure. Whatever. I wasn't going to waste my time with Gwen or any of the lucky three. Those girls could go choke on a toad for all I cared. Issa purred and rubbed up against my leg. I brought her along to class for emotional support. She gazed up at me with piercing green eyes, then shot a glance toward the back of the room. A lone girl sat there, staring down at a spellbook. She had pale skin and thick black hair dyed purple on the ends. Her eyes were rimmed in dark makeup, and her lips were black to match her outfit. Her tight corset top accentuated her curvy figure. She had 2 silver piercings on her lower lips, which looked a little like vampire fangs at first glance. She took Gothic style to the next level. I loved it. She didn't exactly look out of place in the coven, but there was something about her, a sort of energy she put off, that made everyone else avoid her. Nobody looked her way. In fact, they all sort of acted like she didn't exist at all. I was equally intrigued by her as I was terrified. I walked up to the girl and caught her attention. She glanced up at me with a totally bored expression on her face. "Can I help you?" "Mind if I sit here?" I asked. She glanced around the room, as if she was about to tell me to fuck off and go find another seat, but they were all taken. She sighed heavily, half rolling her eyes. "Be my guest." I sat down, and Issa jumped into my lap. I expected the girl to say something more, but she turned back to her spellbook, like she couldn't care less about her new lab partner. "I'm Nadine," I offered. She looked up and frowned, like I was bothering her. "Onyx," she introduced. "Sweet name," I told her. "I love your nails." Her nails were black, with a symbol from each caste painted in deep purple. Onyx shot me a confused look, like she couldn't figure out why I was talking to her. Thanks." "Where'd you get them done at?" I asked. Maybe having one friend in this class would make the whole semester go smoothly. Some of the darkness in Onyx's eyes lifted, though not all of it. "I did them myself." "I really like them," I started to say, but Professor Richards strolled into the room at that moment, cutting me off. "Quiet down, please," he called. "I'm Professor Richards, and this is Alchemy 101. It was the same greeting he used my first day in Miriamic history last semester. He'd been an incredible storyteller, so I was thrilled to see he was teaching alchemy. "Today we'll be brewing our first potion," he announced. "It's quite simple, just to get you acquainted with the equipment. Please turn your spellbooks to page 3. All around the room, students conjured their school-issued spellbooks out of thin air. I shyly reached into my bag and pulled out my book. Onyx eyed me curiously, then glanced down at the tattoo on my arm, as if questioning my status. "I'm still a total newbie," I admitted. "Haven't perfected conjuring yet." She turned away like she didn't care for an explanation. At least she hadn't asked any more questions. Conjuring shouldn't be hard, but it used up unnecessary magic. The sound of students shuffling to open their spellbooks filled the room. I turned mine to page 3 and saw that we were brewing an elixir for relaxation. Perfect. I could use one of those. "We'll start with the front of the class," Professor Richards said, gesturing the first row forward. "Once you've gathered your ingredients, you may begin brewing." While we waited our turn, I read through the instructions. It seemed simple enough. All we had to do was mix lavender oil with sage leaves and speak an incantation. Still, I was worried. When I'd practiced transferring magic from a crystal to a potion at Grammy's house, all I did was burn the water. I didn't even know you could burn water. Grammy said it was a good sign, that at least I was transferring magic. It was enough to convince my professor I had alchemy magic, at least. I just hoped it was enough for me to pass. It finally came our turn, and Onyx and I returned to our table with our ingredients. I sat in my chair, but Onyx stood over the cauldron. Issa sat on my lap, peering over the top of the table. "I'll crush the sage," I offered. Onyx didn't say anything, just started measuring out lavender oil. I figured the cold shoulder was sort of her thing, but she could at least say something, right? I mean, we were working together. Onyx poured the oil into the cauldron, and I added the sage. She turned on the burner and began stirring. Her lips moved to mutter the incantation, but I barely heard her. Dark purple tendrils of magic swirled out of her fingers like smoke and filled the cauldron. Each member of the coven had their own color of magic. I'd learned that my magic was a dark blue. Onyx's purple magic nearly shimmered, It was mesmerizing. The strong scent of lavender filled my nostrils, and I could sense the buzz of her magic activating the potion. I watched in awe as she worked effortlessly. Maybe being Onyx's partner wouldn't be so bad, since she was willing to do the work herself. Professor Richards walked around the room with his hands clasped behind his back. He was ancient, but he moved with grace. He stopped at our table to observe Onyx's magic. The purple tendrils separated from her fingers, then floated down seamlessly into the cauldron. "Very good, Miss Fox," he praised. He leaned over the cauldron and took a deep breath. "It's effective, but could use slightly more potency. Should we give Miss Evers a chance to try?" I stiffened at the suggestion. "You want me to add more magic to the brew?" "The more magic in the potion, the stronger it will be," Professor Richards said simply. "I'm not very practiced," I admitted. "My evoking ceremony was only a few weeks ago." "Everything you need is right there in your spell book," he said, stabbing the page with his index finger. "What more do you need, Miss Evers?" In front of us, a student caught his attention with a question. "Excuse me a moment." Professor Richards gave us a polite nod, then headed a few tables away. Onyx looked down at me and held out the mixing spoon. "Here," she said impatiently. I stood to look over the cauldron and sighed heavily. If I could pull this off, I'd convince the whole school I was a true alchemist. This potion was my one chance to thwart off any suspicion. Discreetly, I reached into my pocket and pulled out my amethyst crystal. I clung to it tightly in one hand and held the other over the cauldron as I'd seen Onyx do. I glanced down at the incantation in the book. "Light of sun and songs majestic, make this potion soothe the restless." I didn't need the incantation. My magic didn't work the same as alchemists did. As a curse breaker, I could control the flow of magic, take it from one place and put it in another. That's why I could use the alchemy crystal. All I had to do was transfer Grammy's alchemy magic from the amethyst into the potion. But if I didn't speak the incantation, I'd come off as a fraud. So I began muttering it under my breath while trying to focus my energy on the crystal. I felt the magic buzzing inside of it. When I focused intently on it, I could taste a sugary sweetness on my tongue, with a citrus aftertaste. I followed the instructions Grammy had given me, envisioned the magic as a water current. I pictured it flowing through my veins and used that to control the pathways through my body. Then, I directed it outward through my hands. Dark blue magic began to swirl out of my fingers. My heart surged in triumph, but I'd barely gotten started. I imagined the magic flowing down into the cauldron, and it followed my command. The arm I held above the cauldron began to weaken with each passing second. It felt as if I was holding a 50-pound weight out in front of me. My knees shook beneath me as a wave of fatigue hit. The fatigue was a symptom of lupus. It was my body reacting to the magic flowing through it. I longed to drop my hand, to collapse back into my chair, but I'd be damned if I gave up so easily. I pushed past it and steadied myself against the edge of the table with the hand that grasped the crystal. "Whoa, you okay?" Onyx's voice cut through my concentration. "You look really pale." "I've got this," I told her through gritted teeth. But I was lying. One moment I was staring down at the blue smoke coming from my fingers. The next, it flickered a blinding white, like a crack of lightning. A huge boom sounded through the room, and a blast shot Onyx and me backward. I hadn't even processed what had happened before I was lying flat on my back on the floor. The sound of Issa crying loudly from my side was the only thing to ground me to the present. My vision became dark, but slowly and surely, the room came back into view. My heart hammered rapidly. I struggled to my elbows to see that the cauldron had split clear in two. A huge purple cloud of smoke hovered above it. Our elixir was running all over the table and down into the flames. A gag-inducing smell of burnt lavender assaulted my nose, and people started pinching their noses and complaining loudly. A few girls at the front of the room even ran out into the hall, claiming the stench was going to make them puke. "Dear Goddess!" Professor Richards cried. He hurried to our station and quickly shut off our burner, then came to my side. Onyx was already getting to her feet. She didn't say anything, but the dark glare she sent me as she dusted off her black skirt was enough. This girl may have been the loner when I walked in the room, but I was the real freak in this class. "Miss Evers, are you all right?" Professor Richards asked. "Fine," I lied, pressing my palm into my pounding head. "I'm sorry about the cauldron. I'm not feeling well." Professor Richards didn't inquire further. It wasn't a secret that my father was human, and it didn't take much to deduce that I was sick. It didn't happen to all half-witches, but according to Dr. Yonker, autoimmune diseases were common among mixed children. My lupus wasn't a huge secret around here. "Why don't you head back to your dorm?" Professor Richards suggested. "But the cauldron," I started. "We'll get this cleaned up," he assured me. "Miss Knight, can you get some towels from the supply closet?" Gwen's jaw dropped. "Me?" "Yes, please hurry," Professor Richards said sternly as he helped me sit up. Gwen poked her table-mate in the side. "Come on, Stacy." Stacy followed beside her. Gwen sneered as she walked by me. She leaned over and whispered to Stacy. "That's so unfair. Is he just going to let her out of class every time she fucks something up? She'll be gone every class period." Stacy snickered under her breath. "What the hell, bitch? This girl didn't even know me." By the way Stacy looked down her nose at me, I could only guess Chloe had been talking about me behind my back, and whatever lies she made up must have been pretty nasty. Professor Richards pulled me to my feet, though I could barely stand. I immediately collapsed into my chair. "Will you need help back to your room?" he asked. "No," I replied, still trying to catch my breath. I didn't like being coddled, even if I could hardly walk sometimes from fatigue. "Are you sure?" he pressed. "I'll be fine." I nearly snapped at him. "I just need a moment." I was aware of all my classmates' eyes on me, but I'd used up so much energy trying to do that spell that I had no fucks left to give. I leaned my elbows on the table and buried my face in my hands. Why? I cursed my body. That spell was literally the easiest one in the book. If I couldn't do that, I had no hope of passing this class. "Here," Onyx said, pulling me from my thoughts. I looked up to see her holding out my amethyst crystal. "You dropped this." Her eyebrows knitted together as she stared down at it, like she could sense something wasn't quite right. I quickly snatched it out of her hand. "Thanks." Gwen and Stacy returned with the towels, and Professor Richards started mopping up the spilled potion. "She's not even a full witch," Gwen whispered loudly to Stacy, like having only one parent from the Miriamic coven made my magic less valid. "I'm not surprised," Stacy whispered back. "She doesn't look like she knows what she's doing." I wasn't going to sit here and listen to this. On any normal day, I'd tell the bitches to fuck off, but I didn't have the energy right now. I grabbed my spellbook and shoved it in my bag, along with my crystal, then started out of the room. Issa followed, but she stopped at Gwen's row and growled at her. Gwen threw her head back in laughter. Like I'm scared of a cat. Gwen hissed at Issa in distaste. Issa, I called, before my cat got herself into trouble. Her ears perked up, and she hurried along beside me. I was relieved when I made it out of the room, but I could hardly keep myself upright. I had to steady myself against the wall. When I reached the stairs, it felt like they stretched a mile above me. I sat on the bottom step to catch my breath before climbing them. I had a grudge against stairways. But I held a bigger grudge against failure. I was going to figure out my powers. And I was going to make one hell of a convincing alchemist. I stayed to catch my breath a few minutes longer, but I wanted to be long gone by the time the class let out. After I managed to drag myself upstairs, I returned to my dorm room. I didn't have long until my next class, but I snuggled up with Issa and looked over my schedule. Once I sat down, I didn't want to get back up. Eventually, I convinced myself that skipping on the first day of class was no way to start the semester. I just hoped I didn't have to use magic the rest of the day. Issa purred lightly and had fallen asleep on the cushion beside me. I gathered my things and left without her. Meditation and inner magic was held in one of the yoga studios. When I walked in, I found Professor Wyckoff sitting cross-legged on a yoga mat at the front of the room. Her eyes were closed, and she held her hands together at her chest. "Welcome, Miss Evers," she said without opening her eyes. She spoke in a quiet, melodic voice. "Please take a seat wherever you feel comfortable." I hesitated and glanced around the room. 10 other students were already here, each getting comfortable on their own mats. "How'd you know it was me?" I asked. I'd had Professor Wyckoff last semester for Introduction to Tarot, so we were acquainted well, but she hadn't opened her eyes to look at me. "You have a distinct walk," she said lightly, still taking deep breaths. "You tread softly on the balls of your feet, and slow, like each movement is calculated." I began setting up my yoga mat in an empty space near her. "Can you tell all your students by the way they walk?" "Not everyone," she admitted. "Some I can tell by the energy of their breath, others by the magic they give off. You will learn to do the same in this class. There is much to learn in the stillness. The more you discern your inner energy, the more you can understand the external." "It all sounds very exciting," I told her genuinely. As soon as everyone arrived, Professor Wyckoff began leading us through a guided meditation. All we had to do was lie flat on our backs and listen to her voice. I ended up drifting off pretty quickly. When I woke at the end of class, I felt much better, like some of the energy had returned. Meditation and inner magic was officially my favorite class. I left class with my mat strap over my shoulder. I was passing through the main foyer on my way back to the dorm when my eyes caught a lock of brown hair. My heart stopped for a moment before kicking alive and hammering like crazy. Lucas stood at the fireplace, looking sexier than I remembered. My eyes roamed over his long legs and broad shoulders. I noticed the chain from the key necklace I'd given him poking out from beneath his shirt. One of his hands rested on the fireplace mantel, while the other was shoved into the pocket of his jeans. He stared down into the burning coals with a deeply contemplative look on his face. His arms were covered in his signature gray zip-up hoodie, but his t-shirt was lifted slightly, showing off a sliver of skin above his waistband. All I wanted to do was run my fingers along it, and do other things I probably shouldn't be considering. Slowly, Lucas's gaze lifted until his eyes landed on me. It was as if he had sensed me enter the room, like he was drawn to me by some inexplicable force, the same that drew me to him. His mesmerizing green eyes sparkled, and for a moment I was starstruck, frozen in place. A smile touched the corners of his lips, and I beamed back. Lucas dropped his arm from the fireplace and approached me. When he walked, I swore I could hear a choir singing somewhere in the back of my mind. He was like an angel on earth. An angel of death, perhaps, but an angel nonetheless. Lucas reached me, and it was in that moment I realized I'd been holding my breath. I sighed, feeling relieved. "Nade," he said breathlessly as he reached out to catch a lock of my hair. "My little miracle." "Miracle?" I asked. He shrugged and tucked my hair behind my ear. "You came back from the dead. You're my miracle." My heart swooned, and I realized I very much liked him calling me that. If it weren't for Lucas, I wouldn't be here. He saved me from death. I owed him my life, but I'd gladly give up anything for him. I'd been willing to give up my soul in exchange for his, and I'd do it all over again if he asked. "I missed you so much," I whispered, before flinging my arms around his waist. He winced, and I pulled back. I'd forgotten for a second he was still healing from fighting the Reaper the night of my ceremony. He'd literally fought off a Reaper to keep me from being taken to the abyss. He could take my life, my heart, my everything. I was his now. I bit my lower lip. "Sorry." He wrapped his arms tighter around me and stared into my eyes. "Don't worry about it." I didn't waste a second before standing on my toes and pressing my lips to his. Lucas gasped in surprise, like he didn't expect me to kiss him in front of the whole school, but I didn't care. He relaxed quickly and brought his hands to my face, cradling it as the passion surged between us. My stomach flipped, like taking the deep dive at the top of a roller coaster. My heart felt like it was floating in my chest, but it pounded furiously at the same time. I could swear the floor had dropped from beneath our feet, like the only thing keeping me grounded in place was Lucas's hands on mine. All I wanted to do was get him alone. Far too soon, we drew away from each other. Lucas's eyes remained closed, like he was drinking in the high from the kiss for a few moments longer. I felt lighter than I had all month. Drawing him closer, I pressed my nose into his shirt. His spiced pumpkin and apple scent filled my nostrils. It was stronger than I remembered, like being away from him so long had left me ravenous for his scent. A wave of serenity washed over me, permeating down into my bones. It was amazing the effect he had on me. Lucas held me tight and pressed his nose into my hair. "I missed you too. Winter break was hell without you." "I'm sorry," I said as I drew away. "I wanted to see you sooner, but I got sick." Lucas reached up and ran his fingers through my hair. "Hey, don't apologize for being sick." I winced. Habit. Lucas's hands trailed down my arms until they stopped at my hands. I entwined my fingers through his. Just touching him sent me spiraling upward on this high I thought I might never come down from. He gazed down at me longingly. "You have no idea how much I missed you." "What?" I teased with a smirk. "Texting wasn't enough to satisfy you?" To be honest, it was a little more than just texting. He smiled back. "Was it enough to satisfy you?" "Hell no," I said without thinking about it. I pressed my lips together as a blush rose to my cheeks. "I mean..." Lucas leaned in close to me. His warm breath brushed across my ear, sending tingles down to my toes. "There's so much I missed doing with you." I glanced around the foyer. Several people sat in study areas, and others headed up and down the stairs, but no one paid us any attention. "We can fix that," I whispered. Lucas's eyes blazed with hunger as I took his hand firmly in mine and dragged him down the hall. My eyes darted around for a private location and landed on the glass doors of the greenhouse. I dragged him inside. It was warm inside, and the shelves were lined with all types of magical plants. The nearest one had black flowers shaped like potion vials. Another had bright pink buds with tentacles that moved. In the center of the greenhouse was a huge Venus flytrap. A bee buzzed by, and the plant snapped at it, consuming it within its leaves. Lucas and I were alone, but our hands did all the talking. The moment we were concealed inside the greenhouse, I dropped my yoga mat at my feet and grabbed Lucas by the collar. I dragged him toward me, and our lips connected. His hips pressed into mine until I was backed against the wall. I raked my fingers through his hair as his tongue slid into my mouth, sending heat pooling between my thighs. If I thought my heart was going crazy earlier, it was nothing compared to making out with him. Lucas's hands roamed up and down my body, like he wanted to savor every inch of me. Slowly, he pushed the hem of my shirt upward, and his hands settled on my hips. His thumbs moved to caress my skin. My nipples hardened beneath my shirt, and I arched my back to invite his hands up further. But he didn't get the hint. Lucas drew away breathlessly. "Hey," I teased. "I wasn't finished." He chuckled lightly, but when I reached up to draw him closer, he pushed my hands away. "We can't get carried away," he reminded me. I dropped my hands at my sides and spoke softly. "We won't. I will never make you do anything you don't want to do." "I know. It's just... the Reaper's shadow curse is real, and I don't want you getting hurt." The Reaper's shadow was a curse upon the mate of a Reaper's apprentice. In other words, the further Lucas and I went, the more we risked. "The lines are clear," I replied. "If we have sex, I come down with a terrible illness. Anything before that should be safe. But we'll stop at whatever lines you want to draw." "I just don't know what's safe," he admitted. "Are we counting oral?" I nudged him playfully. "Do you really think I'd blow you right here?" Truth was, I would, if he asked me. He chuckled, like he enjoyed the picture in his mind. "No, but you still didn't answer my question." "I was hoping we'd get that far someday, but if you don't want to, we won't." I reached out to take his hand in mine. "We'll only go as far as you're comfortable with, but I don't want you to be scared of the Reaper's shadow curse either. The stages are sex, marriage, and kids. There's a consequence for each, but we don't have to go that far." "Do you really want that?" Lucas asked, sounding hesitant. "Can you really live with not ever having kids?" "If it means I get you, yes," I said honestly. Kids were great, but they were never high on my list of must-haves. Before Octavia Falls, I'd planned to become a homicide detective. Kids had never really been a part of that picture. "But you still want to have sex," he stated. "Of course I do. I want to be with you in every way possible." I ran my fingers across his chest, admiring the shape of his body. It wasn't so much about the sex. I could die a virgin if I had to. It was the sex with him. I wanted him so badly I'd gladly lay down my life for his. I couldn't keep my desire for him bottled up forever. I could take a little illness to show him just how much I cared. He grabbed my wrists to stop me. You already have one disease. Cursing you to another could kill you. I dropped my gaze. Illness I could deal with. But now that he put it that way, I wasn't sure. We'll avoid anything you're uncomfortable with, until I learn how to use my gift and break this curse, I promised. Lucas raked his fingers through his hair. This curse is dangerous for you, though. Remember that the guy who cast it murdered his own mother. I know, but Mother Miriam chose me for a reason. I have to be able to break this curse somehow. Lucas squeezed my hand. I wish it were that easy, but the magic could overwhelm you. You have to understand. I just want to protect you. When he put it that way, it was hard to argue. Problem was, I wasn't going to give up on this curse. I wanted to be with Lucas without fear of slipping up. That was the worst part, the fear. It felt as if we were chained down, unable to get close enough to touch. Lucas and I needed our freedom from that fear if we were to make this work long term. And we would make this work, because there were no other options. He was it for me, the only person I ever wanted to be with, and I knew he felt the same way about me. But he asked me to take things slow, and I would honor that. We don't have to do anything, I told him. I just need to know where you draw the line, so we don't cross it. Lucas thought about it for a moment. I don't need your answer now, I offered. You can think about it as long as you want. I don't have to, he said, sounding confident. I want to be with you in every way we can. We draw the line at sex. I'm comfortable with everything before that. Lucas leaned in, and my pulse quickened. He pressed his lips to mine, and though the kiss was gentle, heat flared in my thighs. He trailed his lips across my skin, ending at the sensitive area below my ear. His breath sent tingles down my spine. I can't wait to try it all out. I laughed as he kissed me again. Me either, but probably not right here in the greenhouse. He drew away, smirking. You're probably right. He took my hand, and we left the greenhouse. I hope you kept busy over break. I shrugged. If binge-watching TV and cuddling my cat counts. You must have done more than that. I read some pretty good mystery novels, and did lots of oracle card spreads. Lucas cocked an eyebrow. Learn anything interesting? The truth was, most of the spreads were regarding him. I'd pulled so many cards over the last few weeks, I couldn't make sense of what the readings meant anymore. I'm still trying to decipher the cards, I admitted. What about you? He glanced around the hall, but no one was watching us. I've been waiting to tell you until you got back. I talked to the Imperium Council about the missing boys. My eyebrows shot up. Do they know anything? He shook his head. Just that these cases are crazy weird. Anyway, I talked to Professor Carlyle, and he's willing to bring back the epitaph. I shot him a curious look. The epitaph? The school paper, Lucas clarified. I want to report on the missing kids. My jaw dropped. You're going into investigative journalism? You sound surprised. I just didn't picture you as a reporter, though you do have a way with words, I said. Gotta admit, I'm a little jealous. Jealous? He questioned. I smirked. Out of the two of us, who would you think is more likely to launch an investigation? You, he admitted without missing a beat. Surely he hadn't forgotten how I'd followed the treacherous tarantulas to their hideout last semester. I was itching for an adventure.
"You're welcome to help me," Lucas offered.
"I wish," I sighed. "I'll be lucky to drag my butt halfway across town until I figure this whole magic thing out, and what it's doing to my body." Lucas got a concerned look on his face.
"How are you feeling?"
I shrugged. I wasn't about to lie to him. "Same as usual. Kinda shitty."
"Nade, you have to tell me these things. Don't leave me guessing. If you need anything, you have to ask."
Lucas placed his hands on my shoulders and stared down at me with a gentle gaze.
"Let me take care of you."
I didn't want anyone taking care of me, but when Lucas offered, my stomach flipped 100 times over. If anyone were to take care of me, I wanted it to be him. "Okay," I agreed. "I'll make sure to ask." "Good." He placed a kiss on the top of my head.
"Do you need anything right now?"
"Lunch?" I suggested. Talia and I were going to meet up.
"Lunch sounds perfect."
Lucas took my hand and we walked to the cafeteria. We filled up our plates and spotted Talia and Grant waving us over to their table. I noticed Grant's hair was wet. "How was your morning swim?" I asked. He leaned forward with bright eyes. "Fantastic! I made my best time yet. I'm going to try out for the swim team this year." Talia moved a stack of lyrics from beside her to make room for me. I tilted my head. "The college has a swim team?"
"Sort of,"
Lucas said as he sat. Grant shot him a look.
"I mean, it's more of an individual sport. We don't compete against other schools, but I'll swim against other students, if I make the team. There are only so many competition slots."
"It sounds like fun," Talia said brightly, popping a tater tot in her mouth. Grant beamed.
"You should try out."
She laughed lightly. "No, I'm not a swimmer."
"Then try out for the diving team,"
Grant suggested.
"We could, hang out."
His voice dropped at the last few words, like he felt self-conscious about suggesting it. Talia didn't seem to notice. "I'd rather focus on music, but thanks for the invitation. I'll watch you from the stands." Grant looked pleased by the offer.
"So how was everyone's break?"
I asked. Grant slumped in his chair, like he was trying to look cool.
"Visited my abuela in Costa Rica, so, beaches, babes, the whole shebang."
Lucas shot him a look.
"I thought you said you spent the whole time running the front desk at your grandmother's hotel."
Grant's face paled, and he straightened in his chair.
"Yeah, but it's on the beach, and there were a lot of hot girls."
Talia snickered. "Did you get any of their numbers?" Grant huffed, like he was done with this inquiry.
"I wasn't interested in a long-distance thing."
"In other words, you tried and they turned you down," I teased. Grant rolled his eyes playfully. I was still chuckling as I brought my water to my lips. Just then, someone walked by our table and kicked the leg, jostling everything. My water splashed up into my face, and Lucas's drink spilled everywhere, getting all over his pants.
"Watch it, douchebag,"
Lucas snarled. The guy scoffed, and I looked up to see it was Ryan, prime asshole of the school.
"Didn't see you there,"
Ryan said in a fake-ass voice. He turned away and joined up with his buddies, who were all laughing wildly like it was the most clever prank on the planet. Ryan coughed and muttered, "Losers," under his breath. I rolled my eyes at them. "Real mature," I called. Ryan caught my eye and scowled. Meanwhile, Grant flipped them off, but none of them noticed. Talia rushed to grab napkins and helped Lucas clean up the water.
"Sorry about those guys,"
Lucas muttered.
"Don't apologize for them," Grant said. "Those jerks are high or something."
I snorted.
I mean, it wasn't untrue.
"Grant's right," Talia agreed. "They're totally not worth your energy." Lucas wiped up the last of the water.
I can handle them. I just don't need you three getting caught in the crosshairs.
That's sweet, but we're fine, I assured him. For sure. Talia lifted her gaze, and her eyes caught something across the cafeteria. Oh, there's Cody! Grant shot a scathing look over his shoulder at Talia's boyfriend. She waved him over. Cody was a total hottie, but I hardly knew him. Hey, Cody, Talia said brightly.
Hi, beautiful,
he practically sang. He leaned down to peck Talia on the lips and pulled something from behind his back when she wasn't watching. It was a bouquet of red roses. She squealed when she saw them, and then took them in her hands to smell them. Goddess, I love them! Why don't you join us? Cody's dark eyes roamed the table until landing on the pile of wet napkins in the center. His face fell.
It looks like your table's full. Why don't you sit by me?
He cocked his head toward a larger table, where a bunch of couples sat around sucking face. Talia glanced at us, as if asking permission. None of us responded. I mean, what were we supposed to say? No, you can't go sit by your boyfriend? I was eating with my friends, she said.
I've got a seat reserved just for you.
He leaned over the table, close enough to whisper something in her ear. She snickered and pushed him away playfully. Cody! He smirked down at her.
I'm not giving up. I want you to sit by me, babe.
Cody reached over and snatched up Talia's stack of lyrics. He held them behind his back, and she grabbed for them. Cody, give it back! She laughed. He smiled, like he enjoyed the game.
I'll give it back when you come sit by me.
Talia sighed and dropped her shoulders. Fair enough. Next time we'll get a bigger table we can all fit at. Sorry, guys. Talia grabbed her plate and shot us an apologetic expression. Bye, Tal, I said. Grant gave her a half-hearted salute as she left the table, but his expression soured as Cody draped an arm around Talia's shoulder. As soon as she was out of earshot, he leaned forward and whispered, I'm the one who feels sorry for her. Anyone else hate that guy? I poked at my food. Hate's a pretty strong word. Lucas shrugged. I don't really know him.
Come on, you guys, Grant begged. He steals Talia away every chance he gets. He doesn't like any of us.
He hasn't had the chance to get to know us, I pointed out. As long as he makes her happy, I don't care. Grant raised an eyebrow.
Does he, though?
Lucas nudged Grant's arm.
Sounds like someone's a little jealous.
Grant frowned.
Yeah. We all know I've got the hots for her. That's not what this is about.
Sorry, I said, but it's Talia's choice. Grant sighed and turned back to his food, but I didn't miss the daggers he kept shooting at the back of Cody's head. After lunch, Grant and Lucas both had class, so I headed back to my dorm by myself. It was when I turned the corner at the top of the stairs that I nearly ran into someone. It was a raven-haired girl in a tight black dress and thick tights. I took a step back, and the girl turned around. My hands curled into fists when I saw it was Chloe. I didn't know why clenching my fists was my go-to response now, but every time I saw her face, I just knew some shit was about to go down. Chloe had it out for me because of the curse over our families. 40 years ago, our grandfathers got into a brawl. Her grandpa murdered mine and cast a curse that allowed only one family to stay within Octavia Falls each generation. From what I'd heard, Jeb Olson had died a few years back, after serving out his prison sentence for murder. But still, the curse lived on. One of us had to leave town, or die. If we didn't sort this out ourselves, the curse would do it for us. As soon as Chloe's magic awakened, the curse would be activated. We were locked in a battle over our home. Chloe's features darkened when her eyes met mine. She stood next to Gwen and Camille. In unison, the three of them crossed their arms, like they'd practiced the coordinated move in private. Chloe pursed her lips and stuck out her hip. Nadine, I have to admit, I wasn't sure you'd come back this semester. I cocked an eyebrow. Why? Because I beat you to my evoking ceremony? Chloe scoffed. Just because you're a few months older than me doesn't make you special. It does give me the upper hand, I said coolly. Chloe eyed me up and down, chuckling lightly. What are you going to do? Use defensive magic on me? According to Gwen, you passed out performing the simplest of spells, so by all means, I'd love to see what you've got. Sorry, I shrugged. I don't waste my magic on people who don't matter. Chloe's face paled. I went to step around her, but she blocked my path. I told you not to go through with your ceremony, she warned. Whoops, I said flatly. Forgot I was supposed to be taking orders from you. I mean it, she growled. You don't want to mess with this curse that's over our families. She eyed me with a burning threat in her eyes, but I wasn't scared. So what? You're going to kill me to keep your place in the coven? I asked. That's a real good way to get kicked out. Chloe opened her mouth, but the words halted on her tongue. She snapped her jaw shut and recovered quickly. You're going to leave. I placed a hand on my hip and lifted my chin. Is that so? Octavia Falls is my home, too, so maybe you should get out of town. Chloe took a step forward and gritted her teeth. I'm not going anywhere. My ceremony is in the beginning of May. You have until then before the curse activates. It was clear this was quickly becoming a deadly game of chicken. Neither of us were willing to give up our home. I guess we'll see how I feel about it then, I said nonchalantly, though I knew my feelings wouldn't change. I'd risk the curse to stay here. Don't make me do this, Chloe warned. Do what? I asked innocently, though I knew exactly what she meant. She'd do anything in her power to drive me out of town. I'm not making you do anything. I pushed past her and headed down the hall to my room. You'll regret this, she called after me. One way or another, you will leave. I turned back to her once I reached my door. Have fun trying to drive me out of town. I waved like I didn't have a care in the world. Gwen and Camille both stared after me with mouths agape, but I stepped into my room and closed the door before the lucky three could say anything else. Problem was, the second I slipped inside, all my confidence dropped at the door. I slumped against the wall, worry gnawing in my gut. Chloe was ruthless and unforgiving, and I just gave her an invitation to come at me. I knew the coven had rules, and they might just protect me, for now. But I couldn't say with certainty that Chloe wouldn't take things too far to get what she wanted. I had to learn how to break curses, before either Chloe or I ended up dead.
Chapter 3. Lucas. I wanted Nadine more than I wanted anything in the world. Seeing her again was like a rain cloud had lifted from above me. She wasn't just a ray of sun to brighten my gloomy days. She was the whole damn sun, and she lit up my world. No, she was my world, the reason for my existence. That was why I had to do everything I could to protect her. Nadine had tried to give her life for mine, and I could never thank her enough. I could never let anything bad happen to her. That started with making sure Octavia Falls was safe for her, for everyone. I had to catch the murderer still roaming these streets.
"What did Nadine think when you told her about your article?"
Grant asked. He lounged on his bed, flipping through his textbook for Alchemy 202, Transfiguration portions.
"She loves a good mystery."
"She was curious," I said as I grabbed a fresh notebook from my desk and subconjured it. "But she has enough to focus on without me asking for her help with this case."
"I'm sure that's not all she's curious about,"
Grant teased, wiggling his eyebrows. I rolled my eyes. "I wish Talia would get curious about me," he added. "You haven't even made a move on Talia," I pointed out. Grant shifted uncomfortably. "I'm waiting for the right time. It'll happen." To be honest, I wasn't sure it would. Grant was all talk and no action. It was starting to get irritating to watch. "I hope it does," I said honestly. I wasn't holding my breath. I scoured the desk for a pen or pencil, but couldn't find one. "Do you have a pen I can borrow?" "Sure." Grant sat up to grab one from the cup on his desk. "What for?" "I have my first interview for my piece on the missing kids," I told him. Grant's eyebrows shot up. "The families are going to talk?" "I guess so," I said. I could hardly believe it either. "I called Caleb Thomas's parents, and they were thrilled to hear someone was investigating again. I'm finally feeling better after my run-in with that Reaper, and I managed to set up a proper interview." Grant's shoulders fell. "Do you really think you can find out what happened to the kids?" I pressed my lips together. "I don't know, but I'm going to try." I didn't care what it took. I had to do everything in my power. I didn't know what exactly that looked like yet, but I had a duty to protect this coven. Mother Miriam wouldn't have given me this gift if she didn't want me to use it for good. I'd heard more than once that the coven was in danger, and I wasn't about to ignore those warnings. The first dying thought had come from Nadine's mother. "The coven's in danger. Stay safe, Nadine. I love you." I ran her message over again and again in my mind as I left campus. Faith Evers hadn't said how the coven was in danger, but this had to be it. It was almost like she knew something about Caleb's disappearance. I didn't know how she knew. She'd been an alchemist, not a seer who might have actually had a vision about it. Either way, I couldn't ignore this. Isaac Miller had given me a similar warning when he died. Playtime is over. No child in the coven is safe. I'd be damned if I didn't do something to protect the coven's children. The walk wasn't long, and it was nice out for the end of January. It was Saturday, but the street was quiet. I stopped at the end of a shoveled walkway looking over the house. The Thomas house was tall and narrow with 2 stories and a sharp-peaked roof. I eyed the property for clues, but nothing stuck out at me as suspicious. I approached the door and hesitated a moment before knocking. The sound of my knuckles was barely audible over the pounding of my own heart. I wasn't much of a real people person, and I had 0 experience in journalism. I'd be lucky if I managed to pull off this interview. The door swung open, and a woman with dark bangs and a ponytail stood behind it. She looked like she'd been expecting me. "Krista Thomas?" I asked. "We spoke on the phone." "Yes, hi," she greeted brightly. "You're the journalist?" It took me a second to process the answer, because no one had ever called me a journalist before. I cleared my throat. "That's me. May I come in?" "Of course." She pulled the door open wider, and I stepped inside. "I'm Lucas Taylor," I introduced, reaching out to shake her hand. It felt really awkward and formal. Like I said, I was not a people person. "I'm working on a piece about your son for the school's paper, The Epitaph. I was hoping I could ask you and your husband a few questions." "Yes, anything." She gestured to the couch, then called down the hall. "Keith, sweetie, the journalist is here." There was no response. "Hang on a second," she said kindly. "He's probably in the garage. I'll go get him." Krista left the room, and I shifted uncomfortably on the couch. I glanced around the room as if I might find clues there. Their house was big and tidy, with a homey feel to it. They obviously had a sense of artistic taste I completely lacked, because all the colors matched in shades of brown and red. There was a big ornate clock on the wall across from a display of family photos that were arranged atop a huge wall decal shaped like a tree. In a hutch sat a collection of alchemy supplies, which wasn't unusual since both the parents were alchemists. They seemed like a positively normal family. As my eyes roamed over the family pictures on the walls, I noticed a young boy in most of them. Caleb. I found myself drawn to the photographs, and I stood from the couch to get a closer look. The first photo showed the young boy being pushed on a swing at the park. The man pushing him looked at least 10 years my senior. I guess that was his dad. Another showed the two at the pool, with the young boy in a floaty, while his dad looked up at the camera. I noticed Krista didn't appear in most of the photos. I thought that was kind of weird until I glanced across the room and noticed a camera bag on the entertainment center. Then it hit me that she'd been the one to take the pictures. I looked back to the photos and spotted one where Caleb sat in front of a birthday cake. There were 6 candles on it. Poor kid. That was the last birthday cake he ever had. "He's cute, isn't he?" a male voice asked. I whirled around to see a man standing there. He was the guy in the photos, Caleb's father. He held a dishcloth in his hands and looked to be polishing something. His pants were covered in sawdust. "Sorry, I didn't hear you come in," he apologized. "I was doing some woodworking in the garage." "Oh?" I asked curiously. "What are you working on?" He pulled a small object out of the cloth and showed me a wooden carving of a chess pawn. I took it from him and eyed it. It was really smooth, and though it was a simple design, it looked really nice. "You carved these yourself?" I asked, impressed. Keith nodded. "I'm making a set for Caleb. He always was a bright kid." "Making it for him?" I asked, handing the pawn back. At first I thought he meant in his honor, but Keith answered, "For when he comes back. The Miriamic police are going to find him. Now that the other kid is missing, they've reopened the investigation. That's why you're reporting on it, isn't it?" My tongue felt like sandpaper. I didn't know how to break it to him that his son was dead. I mean, I didn't have a body, but I heard Caleb's last thought. I didn't need more confirmation than that. Krista entered the room then, saving me from my foolish gaping. She carried a tray of cheese and crackers. "Why don't we all sit down and we can talk?" She gestured to her husband, then to the couch. She set the snacks on the coffee table between us, and I took a seat on the opposite chair. "Do you mind if I record this?" I asked. "No, of course not," Keith answered. He clutched the pawn tightly in his hand like it was a beacon of hope for his son's return. There was nothing more horrible than sitting in the presence of a hopeful parent, knowing their hope was futile. My guts twisted in my abdomen at the thought of being the one to break the news to them. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't be the one to tell them their son was never coming back. I couldn't sit here and watch their hearts break like that. I conjured my phone and started recording, then pulled out my notebook and pencil to jot down notes. They stared back at me expectantly, and I cleared my throat. "What can you tell me about your son's disappearance?" Ouch. The question stung coming out of my mouth. That wasn't a question any parent should ever have to answer. "Well, it's like you probably already know," Krista said. She seemed tense, but she spoke clearly, like she'd grown accustomed to talking about it. "A year ago, we put Caleb down for bed, and when we woke up, he was just gone." "You never heard anything that night?" I asked. Keith shook his head. "Nothing." "When did you realize your son was missing?" I questioned. Krista's gaze dropped. "It was a Saturday, but Keith had gone into work to catch up on some paperwork. He works for the city. Caleb usually wakes around 7:30 on weekends. I was doing laundry, cleaning up, and I lost track of time. By 8 o'clock I realized he hadn't woken up yet, so I went into his room and—" She choked up and placed her hand over her mouth. Keith leaned over and wrapped an arm around her. I didn't say anything, just waited for her to compose herself. After a few moments, she cleared her throat.
When I went into his room, it was empty.
You mean that your son wasn't in his bed? I asked. She nodded. Was there anything else missing from the room? She shook her head and wiped her nose.
Nothing. The only thing missing was Caleb.
My brow furrowed. Early reports said there was a window open in his room. Is that correct? Keith held his wife close as she answered.
Yes, that's the only thing that was strange. His toys were still out like they'd been the night before. Everything was in order except that window.
You didn't open it? I asked.
No,
Keith answered.
It was cold out, the end of autumn. We left all the windows shut.
I pressed the end of my pen to my lips, wondering how I was going to figure out what happened to these kids. I had to cover all my bases. What were his sheets like when you found him missing, Mrs. Thomas? She tilted her head.
What do you mean?
Was his bed made? I asked. She shook her head.
No, they were tousled like he'd been sleeping in them all night.
I scribbled a few things down in my notebook. Do you believe there's any chance he could have run away?
No, Keith said firmly. Caleb had a very happy life here. He was never a flight risk.
I don't believe he was, I stated, trying to ease his nerves. I'm just covering my bases. I took a deep breath before continuing. Do you know if your child ever had contact with Isaac Miller, the other missing boy?
We don't think so, Krista answered. They were in different grades at school. Even their recess time was different.
I tapped my pen against the paper. What was it exactly that these two boys had in common? I decided to focus less on that at the moment and learn everything I could about Caleb Thomas while I was here. Do you mind if I see his room?
By all means,
Keith invited. He stood and gestured down the hall.
But I doubt you'll find anything the police didn't.
I doubted it too, but I had to at least try. The hall was decorated with the same homey touch as the living room. Family pictures lined the walls, and there was a big cabinet on the end with keepsakes and trophies in it. My eyes caught the nameplate on the biggest one, and I noticed it was a championship trophy in swimming. You're a swimmer? I asked Keith, eyeing the trophy.
I swam a little in college, he said proudly.
Oh, don't be so modest, Krista countered. He spent 5 hours a day training. He was always at the pool.
Keith pulled Krista close and planted a kiss on the top of her head. What can I say? It won me that trophy.
He won that the night he proposed, Krista told me.
How long have you been married? I asked. Krista took a deep breath, like it had been so long they'd stopped counting.
11 years. Wow, I can't believe it's been that long.
The two shared a deep look, and I instantly felt a pang of jealousy hit me. I wanted that for Nadine and me. I wanted us to last that long, and longer. But I knew we wouldn't get the chance because of the damn Reaper's shadow curse. It was more heartbreaking than I cared to admit. I'd sooner die than give her up, but protecting her came first, at all costs. I gestured to a closed door. This is Caleb's room?
Yes, it is,
Keith said. I opened the door and held my breath. I wished I could say I was impressed by what I saw, but I wasn't. It looked like a regular kid's room, with a twin bed, a bookshelf, closet, and a few toy boxes. Everything was clean, and his bed was made. The curtains had been drawn over the window. For a second, I was half surprised it was closed, like I expected to walk in here with it looking exactly like it had the day he left. I walked further into the room, my eyes roaming over Caleb's dinosaurs and cars. I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Have you had Sears come into this room?
Yes,
Krista said from the doorway.
No one can tell us what happened to him.
I bent down to inspect his toys. He seemed to be really into cars, as he had a whole stack of them on a shelf. I picked up an old black Chevy Impala and looked it over. Have you had any other casts come in? I knew other casts could prove handy with their abilities too. Some Mortana could read the auras of the room and see if anyone had died there. Gifts like that might be useful in a situation like this.
Believe us, Keith stated sadly. We really have tried everything.
And there's just nothing? I blew an exasperated breath and set the Impala back on the shelf. Krista's eyes wandered.
Nothing. It's the same with that other boy, isn't it?
I swallowed. I have yet to interview his family. If I find anything, I'll let you know. Is there anything else you can tell me about Caleb? I stood and began pacing around the room again.
He was so sweet, Krista praised. He was kind, well-behaved. No one could possibly have anything against our little boy. He loved cars and puppies and playing at the park, all the things a little boy should love.
My eyes landed on an old cast sitting atop the desk. What's that? Keith looked sad when I asked.
Caleb was a little accident-prone.
Krista winced at the comment.
He broke his ankle 3 times.
My brow furrowed. Is there a reason for that? Brittle bones, perhaps? Keith shook his head.
No medical reason. The doctors say that after the first time he broke his ankle, it weakened the bones, so they're more prone to breaking again. So, what did I have? A clumsy kid who was too nice for his own good and liked toys?
It wasn't much to go on. I stood there awkwardly and glanced around the room. I gestured to the closet. Do you mind if I look around? Keith shook his head.
No, not at all. Take your time.
Keith started to leave the room to give me space, but Krista stayed a moment to observe. Her husband nudged her in the arm, and the two of them walked down the hall. I could hear them whispering to each other, but I was glad for the distance. I felt a little weird being watched. I went to the closet first, but there was nothing there besides clothes and more toys. I made my way around the room, inspecting under furniture like I might actually find something. The truth was, I was way out of my element here. The bed was next to the window, and I approached that last. I got down on all fours and checked under it. It was dark, so I conjured an orb and used it to illuminate the space. Besides a few dust bunnies, I found nothing. I sat on the bed and glanced around the room hopelessly. After a few beats, I turned to the window and pushed the curtains aside. I inspected the frame closely, but I found no signs of forced entry, though I didn't expect to. The Miriamic Police Department would have noted that by now. I'd be damned if I left here with nothing. I'd search every inch of this room if I had to. Problem was, I'd pretty much covered it all already. I got off the bed and lifted the mattress, my last-ditch effort to find a clue. Something clinked against the wall, and my heart lurched. Quickly, I dropped the mattress back into place and flattened my belly against the floor. I used my orb to check underneath the bed again, and my magical light glittered against a small golden object that had fallen from behind the mattress. I reached beneath the bed, stretching my arm as far as I could. A sharp pain stabbed through my finger, and I drew back. A single drop of blood dripped from the end of my index finger. I wiped it on my jeans, then reached for the small object again. My fingers wrapped around it, and I pulled it out from under the bed. It was a pin, like one someone might wear on a letter jacket. As I inspected it closer, I saw that the design was of the Miriam College crest, a 5-point star with each of the caste symbols inside. Beneath the crest was the number 25. I recognized it immediately. It was a ceremonial pin awarded to professors who spent a certain amount of time at the school. In this case, it was a 25-year anniversary pin. What was a professor's pin doing in little Caleb Thomas's bedroom? I already knew the answer before I asked the question. Someone at the school had taken the boys. I just don't know why. Krista cleared her throat from the doorway, and I jumped. "Did you find anything?" she asked. Keith stood behind her, and they both eyed me curiously. I hesitated. I almost didn't want to show her the pin because it felt like pretty damning evidence, but I had to ask about it. "Yeah," I said, holding up the pin. "Did any professors ever come visit?" Keith stepped closer and took the pin from my fingers to inspect it. His face paled, but it was Krista who answered.
"No, we're not close with any of our old professors."
"Then what's a 25-year anniversary pin from the college doing in your house?" I asked. The question was more rhetorical than anything, but I was dying to know the answer. Krista shared a look with her husband. I couldn't quite read their expressions, but they both seemed very afraid.
"You don't think a professor took our son?"
Keith gaped. I took a deep breath. I hated to be the one to break the news. "Unless you have another explanation for why that's here." Krista looked closely at the pin, but she seemed to have lost her breath.
"No, it can't be. No professor would hurt our child. It doesn't make sense."
I expected Keith to try to calm his wife and rationalize the pin, but he didn't respond. He just kept looking down at it, his features tightening in anger. "We have to turn this into the police," I said. "They can compile a list of suspects." The two were hard to read, but I swore I saw wariness in their eyes. Keith cleared his throat. "We'll handle that. Thank you for your help. And, if you find anything else, will you let us know?" I nodded. "Absolutely."
"Thank you," Krista said. "If we think of anything else, we'll call."
"I appreciate that," I replied. I didn't know why, but it suddenly felt like I was being rushed out of the house. I didn't think the couple wanted me to see them grieve. To learn there was a possible lead was good news, but to think it might be a professor was agonizing. Who knew if it was someone they'd known, someone they'd trusted? I left the house, still unable to wrap my head around what I'd found. Could a professor really be behind this? Or was there another reason that pin had shown up in Caleb's room? Krista and Keith had looked pretty frightened, and that confirmed for me that there was no other explanation. A professor was involved. But who? It was clear finding answers wasn't going to be simple.
"I wish it didn't hurt this much."
A voice cut through my thoughts. The voice was strained, and it sounded like an older woman. Another death. I stopped on the sidewalk as the nausea hit. I gagged, though I knew nothing would come out. I hated that this woman had suffered in her last moments. It was a terrible way to go. But at least it's over, I told myself. I wish I could have done something to relieve her suffering. I was trying to accept my gift, but some days were harder than others. Whenever I could, I tried to find the good in the thought. It was a hell of a lot harder than it sounded. Once the nausea passed, I ducked down a narrow alleyway and conjured one of my notebooks. I knelt behind someone's back fence and scribbled the thought on the paper. I ripped the page out of the notebook and conjured a lighter. Striking it, I held the paper over the flame. It caught fire, and I tossed it onto the gravel, watching it burn. This was how I managed now, how I let go of the thoughts I heard. I leaned my back up against the fence and took in deep breaths. I conjured my journal and quickly started writing down my thoughts. When Professor Warren gave me my first journal, I thought the guy was nuts. No way would journaling work for me. These last few weeks, though, it was the only thing that had kept me sane. I had to get my thoughts down on paper, or they build up inside of me until I made stupid, rash decisions, like trying to contact a reaper and damn myself to hell. I wanted to change, and I knew that started with changing how I dealt with these things. "I'm scared," I wrote in my journal. I didn't even know I felt that way until I wrote it. Was it true? I stopped writing and stared down at the words, reading them over and over again. I flipped my pencil over and pressed the eraser to the page, but I paused before I could erase the words. It was like my whole body just locked up, forcing me to stare down at the words and really consider them. I didn't know what I was scared of exactly. That I couldn't save everyone in the coven? That I may not be able to accept my gift? I wasn't sure. I can't be scared, I thought. I'd made a decision the night of the Reaper Moon that I would find a way to deal with my gift, and I would. I have to be strong, I told myself. And so I'd figure this out on my own.
Chapter 4. Nadine. "How was class today?" Talia asked when she met up with me outside my Alchemy 101 class. I was the last one out of the room, as I'd been cleaning up yet another mishap from today's lesson. This time, I'd let our cauldron boil over. Professor Richards offered to clean it up himself, but I wasn't about to give the alchemy bitches more fuel to burn their fire raging against me. I'd take responsibility for my own mistakes. Alchemy 101 can suck it, I groaned. "That bad?" Talia asked as we walked down the dark hall. She clutched an incantations textbook to her chest. After her evoking ceremony this weekend, she'd be able to start using it. I hadn't tried incantations yet, as I feared how much magic they required. At our feet, Issa and Gus batted at a fly. Issa was agile and caught it in her mouth, while Gus was clumsy and tripped over Issa's tail. I shrugged. It could be better. "Maybe I can help," she offered. A smile spread across her lips as she reached into her pocket. She pulled out a small, pink drawstring bag. "Are those the crystals we talked about?" I peeped. I glanced up and down the hall, making sure we were alone. I could still hear Professor Richards arranging potion vials in the classroom. Otherwise, no one was in the basement this time of day. "Yep, I managed to get one from every cast," Talia said proudly. My eyes widened. These weren't ordinary crystals like the calming stones I had in my room. These were infused with magic, and we could get in trouble for having them on school property. I'd asked Talia to help me procure a collection so I could test my magic on them. Grammy had said these stones wouldn't give me any powers from the cast, but I wanted to make sure for myself. If I was going to learn how to use my magic, I had to start somewhere. "How did you get so many, so fast?" I questioned. Talia shrugged. "Everything's easy to find in this town for the right price." My shoulders sagged. "I hope you didn't spend your life savings to help me." She said, like it was no big deal. "They aren't that rare. Just don't get caught with them on you. What do you say we head back to our dorm and try them out?" I didn't want to wait. I cocked my head and said, "Let's go in here." Talia and I ducked into a deserted classroom. It was another one of the alchemy labs. It had rows of tables with cauldrons on top, along with supplies for advanced potions lining the back wall. There were jars full of gross things, like lizard eyes and cat nail clippings. I even saw a dead mouse suspended in a clear liquid in one of the jars. Issa jumped onto the front table and nudged a potion vial with her paw. Typical cat. "Issa," I hissed. "Don't you dare." She gave me a guilty expression, but lay on the countertop and started cleaning her paws. Talia opened her drawstring bag and poured 3 crystals into her palm. I already had an alchemy crystal, and there wasn't a Cursebreaker crystal in all the coven that we knew of, which only left 3 others to experiment with. "Which one do you want to start with?" she asked. I tried to imagine which type of magic would be the mildest. I knew Mortana magic could be touchy, and I'd seen mentalists do some crazy stuff. I decided to try the Seer Stone first. "A good choice," Talia said. She placed a pink stone into my palm, and I curled my fingers around it. "What does it feel like?" I tested the weight in my hand.
Magic buzzed through the stone, but it felt different from the alchemy stone Grammy had given me. Alchemy had a constant, high-frequency buzz to it, whereas seer magic felt smooth, like I could feel it flowing over my hand like water. "It's different," I stated. "Are you ready to try using it?" she asked. I took a deep breath. I hoped this wouldn't backfire on me like the alchemy stone did on my first day in class. Doesn't matter if I'm ready. I'm going to try anyway. I pictured my hand like a funnel, opening up to absorb the magic in the stone. Like warm water rushing into my veins, the seer magic flowed into me and up my arm until it settled in my chest. I took a long breath, and it felt really light, like I was floating. Then I let the breath out, and my chest twisted into a tight knot. The warm, water-like sensation started to heat until it felt like it was burning a hole through my ribs. I gasped, and Talia started to freak. "Goddess, what's happening?" she cried. I gritted my teeth. I thought I was going to choke on the magic, but I managed to spit the words out. "It's trying to escape. I need to put it somewhere." "Back in the crystal," Talia insisted through shallow breaths. "Put it back in the crystal." I reacted quickly, directing the magic out through my hand again and into the crystal. The knot in my chest eased, and I felt like I could breathe again. Talia's eyes widened. "It worked?" I nodded. "It worked. The magic's back in the crystal. At least, I think so." I swore I could feel some of that smooth energy lingering in my chest. It made me a little lightheaded. I hobbled over to the nearest chair and sank into it. Talia tilted her head to the side. "What do you mean?" "I put some of the magic back, but I don't think I put back all of it," I admitted. I tightened my grip on the crystal and tried to push the last bit of magic into it, but I couldn't. "I'm not sure I can." Talia pressed her lips together and thought. "You know, one of the traits of the curse breakers is that they can absorb magic. You must have absorbed some of it." "What does that mean?" I questioned. "That I could get seer powers?" "I don't think so," she said. "But it should make you stronger in other areas, like conjuration, rituals, astral projection, and things like that." "Maybe that's why using Grammy's crystal makes me so tired," I theorized. "Absorbing magic means there's more inside of me, so my body reacts to it." Talia nodded along. "Any psychic visions yet?" I shook my head. "No, I guess Grammy's right, and I can't develop powers from other casts." "Do you want to stop trying?" Talia asked. "No," I decided quickly. "Let's keep going." She eyed me. "You sure you're okay?" I was wiped, but I could handle more. "I want to try." Talia handed me the next crystal. It was a dark red one, which she said was the mentalist crystal. Its magic felt electric, like little tiny lightning bolts shooting through my skin. It didn't hurt, though. It more or less tickled. I drew the magic into myself, then narrowed my eyes on the crystal in my palm. I tried to get the crystal to move with my mind, but nothing happened. The magic wrapped around me, and I gasped for breath again before quickly channeling the magic back into the crystal. "Anything?" Talia asked. I shook my head. "No telekinetic powers, that's for sure." Talia stared down at the crystal. "It's so weird how good you are at that." "At what?" "Transference. Transferring magic into something else," she clarified. "Anyone can do that?" I asked. Talia nodded. "With their own magic, sure. crystals are able to harness our powers, but it's quite advanced magic, and you've picked it up like it's nothing." I shrugged. "It's part of being a curse breaker, I guess. At least I'm good at something." Talia chuckled. "You're good at a lot of things." "Ah, that's sweet," I teased. "Let's try the last one." Talia hesitated. "You're looking a little pale." All this magic was making me feel awful, but it wasn't anything new. If I waited until I felt in tip-top shape, we'd never get this done. "I'm fine," I told her. "Let's see if I can raise the dead." Talia handed me the final crystal, a purple one so dark it was almost black. Mortana magic was the strangest of all. Unlike the others, it didn't give off a constant vibration. Instead, the electric magic swelled and waned at various intervals. I couldn't find a pattern to it. No wonder Lucas had such a hard time with his magic. It was all over the place. "Did it work?" Talia asked after several silent moments. "I haven't tried yet. I'm just trying to get a feel for it." I held the crystal in my hand for another minute, partially testing it out, and partially waiting to gain some of my strength back. Finally, I worked up the courage and siphoned the magic into my body. I had my eyes trained on the mouse in the jar at the back of the room, hoping maybe I'd absorb some necromancy magic and make it move. But before I had a chance to think about it, a stabbing pain shot down my arm. I dropped the crystal and gasped in pain. It was so intense, I didn't notice where the crystal had fallen. All I knew was I had to get this magic out of me, and fast. I grabbed for the closest item, which was the cauldron on the table in front of me. I pressed my palm firmly to the cast iron and pressed my magic outward, but it wouldn't budge. "Shit!" Talia cried as she dropped to her knees to search for the crystal. "Frick, this hurts!" I growled. Issa's hair stood on end. Talia found the crystal and slammed it onto the table. I grabbed it as quick as I could and funneled the magic back into it. When I finally took a breath, Talia had her hand over her heart, and she sucked in heavy breaths. "What happened?" "I don't know," I admitted. I barely got the words out. I was so drained. "I think I just didn't know how to control it. It got the better of me." Talia started gathering the crystals back into the bag. "I guess this experiment answers our question." "You were right. Using other cast magic isn't going to give me new powers." It wasn't that I wanted other powers. I just wanted to understand my own, to know what I was capable of. Right now, I felt capable of very little. If I couldn't even handle Mortana magic, how was I supposed to break curses? "We can be done for the day," I offered. Talia handed me the bag of crystals. "Don't go using these alone. I don't want you to get hurt." "I won't," I promised as I slipped them into my bag. "Thanks for doing this for me." She smiled proudly. "What are friends for?" We left the alchemy lab. All that magic had drained me so much I felt like I should be crawling up the stairs. But that'd be super embarrassing to do in front of Talia, so I gritted my teeth and made it to the top. Issa nudged me in the leg and stared up at me, like she could tell something was wrong. She was right. Like hell, I was making it up another flight of stairs. "I have some studying to do," I announced. "I'll catch up with you later." "I had plans to meet up with Cody anyway," she said. "How's my hair?" I flatted a stray flyaway. "All good. You look great." She shot me a smile, but kept smoothing down her hair anyway. "Thanks." I waved and headed off down the hall in the direction of the nearest study alcove. Talia waved back, and Gus looked disappointed as Issa followed me. I scanned the halls for signs of Lucas.
I didn't expect to see him, but I hoped. Disappointment weighed me down when I didn't spot him. I turned a corner and sank into the nearest chair in the study area. Issa jumped onto my lap and started purring. The truth was, I did have to study for alchemy, but I couldn't keep my eyes open. I slumped in my chair and drifted off. I woke an hour later to someone shaking me awake. My heart swelled when I saw Lucas's face above me. It took a few moments for him to come into focus. I tried to sit up straighter, but my muscles screamed at me. That barely registered when he was here, though. I always felt better when he was around.
"Are you okay?"
he asked, sounding worried. "Fine," I told him. "I must have drifted off."
"If you need a nap, let me walk you back to your dorm," he offered.
I shook my head and checked the time on my phone. "I have class soon. You didn't have to come find me." I said it to be nice, but the truth was, I was glad he was here. Every moment away from him was agonizing. I could never be happier than if I got to spend every last second with him.
"I wasn't looking for you,"
he said, taking the chair beside me. "I was walking to class and saw you. I just came from the cafeteria. Are you hungry?" Lucas held out an apple in my direction that he must have swiped from the buffet line. I wanted to say no, but I really was hungry, and I didn't have time to grab food before meditation and inner magic. "Thanks," I said as I took it. It was really nice of him to watch out for me.
"After class, do you want to—"
Lucas started.
"Shit!"
someone screamed, cutting him off. Lucas and I both looked up and down the hall, only to see a student running. He carried a notebook with pages flying out of it behind him.
"Shields up, Mr. Spire!"
a man warned. As he came closer, I realized it was Professor Damon, my least favorite professor at school, and I hadn't even had him yet. He breezed toward the student in confidence, even though the kid looked terrified. Before anyone in the hall could react, Professor Damon lifted his hands and a freaking battle orb shot out of his palms. It crackled with red electricity as it whizzed through the air at the student. The kid dropped his books and thrust his hands upward. The battle orb slammed into an invisible shield and sputtered out. My jaw dropped, and I went speechless. How was this asshole still working here? Attacking students out in the open had to be grounds for firing. Professor Damon's eyebrows scrunched up, and he stared down at his hands like he was confused.
"What is the meaning of this, Brayden?"
The kid stammered.
"What do you mean?"
After a few moments, Professor Damon righted his shoulders.
"Again, Mr. Spire."
The kid lifted his hands again and flinched, bracing for impact. But when Professor Damon tried to create another battle orb, magic sputtered in his hands.
"What the hell?"
I blurted before I could stop myself. "You can't go around attacking people!" Professor Damon whirled toward me. When he recognized me, his eyes narrowed.
"He teaches defensive magic," Lucas explained to me. "Catching students off guard is part of the class."
I gaped at him. "That's insane! Someone could get hurt!"
"Witches can cast different types of battle orbs, all with varying intensities," Lucas said. "Some will barely hurt you. Others will stun or burn you. He would never use a full-powered battle orb on a student."
Lucas wasn't explaining this for my benefit. It was his way of convincing Professor Damon to go easy on me, since I was still ignorant to the laws of magic. I appreciated his effort, but I didn't agree with Professor Damon's methods. Professor Damon stomped our way and loomed over me.
"What did you do, girl?"
"Me?" I squeaked, my heart hammering. I hadn't forgotten the cruel things he'd shown me in my evoking training last semester.
I didn't do anything. You're the one attacking students in the middle of the hallway. He frightened me, but it wasn't enough for me to keep my mouth shut. Yet you are the only one to protest, he said with a raised eyebrow. Issa stood, like she was about to jump on this guy's face if he got any closer. She didn't mean anything by it, Professor, Lucas assured him, trying to protect me. She didn't? He asked skeptically. His eyes roamed over my alchemist tattoo. We'll see about that. Before I could react, Professor Damon grabbed my bag. He yanked the zipper open and started digging through my stuff. Hey! I protested. I wanted to stand, but I was rooted in my chair. You can't do that! Don't forget who you're talking to, Professor Damon snarled. Lucas shot to his feet, and his hands curled into fists. Lay off her. I suggest you sit back down, Mr. Taylor, Professor Damon instructed. Ah, what's this? He pulled out the drawstring bag and dropped my backpack to the ground. He opened the bag and poured the crystals into his hand. My mouth went dry as he curled them in his fist and narrowed his eyes. Magic crystals, Professor Damon said. Lucas's face paled. He didn't know I had these. You used these to attack my magic, Professor Damon accused. What? I squeaked. No, I didn't do anything. I don't even know how... We'll see about that. Come with me, he demanded. I glanced between him and Lucas. What? Where? To talk to the headmistress, Professor Damon replied. It didn't sound like he was giving me a choice. She had nothing to do with this, Lucas raged. I don't even know what you're talking about, I said. I literally had no idea what was going on. Tell that to the headmistress, Damon said. Then the asshole grabbed me by the arm. I jerked away, and Lucas quickly stepped in and shoved Professor Damon back. Don't touch her. Professor Damon's eyes darkened. He looked positively stunned that a student would dare touch him. Yet how could he think he had any right to lay a hand on me? How dare you? Professor Damon snapped at Lucas. That's detention for both of you. Professor Damon, a female voice snapped. By now, a crowd of onlookers had gathered. I noticed Braden had disappeared into the sea of people. He was talking lowly to another student I recognized as Gregory Walker. The crowd parted to let Headmistress Verla through. She wore a dark pantsuit like normal, and her fat cat, Odin, followed at her feet. She pursed her lips, looking ticked off. What is the meaning of this? She demanded. Professor Damon straightened his spine, looking pleased, like Lucas and I had just been caught red-handed. I was conducting a lesson with Mr. Spire when my magic sputtered. I believe she is the culprit. Professor Damon pointed a gnarly finger at me. From beside me, Lucas looked half shocked, half thoughtful. Headmistress Verla raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting she cursed you? She did something, he insisted. I didn't do anything, I said quickly. She had these on her. Professor Damon held out my crystals. They're against school policy. Headmistress Verla stepped forward. She reached for one of the crystals to inspect it. Her features fell into a frown. Is this true, Nadine? Are these crystals yours? I shifted in my chair. Well, yes, but... You see? Professor Damon accused. Black magic. She's up to something, I tell you. Verla frowned. False accusations are not taken lightly around here, Archibald. Professor Damon gaped at her. But I have proof. He shoved the crystals outward in emphasis. Before I could defend myself, Headmistress Verla said, Nadine, if you'd please accompany me to my office. Shit. I was in trouble. I couldn't deny those crystals were mine, and I'd known they were against school policy. The crystals are mine. Lucas rushed to step in. I asked Nadine to hold on to them for me. I scooped Issa up into my arms and stood. I placed a hand on Lucas's shoulder. It'll be fine. You don't have to do that. But, Nade. He trailed off as he eyed me. It's fine. I gave Lucas's hand a squeeze, then followed behind Headmistress Verla. Issa growled lowly at Professor Damon as she passed, then hurried to follow behind me. Verla didn't say anything as we headed down the hall. My stomach twisted into knots, wondering how much trouble I was in. Verla led me into her office, then rounded her desk and set the crystals down between us. Odin jumped into his cat tower and stared down his nose at me. I sat, and Verla's tight lips turned into a frown. What are you doing with these crystals? She asked in a softer tone than I expected. I couldn't tell her the truth. I'd sworn to keep my powers a secret, even from my mother's best friend. I thought they might help me with my symptoms, I lied. I had to hold in a wince. Using my lupus to get out of trouble made me sick. I didn't like setting the precedent that I was incapable because of my lupus, because I wasn't. Verla's features softened, and she finally sat. Who told you crystals would help your symptoms? I shrugged. I guess I had to go along with the lie now. No one. I just wanted to try it. I'm sorry to tell you that they won't help, she said sympathetically. Unfortunately, we do not allow these types of crystals on school grounds, as they can be used to cheat in your classes. I didn't know, I said. I guess I was going to have to start getting used to lying. The coven couldn't know I was a curse breaker. I understand that you're still learning the rules, but I'm going to have to confiscate these. Verla swept the crystals into her hands and placed them in her desk drawer. A beat passed, and I realized that was it. I wasn't getting detention or being suspended. I'm not being punished? I questioned. Not this time, Verla said kindly. Your symptoms are hard to deal with. I get that. You'd be surprised at the things people do when they're desperate. Her words hung in the air for several long seconds. It was like there was a hidden message behind her words. Did she know I was desperate to conceal my secret of being a curse breaker? That I was using an alchemy crystal to lie to everyone? She hadn't asked to search my bags any further, and if she had, she'd have found the alchemy crystal among my belongings. But she couldn't know. Right? I guess they do, I agreed, eyeing her as if she might admit she knew something. When she didn't say anything, I changed the topic. You don't think I had anything to do with Professor Damon's weird magic thing in the hall, do you? She shook her head. No, I don't. Then why do you let him torment students the way he does? I blurted. Verla sighed and crossed her hands over her desk. For one, Professor Damon has tenure and is on the school board. Even if I wanted to fire him, I couldn't. The school board goes easy on him on account of what happened to his family. I tilted my head. What do you mean? Verla's gaze fell. About a decade ago, Professor Damon lost his wife, Tanya, and his son, Oliver, to a house fire. He's never quite been the same since. Well, that explained his cranky-ass attitude. That shouldn't excuse his behavior, I said. I agree, she replied. It doesn't, but a little compassion can go a long way when someone's suffering. I know about suffering, I reminded her, and so do you. I hadn't forgotten the stories about what she'd lost, who she'd lost. It doesn't give us a free pass, I said. Verla sighed. I'm not asking you to like him. To be honest, he is a good teacher, even though he pushes his students to the limits. I had to refrain from snorting. I didn't think Professor Damon had limits. He's set to retire soon, she added. I felt like Verla was trying to shift the conversation, probably because it was unprofessional of her to agree with me. I wasn't going to convince her of anything. I twisted my hands in my lap. Well, thank you for sticking up for me and believing me. Of course. Her features brightened, like she'd never considered doubting me. You're Faith's daughter. I always trust you. There it was again, an unspoken message, like she knew I wasn't being completely honest with her. But as I eyed her, she gave nothing away. Maybe I was reading into it too much. I was being careful about my magic. No one would find out. I appreciate that, I said. I stood to leave, but Verla stopped me. Just be careful, Nadine, Verla added. Magic doesn't always behave by the rules, and I'd hate to see you get hurt. I stood there awkwardly for a few moments, unsure of what to say. Thanks, I finally settled with. By the time I walked out of the room, I was almost certain Verla knew something. Problem was, if she already figured it out, how long would it take for the rest of the coven to discover my secret? Saturday arrived, the day of Talia's birthday. But after a long week of classes, I couldn't manage to drag myself out of bed. I gathered enough energy to take a bath, but the rest of the day I spent alternating between reading and binge-watching a witchy TV series. Talia kept throwing popcorn at the screen every time they got something about magic wrong. I want to be there for your evoking ceremony tonight, I told her. It's okay if you're not, she assured me. My parents will be there, along with my brother and sister, and Cody said he'll try to make it. It will be fine. No, it won't, I argued. You were there for mine. I want to see you get your powers. Your magic is taking a lot out of you, and you need to rest. Really, I'll be okay. You just focus on feeling better. If I could get better by sheer will, I'd be prepping for a marathon by now. But life didn't work that way, unfortunately. I'll be there in spirit, I promised. Talia smiled. What? You're planning to astral travel to my ceremony? Can I do that? I asked, considering the idea. Talia snickered. Probably not for a few years. It takes a lot of practice. I frowned. Well, I hope you get something good. I'll get whatever I'm supposed to get, she said. Mother Miriam knows what's best for me. Before you leave, let me give you your birthday present. I reached over to my nightstand and opened the drawer. I pulled out a box wrapped in pink paper. Talia's eyes lit up as she took it. You didn't have to. Of course I did, I told her. You're my bestie. Talia smiled and ripped open the packaging. Inside was a purse designed with piano keys on it. I'd seen it in a shop window over winter break, and it reminded me of her. Goddess, I love it, she squealed. Thank you so much. She leaned over to hug me, and I squeezed her back. Open it, I encouraged. Talia's eyes went wide, and she zipped open the purse. Inside were all types of items for her altar. 2 pillar candles with music notes on them, a small keepsake box decorated in treble clefs, and 3 different essential oils. That's so thoughtful,
Talia said. "You're the best." Talia left for home shortly after I gave her the gift. I really did want to go with her, but I felt awful. In the quietness of my dorm room, I scrolled through my phone and read up on astral travel. I wanted to try it as I drifted off, but my spirit didn't leave my body. Instead, I fell asleep and began to dream. I walked the dark halls of the school. The sconces on the walls weren't lit, and there was no moonlight coming in through the large window at the top of the grand staircase. Somehow, I could still make out shadows in the empty hall. I didn't know where I was going, but my feet continued to move beneath me. I descended the stairs into the main foyer. It was completely deserted this time of night, but my spine tingled, like someone was watching me. I shook off the feeling and continued down the hall, past the cafeteria. The hall seemed to stretch for miles. I must have passed by 100 classroom doors before I came to the double doors at the end. A candlestick had been placed between the handles. Slowly, I reached for the doors to the ballroom. Just as my fingers grazed the handle, the door gave a violent shake, and my heart leapt into my throat. The sound of a door slamming startled me awake. My heart hammered, and it took me a few seconds to realize where I was. The curtains were drawn, but it was bright enough to make out the features of my dorm room. The adrenaline from my dream slowly subsided. "Sorry," Talia said as she stepped around my bed, carrying Gus. "Did I wake you?" I yawned and checked the clock next to my bed. It was already well past breakfast time. "You did, but it's fine," I told her. "You're back later than I expected." I noticed Talia was still wearing the same clothes she'd left in last night, and her hair was slightly a mess. She set her purse on the couch and sat on the cushion closest to me, stroking Gus's fur. She dropped her head and bit her lip. "I meant to come back last night, but..." My stomach sank. Uh-oh. Is that a good butt or a bad butt? Talia blushed a bright pink that matched her shirt. "Well, Cody couldn't make it to the ceremony, but I met up with him afterward, and one thing led to another." "You didn't!" I balked. I tried to roll over, but a spasm went up my back. I stayed put and hoped she didn't notice. "You and Cody did it?" Talia looked so embarrassed she was practically wincing. "Yes," she squeaked. "No way!" I squealed. "Congrats!" She chuckled under her breath. "Thanks." I wiggled my eyebrows. "So, how was it?" She wrinkled her nose. "It was a little awkward, to be honest." "But good awkward, right?" I asked. "I mean, yeah," she said, but she sounded uncertain. "It wasn't planned, and I think it might have been more special if it was, like if you took me on a romantic date first or something." "That might have helped," I agreed. "But being spontaneous can be fun too. Do I get any more details?" "I met him in his dorm and stayed the night," she said, like it wasn't a big deal. "To be honest, it was over kind of quick, and we just fell asleep afterward." I frowned. "That doesn't sound fair. Your first time should be special." "I know," she sighed. "But I don't think that's normal. Everyone says their first time is bad." I wished I could give her some advice, but I wasn't exactly experienced in that department. Talia changed the subject. "Want to see my tattoo?" "Yes, of course," I said. "What's your cast?" Talia kicked off her shoes and pulled her pant leg up. On her ankle was a perfect tattoo of an eye. "You're a seer," I said cheerfully. "Any idea what your specialty is?" "I might," she said, sounding really happy about it. "But it only happened once so far, so I'm not sure." "What happened?" I asked.
Can you show me? I can try. Do you have anything sentimental I can hold? I glanced around, but I wasn't sure exactly what she wanted. On my bedside table was a jewelry box. I opened the nearest drawer. Inside was the key to the abandoned mansion Lucas had given me for my birthday. I dug it out and handed it to her. Something like this? I asked. Talia smiled and took it. That's perfect. She closed her eyes and relaxed into the couch. Her eyebrows knitted in concentration. I didn't want to interrupt whatever she was doing, so I didn't talk for a long time. Finally, she spoke. I see a really beautiful mansion and a gorgeous brass lock the key fits into. Her eyebrows knitted together, like she was struggling to see anything more. There's a lot of laughter and smiles. I think the house was really happy. That's good to hear, I said. I'm impressed. But it's been forgotten, she added. It's like the house is waiting for someone to make it happy again. She opened her eyes and handed the key back. I'm really excited to see what I can do with this gift. How does it work? I asked. She shrugged. I touch things and I get visions. The first thing I saw was right after I finished my ceremony. I stood up and steadied myself on the piano at home, and I got a vision of myself playing it when I was a kid. That's really cool, I remarked. I'd have loved to get visions as my gift. Can you see visions with anything? I should be able to train myself, Talia said. But it'd only be to a point. I won't be able to see anything I want to. At least, that's what I've heard from other psychometrists in the coven. That's what you have? I questioned. Psychometry? She nodded. As far as I know, unless I start having random visions, the way psychometry works is that when a seer touches an inanimate object, they get visions of the object's past. I think it will only work with the sentimental things first, because those have the strongest energy signature. That's such a cool gift, I told her. I wish I'd gotten seer. Don't say that, Talia said with a frown. We're all given the gifts we're meant to have. You'll find your strengths in curse-breaking. I know it. Thanks. I gave her a half-hearted smile, but it quickly turned into a wince as I tried to straighten myself on the bed. Issa's ears perked in alarm. Talia gasped. Are you okay? I'll be fine, I said, but the cramp in my neck ached. Let me help. Talia got up from the couch and quickly opened my nightstand. She pulled out my heating pad and plugged it in, then situated it under my back. I relaxed into it as it started to warm. Talia went to fill my water bottle, then came back from the bathroom with my pill case. Here you go, she said, before she started plumping a pillow under my knees to help me stay comfortable. I'll be okay, really, I protested. Talia shrugged. Doesn't mean I can't help. I didn't like people taking care of me. It made me feel like I couldn't take care of myself. But to be honest, it felt good to have a roommate who cared. If I was going to get sick every time I used magic, I was going to need some help this semester. Thanks, I said genuinely. A few hours passed, and I kept handing Talia new things to try her gift on. She tried my star necklace, but saw nothing. Then a few of my keepsakes under the bed. It was fun to listen to some of the memories, but she seemed to grow fatigued after a while and stopped getting any more visions. I'm hungry, Talia announced. Do you want me to grab some takeout from the cafeteria? No, I groaned. If you're okay with waiting, we should head down together. I can't stay in bed all day. Okay, she agreed. I was grateful Talia was patient with me, because it took me forever to get out of bed. As I was getting ready, I thought I should have just taken her up on her offer for takeout, but I knew it wasn't good for me to stay in the room forever. I touched my star necklace, knowing that even when I felt like shit, I had to make an effort.
Besides, I hadn't used magic all day, and I was feeling a little better. Talia and I fed the cats and left the room. In the cafeteria, we spotted Mandy and Amy at a corner table. They waved us over after we got our food. Mandy was dressed in her signature black skater dress that showed off her ample bosom and hugged her curves. Her nails were painted bright blue, and her hair was twisted into 2 braids. Amy wore a black hoodie with a cauldron stitched onto it. I caught a glimpse of her hand, and it was covered in ink lines, like Mandy had been using it as a model to study palmology. I noticed a bracelet around Amy's wrist with all sorts of crystals strung onto it. Beside Amy on the table lay a thick history book. "Hey, girls!" Mandy sang. "We haven't seen you in weeks. How was your winter break?" I chuckled nervously. Hell. "It was fine," I said. "I got a lot of songwriting in," Talia added, popping a carrot into her mouth. I noticed she didn't have a lot on her plate, just a salad and a few veggies. "Hey, Nadine, want my tomatoes?" "Sure." Talia started picking the tomatoes off her salad and giving them to me. It had sort of become a thing with us whenever she got a salad. "We went skiing over break," Amy said, bouncing in her seat. "That sounds like fun," I told them as I spread ketchup on my fries. "Tons of fun," Mandy raved. "I didn't even know I could ski." Amy rolled her eyes. "She's being modest. She was great at it." Mandy sipped on her soda, then set her drink aside. Her eyes lit up, and she reached for something under the table. "A little birdie told me you just had a birthday, Talia." "I did," she replied. "Congrats, girl! Amy and I got you something." Mandy beamed as she set a small box on the table. It was wrapped in pretty gold foil. "Aw, you guys didn't have to do that," Talia said, but she took the box and started unwrapping it. Amy and Mandy both watched her closely. The paper fell away to reveal a photo of a harmonica on the outside of the box. It looked like an antique, but the box was still intact. "Do you like it?" Amy asked hopefully. "You guys, I love it!" Talia squealed. "I mean, I don't know how to play it, but I'll learn. Thank you so much." "Pfft," Mandy said with a wave of her hand. "No big deal. How was your ceremony?" "I got seer," Talia said proudly. "I told you," Amy said, nudging Mandy in the arm. "I said she'd be seer, didn't I?" "You did," Mandy agreed. "I was voting for Mortana." Talia's eyebrows slammed together in confusion. "What makes you think I'd be Mortana?" Mandy popped a grape in her mouth and shrugged. "I expect the unexpected. You're so bright all the time. I thought it'd be cool to see you become a necromancer." "I wear pink every day," Talia reminded her. "I'd be like Necromancer Barbie." The 4 of us laughed together. Amy was the first to compose herself. "Congratulations to you too, Nadine. I hear you're a fellow alchemist." I shifted in my seat. Neither Amy nor Mandy knew my secret. They were my friends, but I'd vowed to keep the secret between only those who'd been there at my ceremony. "Yeah," I said. "It's been interesting." "It takes some getting used to, but you're going to love it," Amy said. "If you need any help studying, you know who to call." "I might have to take you up on that offer," I said. Mandy watched me with a big smile, and I shot her a look. "What?" Her smile widened. "Don't think we forgot about you. I know it's been a while since your birthday, but we didn't see you all break. We got you something, too." Mandy set another present on the table between us, and my heart warmed. "Aw, thank you." "Open it, open it," Amy chanted. Slowly, I tore open the wrapping. The box was small and opened on a hinge. I flipped the top up. Inside lay a small green crystal. Wire had been twisted around it, and it hung on a chain. "Wow, thanks," I told them. "It's really pretty." "It's not just pretty." Amy's voice took on a serious tone. "It's functional. This crystal is said to ward off curses. With your family curse, we thought you might need it." My heart swelled at the gesture. It made it so much more special now. I pulled the necklace out of the box and put it around my neck. "This is amazing." "I made it," Mandy said proudly. "Well, not the crystal, the necklace. Amy picked out the crystal." "Mandy made me this, too." Amy showed off her bracelet. Turns out she really has a knack for jewelry making. Talia frowned playfully. "Aw, now I'm jealous." Mandy snickered. "No worries, babe. I'll make you some too. How do pink earrings sound?" Talia beamed. "Perfect." Just then, a group of giggling girls passed nearby and sat 2 tables down. I looked up to see the lucky 3, though they hadn't noticed us yet. There was nothing but an empty table between us. Each of them wore super short spandex that showed off their ass cheeks, along with tight black tank tops that shimmered in the light. "Goddess, did you see Stacy's scorpion?" Chloe mocked. I could picture the dance pose, back arched and one leg lifted behind the head. "She has the flexibility of a plank." Gwen snorted. "I give her a week on the team." I furrowed my brow and eavesdropped. I thought Gwen and Stacy were friends, but it sounded like loyalty wasn't high on Gwen's list of values. "I'm trying out for the solo routine this year," Chloe said proudly, popping a piece of celery in her mouth. "You totally get it," Camille practically sang. "You're the best dancer on the team." I turned back to my friends, who were all eyeing the lucky 3 with disgust. The school has a dance team? And the lucky 3 are on it? Mandy frowned. "From what I hear, they basically run it now. Tryouts for this year's recital were last week. I heard it was brutal." Amy scrunched up her nose. "The girls in the dorm next to mine came back from tryouts crying." "Samantha almost broke her leg trying out," Mandy added. "Ouch," I said, wincing. "It's probably best she didn't make it. I wouldn't want to be on a team with them." "Me either," Mandy replied. "Not with girls like them and Lena." "Lena made the team?" I asked. I hated the girl. She'd been trying to steal Lucas from me all year. Mandy nodded in confirmation. I shot them another glance, eyeing their dance uniform. Chloe sipped on a smoothie, like she'd suddenly become some sort of health nut. Her eyes scanned the cafeteria until they landed on me. She narrowed her eyes, as if expecting me to look away first. I decided to test her dominance, and held her gaze. "What?" she snapped. I spoke without thinking about it. "Did someone slip a bitch potion into your smoothie this morning, or did you put it there yourself?" "Go fuck yourself, Evers," she said, before literally hissing at me like a cat. I smirked. Chloe didn't scare me. "Don't mind if I do. It'd be a lot more fun than sitting in the same room as you." Chloe leaned back in her seat and sipped her smoothie through a straw. "Just don't be thinking about me while you're at it. You're like obsessed with me or something." "Gross," I shot back, nearly gagging at the suggestion. "You're a creature of nightmares." Chloe cocked an eyebrow, looking pleased. "Oh, so you're scared of me. Good to hear." "Like hell," I scoffed. "Go choke on grave dirt for all I care." Chloe sat up straighter and smirked. Her tone held a hint of amusement. "That a curse?" "I'm not a curse-casting type of witch," I said coolly. "Unlike your family." Chloe's nostrils flared, and she pointed a finger at me. "Don't you
dare say a word about my family." My hands curled into fists, and visions of me ripping her hair out flashed in my mind. It'd be satisfying, to say the least. "What are you going to do? Curse me? Your grandpa beat you to it." Chloe shot to her feet. Her knuckles turned white as she gripped tight to her drink. "I'll curse your ass again." I nearly snorted. "With what magic? You don't have any, and once you get it, there's a 50-50 chance the curse will kill you." I barely finished my sentence before Chloe threw her smoothie outward, splashing it all over me. I yelped as the cold chill spread over my face. "What the fuck, Chloe?" Mandy screamed. Talia and Amy both rushed to get napkins for me. I wiped the thick liquid from my eyes to see Gwen and Camille standing behind Chloe. They all wore an equal look of satisfaction on their faces. "Next time, it'll be a potion that'll burn your face off," Chloe threatened. She turned back to Gwen and Camille. "Come on, girls. I can't be caught dead talking to the Freak Sisters." "Freak Sisters?" I gasped as Chloe started to walk away. I started to get up to beat her ass, but Talia grabbed my shoulder and held me back. Chloe whirled around and started laughing. "What? You didn't notice everyone at school thinks you're all freaks?" She turned up her nose at Amy and started listing off each of us in turn. "A squinty-eyed dyke and her fat Spanish sidekick." "I'm Indian," Mandy interrupted, shooting her a confused look, but Chloe continued like she hadn't heard her. "A dyslexic band geek with zero sense of fashion and a half-blood who can hardly walk up a flight of stairs." Chloe finished, eyeing each of us up and down. "It's like the god of freaks puked all over the four of you." My fists curled tighter, but Talia didn't let me go, which was probably for the best. I'd get suspended if I got close enough to Chloe to beat her ass. My anger rattled around inside of me, begging to escape, but I pushed it down. The sooner Chloe was gone, the better. "Anyway, have fun, losers," she said in the most condescending tone I'd ever heard. She tossed her hair over her shoulder and walked away. Gwen and Camille followed like little puppies. I rolled my eyes and turned back to my friends. Amy handed me more napkins, and I continued wiping my face off. I had to dig into the front of my shirt to get the cold liquid off my chest. "You guys okay?" I said. Mandy gaped. "No? All I am is a sidekick. I want a better freak identity." Talia started laughing, and soon the rest of us joined in. Amy placed a hand on Mandy's and said, "You are so much more than my sidekick. That bitch doesn't know what she's talking about." "Well, she's right about one thing," I said, popping a fry in my mouth. "What's that?" Talia asked. I smirked. "We're freaks, and we're proud of it." A smile spread across Talia's face. "Well, good to know you guys are my sisters." "Freak sisters," I corrected her. "Exactly," Talia agreed. "Freak sisters for life."
Chapter 5. Lucas.
"You're so lucky you got to meet Keith Thomas," Grant raved. "Did you know he was the best swimmer Miriam College ever had?"
It had been over a week since I interviewed Caleb Thomas's parents, and Grant hadn't shut up about it. "Yeah, I know," I said on our way to Magical Theory. "You've told me at least 5 times.
"Aw, man, I want to meet him," Grant added. "I wonder what sort of swimming advice he'd give me."
"I don't know. Choose a better Speedo?" I teased. Grant's pineapple-printed Speedo was a real eyesore, but he called it whimsical and said it kept everyone's eyes on him during competition. Grant scrunched up his nose.
"My Speedo is fantastic, and you know it."
I rolled my eyes as we entered the classroom. The room buzzed with chatter, but Professor Warren didn't seem to notice. He stood at the front of the room writing out a few things on the board. Professor Warren taught my necromancy safety class last semester, and knew his stuff. He was a great guy, but as my mentor, he left a lot to be desired. He didn't know much about my Reaper's Apprentice powers, and I still had beef with him about how he'd hidden the Reaper moon from me. I wished I could say I understood where he was coming from, but I was still bitter about it. Even if contacting the Reapers last December was a bad choice, he still should have given me the option. I hadn't told him what happened that night with the Reaper moon. I didn't need a lecture. Honestly, though, things didn't go as planned. I was glad I went through with it. It taught me how to deal with the voices better, and I didn't need Professor Warren's help with that. I could deal with it on my own. Grant and I sat beside each other at a table in the back. We were one of the last to arrive. We'd barely sat down when Professor Warren cleared his throat and turned from the board. The class quieted.
Today we'll be discussing source energy,
Professor Warren announced. He turned to the board and underlined the words which he'd written out in big letters.
In other words, where do we find the source of our magic?
Professor Warren looked out over the classroom, and an awkward silence ensued. He stuck his hands into the pockets of his iron trousers.
Anyone?
He asked with a raise of his eyebrow. At the front of the room, Lena raised her hand. I couldn't help the frown that crossed my face. After Lena kissed me last semester to piss off Nadine, we hadn't been on good terms. I saw her shooting me glances in class every now and then, but she never talked to me. It was starting to feel kind of stalkery and annoying.
The source of our magic is in our blood, Lena answered. We're born with it.
Professor Warren pressed his lips together.
If that were the case, the same would apply to all magical races, would it not?
She shifted in her chair.
Well, it does, doesn't it?
Not quite,
Professor Warren said.
But if you push your magic too hard, you'll hurt yourself, just like if you overexert yourself during exercise,
Lena insisted, like Professor Warren was wrong.
It's the same thing, same type of energy. It comes from the body.
Professor Warren nodded, looking deep in thought.
A good theory, Miss Hahn, but technically incorrect. Any other guesses?
He looked around the room, but no one offered up their hand.
Let's take an example,
Professor Warren said.
The Elementi in Northern California draw their power from familiars or magical creatures they've bonded with. The Fae in Malovia get their magic from their ancestral home, Edenmire. Vampires get their magic from drinking blood, and astromancers obtain their power from the stars. Does that help us form any guesses where witches get their power from?
Grant timidly raised his hand.
Do we get it from the goddess?
Professor Warren looked slightly impressed.
What makes you say that, Mr. Bryant?
Grant looked a little nervous.
Well, she awakens our powers, which suggests she has some control over them.
Professor Warren's eyes brightened.
A wonderful point, but it's unfortunately not the answer I'm looking for. Any other ideas?
Alora, I muttered under my breath. It came out without intention. I didn't like answering questions during class. All eyes turned toward me.
What was that, Mr. Taylor?
Professor Warren sounded intrigued. I cleared my throat. We draw our power from our afterlife, Alora.
Exactly,
Professor Warren said brightly.
This is an important distinction to make because it governs many magical laws we will discuss later in the semester. Each answer given is correct in its own right, but at very different levels.
Professor Warren held up a finger.
At level 1 is our connection to magic, our ability to manipulate it. As Miss Hahn pointed out, that connection is within our blood, passed down from the generations from Mother Miriam and the demon Santos.
He added a second finger.
Level 2 occurs when Mother Miriam awakens your magic during your evoking ceremony. But the third level, and the strength of all our power, comes from our afterlife, Alora.
Professor Warren started pacing as he lectured.
Within Alora are various types of magic. Each magical frequency is connected with a different caste. When you receive your caste assignment and your mark, the magical potential in your blood is secured to a single energy signature.
Grant nudged me in the arm and leaned over to whisper,
Nadine must have some level of access to all of them as a curse breaker.
I nodded in agreement.
Yeah, but it has to have limits. She can only move the magic, not use its powers.
Grant looked thoughtful, and I turned back to the board, listening closely to the lesson.
Think of your body as conduit for magical energy,
Professor Warren continued.
The source comes from outside of you and moves through you, and you get to decide how to transform and shape it into whatever energetic output you're capable of. With this information, we can apply several universal laws to the Miriamic coven.
Professor Warren turned toward the board and began writing.
Law number 1. The law of conservation of energy. As we know, all energy cannot be created nor destroyed, a basic law of physics. However, Alora's energy fields are a renewable source of magic, which means we always have something to draw from.
He started scribbling down notes for the second law.
Law number 2. The law of limitations. As Miss Hahn pointed out, our powers are limited. We are not just conduits of magic, but reservoirs. Certain levels of magic remain with you at all times, but as it is used up, it is replenished. Should you draw too much magic at once, you will overload your body, and magic will come flooding in like a broken dam. This can result in blacking out, serious injury, and even death. In cases like this, it takes time to recover, sometimes even days to regain your strength. That said, your limits can be expanded, and you can build a larger reservoir over time. The more you exercise your magic and learn to control it, the stronger you can become.
He continued writing on the next line.
Finally, the third law of magic, the law of love. Strong witches and warlocks are driven by love, because Alora was created by the love Mother Miriam and Santos made. Mastering the vibrations of love will allow you to tune into Alora's magical frequencies with astounding accuracy.
Lena's hand shot up at the front of the room the second he finished.
Alora can't be our only source of power. We use crystals, and alchemists use plants and potions.
Professor Warren nodded.
There are other sources of magic, but to a smaller extent. Magical plants, for example, contain small traces of magic in themselves. Crystals can contain magic you've infused into them, but it's a better example of amplifying your powers than a direct source, much like using a wand or performing a ritual. It's a tool for direction and focus, which ties back to our second law, the law of limitations. Crystals and wands can help push your limits because they ease some of the energetic burden on your body.
Lena's hand shot into the air again. The girl couldn't shut up.
So if our power doesn't come directly from Mother Miriam, she doesn't really have any control over our power, right? I mean, all our evoking ceremony does is grant us access to Alora's power, right?
Professor Warren gave it a moment of thought.
That's correct.
So she could never, for example, take your power back?
Lena asked. I furrowed my brow. Why would Lena want to know something like that? Had she upset Mother Miriam? Professor Warren tilted his head, looking confused why anyone would want to know.
I don't suppose so. The only chance your magic could be cut off is if Alora was destroyed, but that's impossible.
Hypothetically, Lena said dramatically, if Alora was destroyed, could witches still perform magic?
Professor Warren pressed his lips together.
If they found another source, I suppose that's possible.
I didn't like the direction Lena's questions were headed. Mother Miriam had to have a divine reason for assigning each person to only one caste. If witches gained powers from other sources, or knew how to draw from all 5 castes, we'd have demigods living among us. The consequences of such power in the wrong hands could be perilous to all supernatural races.
So, we could draw from magical creatures like the Elementi do? Lena pressed.
Professor Warren tilted his head in uncertainty.
The Elementi's bond to their creatures is unique. If we could draw magic from magical creatures, the effects would be minimal.
Lena spoke without raising her hand.
Could you take from another supernatural? I mean, if we're a reservoir for magic, aren't we ourselves a source?
Professor Warren's features were calculating.
You'd have to be able to overpower another supernatural, essentially stripping them of their control. It'd be nearly impossible. Theoretically, you'd have to be an extremely powerful witch, and even then you'd only be able to draw from a witch, not another supernatural.
Another hand went up at the front of the room. It was Darcy, a student I recognized, who worked in the lounge's restaurant between classes. She pushed her long red curls over her shoulder.
Wouldn't that be considered a form of dark magic? I mean, we're not supposed to draw from living creatures.
Professor Warren shifted his weight, looking a little uncomfortable. He always got that way when people started asking questions that didn't fall within the scope of course material.
That depends on your definition of dark magic. To the Fae, all the Coven's magic is dark, because we have demon ancestry, and use tools like crystals and wands. To the Miriamic Coven, anything that brings harm to another living creature falls within the realm of dark magic.
You mean killing an animal?
Darcy asked, sounding uncomfortable. Professor Warren nodded.
Yes. Transforming another being's life force into magic is vile and dangerous. This earth is sacred, and we must honor the lives of those we share it with.
But what about herbal magic? Lena questioned. Aren't plants living as well?
Yes, of course,
Professor Warren said.
But we are able to perform herbal magic with care through agricultural harvest. That is vastly different than if you were to simply burn down a forest with no regard to the plant life.
So where does defensive magic fit into that? Darcy asked. I mean, since we can use battle orbs to hurt other people.
Defensive magic should only be used to protect yourself and members of the Coven, Professor Warren emphasized. It's designed to safeguard us from outside threats. Rest assured that all materials used in your classes are sourced ethically, and the school only teaches defensive magic to protect you.
There are other forms of magic, aren't there? Lena asked.
She sounded far too interested in the topic, if you ask me. But Lena was like that sometimes. She liked to push limits, even when a topic, such as dark magic, was clearly making Professor Warren uncomfortable.
Yes, but they all follow the same principles,
Professor Warren explained.
Take demon deals, for example. Demon magic itself is not inherently dark, but demons always ask for something in return. Most often.
Professor Warren gave a shudder.
Most often a living soul.
Ew,
Lena said, sounding repulsed. It came off a little fake and ingenuine to me. A silent beat passed. Then Professor Warren cleared his throat.
Anyway, moving on.
I have one more question,
Lena interrupted, shooting her hand into the air. Professor Warren hesitated, but he seemed curious.
Yes, Miss Hahn?
Just so I understand the magical theory behind it, Lena started. Let's say you didn't pass your evoking ceremony and you were banished from the Coven with no access to Alora's powers. Magical abilities are still within your blood, so couldn't you still use powers through a different source, say by making a deal with a demon and drawing from the powers of the abyss?
Holy shit, Lena. What kind of twisted-ass question was that? How many souls would one have to kill to maintain that kind of power?
I shivered at the thought of such evil. Professor Warren's lips tightened.
That's not something I believe any witch or warlock has tried.
But people have been banned from the Coven before, Lena argued. They must have tried something. I know I would.
Grant and I exchanged a look of disgust. Was Lena admitting she'd have turned to dark magic? To murder if she hadn't passed her evoking ceremony? Thank the goddess she passed and didn't have to test it out. Another beat passed before Lena quickly added,
It's all hypothetical, of course, but you're our magical theory professor. If anyone knows the answer, shouldn't you?
Lena didn't even try to hide the condescension in her tone. Her total lack of respect for authority said a lot about her. A moment of offense crossed Professor Warren's face. He composed himself quickly.
I suppose in theory it may work, but all of you here have passed your evoking ceremony, so that's not a topic worth worrying about. Please get out your textbooks and flip to page 112.
Professor Warren turned toward the board and began erasing the items he'd written. I watched him closely, not looking at the pages as I flipped through my book. He moved slowly, like it was more or less an excuse not to face the class. He seemed really uncomfortable with Lena's questions, like he knew something he didn't want to admit to the class. The class passed on a lighter note as we discussed the first 3 laws of magic. At the end of class, Grant and I were the last to leave.
Mr. Taylor, Professor Warren called, can I have a word?
Great. What was this about? I'll catch up with you later, Grant, I said before turning to Professor Warren. What's up? He gave me a kind smile.
I just wanted to check in as your academic advisor.
I shrugged. I'm doing fine.
Have you given any thought about your major? He questioned.
I shifted my weight between my feet. Not really. Professor Warren raised his eyebrows.
You're running out of general classes. Applications for majors are open, and it's customary for students to declare a major by the end of their sophomore year.
I raked my fingers through my hair. I know. Professor Warren went over to the desk at the front of the room and flipped open a folder. He took out a sheet of paper and handed it to me.
Here's a list of all Miriam College majors. Give it some thought before the end of the semester, okay?
I took the paper without looking at it. The truth was, I'd always figured I'd end up working in one of the breweries in town after graduation. My best bet was a degree in general studies. Thanks, I said lamely. I will. I left the classroom and headed to the main foyer, where Nadine and I met up every Wednesday for lunch. She got out of class before I did, and was usually waiting for me near the fireplace. Today, she wasn't there. I took a seat to wait for her, but I nervously glanced around. The foyer buzzed with conversation as people rushed to their classes. I expected to see Nadine, but I didn't. Maybe she had a meeting with one of her professors that ran late. I leaned back in the chair, but a moment later a strange sensation stirred in my gut.
I've lived a full life. I'm ready for what comes next.
My spine straightened as I took in the sound of the voice. The thought was peaceful and much easier to deal with than others. Still, I had to honor it and let it go. I conjured my journal. I took a couple of deep breaths as I sat there, my pen hovering over the page. I often wondered what my last thought might be. Would it be sad and depressing? Or would I feel fulfilled by the life I lived? I never felt confident in either answer. Today I had hope that my last days might end in happiness. I jotted down the thought before ripping the page out and tossing it into the fireplace. The flames ate away at the paper until it was nothing but ash. I smiled lightly as I watched the paper burn. I was finally making progress with my gift. I turned back to my journal and flipped to a page I'd been using to track my triggers. If I knew what set me off, I could deal with it better. Today I wrote down the opposite, the things that made me feel good, feel hopeful.
Hey!
Nadine's bright voice pulled me from my thoughts. I subconjured my journal and pen and gazed up at her. She looked really nice today, with a crop top and high-waisted jeans. A line of skin peeked out between her pants and shirt. I found myself gaping as I pictured my fingers running along her skin. "How's it going?" I asked, quickly composing myself. Nadine sat beside me and breathed a puff of air.
It's fine. Sorry I'm late. I ran into Amy on her way out of Verla's Alchemy guest lecture. She wasn't feeling well, so Mandy and I took her back to her room.
Amy not feeling well? I was shocked to hear it. Can't she brew something for practically any symptom?
I asked her that too, but she didn't feel up to it,
Nadine said with a frown.
She said her magic felt off.
I tilted my head to the side. Off how? Nadine shrugged.
I don't know. That's all she said.
I mused. I wonder if something's going around. Nadine nudged her foot against mine.
Maybe you can write about it in your fancy paper.
I chuckled lightly. Yeah, if I can get this first article written. The epitaph has no content.
How's the article coming?
She sounded genuinely interested.
Any new leads?
I'd told Nadine, Grant, and Talia about what I'd found at the Thomas house, but we had no theories as to which professor could be behind it. Most of the staff had been here a long time. It could be anyone. I took a deep breath. Isaac's mom keeps rescheduling on me, and his dad won't take my calls. They're divorced, but neither of them seem to want to talk. I need more information for the article. Anyway, are you ready for lunch?
Famished.
Nadine and I headed toward the cafeteria. She talked about the plot of the murder mystery novel she was reading, and I couldn't help but become entranced by the sound of her voice. It was like a song I could listen to on repeat for a century and never get sick of. We filled our plates with food. She chose healthy options like a salad and a baked potato, while I went all out with 3 slices of pizza and a mountain of French fries. We found a table in the corner of the room. Nadine sat across from me and glanced at my plate. "What?" I asked innocently as I sprinkled red pepper on my pizza, then dipped it in ranch dressing. Nadine scrunched up her nose.
"That looks awful."
My jaw dropped. "You've never had ranch on your pizza? What are you, a pineapple pizza kind of girl?" Nadine ducked her head and blushed.
"Actually, yes, but it's not the ranch that bothers me. You used so much red pepper. How were you not gagging on that?"
I took a big bite of pizza and shrugged. "It's good." She rolled her eyes.
"You're such a guy."
I swallowed and dropped my jaw dramatically. "What's that supposed to mean?"
"You talk with your mouth full, for one," she teased.
"Does that bother you?" I asked with a full mouth, just for show. Nadine shook her head, but she was smiling the whole time.
"See what I mean? Didn't your mother teach you table manners?"
"She did. I chose to ignore it." Nadine nudged my leg under the table with her foot.
"Men are animals."
I smirked at her. "Get me alone and I'll show you what kind of animal I can be." Nadine swallowed her food and wiggled her eyebrows.
"Be careful what you dare me to do. I just might do it."
I dipped my pizza into the ranch again, but hesitated as I brought it to my mouth. I looked from Nadine to the pizza, then back at her. "I dare you to try a bite of my disgusting pizza." Nadine crinkled her nose.
"Ew, no."
I frowned. "I thought you were all about adventure." She narrowed her eyes at me.
"If I take your dare, you have to take mine."
"Fine with me," I agreed with a shrug. There wasn't anything Nadine could dare me to do that I wouldn't. Nothing I could think of, anyway. Nadine leaned over the table, and I held my pizza out to her. She took a bite and started chewing with a calculating look. There was something sexy about feeding my girlfriend. Nadine kept on chewing, her features changing as she tested out the flavors. "What do you think?" I asked. She swallowed.
"Not as bad as I thought, to be honest."
A beat of silence passed as Nadine started eating her own food again. "So what's my dare?" I asked. Nadine glanced around the cafeteria.
"Not here."
I narrowed my eyes. "What are you planning?" She smirked proudly.
"It's a surprise."
"Says the girl who hates surprises."
"I only don't like them when I'm on the receiving end," she defended.
"But it's okay to keep me in suspense?" I challenged.
"Exactly," she teased proudly. "Glad we're on the same page. I'll tell you when we finish eating."
I didn't have any clue what Nadine had in mind, but that tiny little promise made me scarf down my meal quicker than ever. Nadine finished shortly after, and we left the cafeteria hand in hand. She led me down the hall. "Can I hear that dare yet?" I asked with a smirk. I couldn't lie and say I wasn't curious. Nadine waited for a few students to pass us in the hall, then leaned over to me and whispered,
I dare you to kiss me somewhere you've never kissed me before.
A smile spread across my face. I glanced up and down the hall, but it was between classes, and no one was around. I squeezed Nadine's hand tighter and led her into a nearby classroom. The lights were off and the curtains were closed. When I shut the door behind us, it was really dark. It was a small classroom that didn't even have desks. 3 fireplaces lined each wall, along with 2 couches back to back that faced the fireplaces. Crystal balls were set atop each mantel. Nadine furrowed her brow.
What is this room? Some sort of portal hub?
I chuckled. Is that a Harry Potter reference? She gazed up at me innocently.
You mean there's no flue powder network? Damn.
Nah, the Coven's portal magic is shit, and really rare, I said. It's a seer classroom. Some seers get visions in the flames of fires. Nadine let go of my hand and walked around the room, eyeing the ornate mantels. She ran her fingers across the fabric of the couch and sat down.
So, about that dare.
She didn't have a chance to finish. I couldn't take the temptation. I immediately sat beside her, and my lips connected passionately with hers. She drew a sharp breath. My heart hammered as I wrapped my arms around her back and drew her closer.
So where are you going to kiss me?
She whispered. I tilted my head at her. What do you mean? We've never kissed in this classroom before. Nadine rolled her eyes and swatted my chest.
That's not what I meant.
My smile grew wide. Where do you want me to kiss you? I dragged her closer and pressed my lips to the sensitive area below her ear. Here, I teased. My lips trailed down to her collarbone. Here? Nadine laughed as my lips tickled her skin.
Surprise me.
I pressed my lips against her harder. She tilted her head to the side, welcoming my kiss. Creak. The sound of the door swinging open met my ears, and light flooded the room from the hall. My heart leapt to my throat, and Nadine yanked away from me instantly. For a second, I'd forgotten we were in a classroom, and not in the privacy of our dorms. I whirled toward the door to see Talia standing there, hands over her eyes. "Holy shit!" she exclaimed. She quickly jumped back into the hall and slammed the door behind her. I glanced to Nadine, my heart rate finally slowing. Even in the darkness, I could see Nadine's face had gone totally ashen. After a few beats, she burst out laughing. She grabbed my hand and practically dragged me out of the room. I followed, but I couldn't look at Talia when we stepped into the hall. Probably for the best, because she wouldn't look at us either.
Hey, Tal,
Nadine said brightly, as if nothing happened.
Hey, guys,
Talia said, though she kept her eyes on the ground.
Just so you know, this classroom is used on Wednesdays at 1 o'clock. Maybe next time you can find someplace that's not my classroom.
Nadine scrunched up her nose.
That ruins the fun.
Yeah, I'm sure it was fun.
Talia looked the two of us up and down, then quickly added,
I didn't see anything.
Thank the goddess. But what were we still doing standing around talking about it? Talia looked about as embarrassed as I was. She quickly whirled around and turned into the empty classroom before any of us could say another word. I breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Nadine. Well, that was...
Fun?
She asked. I was going to say a disaster. Nadine shrugged.
Who says disasters can't be fun?
I smirked playfully. Parts of it were fun.
Agreed.
Nadine pressed a chaste kiss to my lips.
I know you have to get to class, but I can't wait to finish what we started in there.
Nadine squeezed my hand, then started walking away in the direction of her dorm room. I was left standing in the hallway, speechless. The truth was, I couldn't wait either.
Chapter 6. Nadine. On Friday, classes couldn't end soon enough.
I was finally starting to get the hang of Alchemy 101, until Gwen slipped a drop of belladonna oil into my lavender chamomile mixture. As soon as I added it to the cauldron, white smoke hissed out of the pot. Onyx and I both became victims of the vicious prank, and our vision was blurred for the next half hour. Onyx never said anything, but she looked pissed. I didn't think she'd believe it wasn't my fault, so I didn't bother trying to convince her. I didn't have proof it was Gwen either, but when Professor Richard said he suspected belladonna oil, I knew that bitch messed with my potion. I stomped back to my room after classes. Issa walked ahead of me, swaying her hips and swishing her tail back and forth. When I entered the room, Talia was sitting on her bed, holding a small wooden box. The moment she heard me, she slammed the box shut and shoved it behind her. Her cheeks blushed pink. I stopped in the doorway and tilted my head. "Everything okay?" "What?" she asked innocently. "Yeah, why?" I set my bag on the bed. Issa crossed to the other side of the room and started licking the side of Gus's face. I gestured to the box behind Talia. "It looks like you're hiding something." Her shoulders relaxed a little. "I'm not hiding it. It's just a surprise." "A surprise for who?" I asked. Talia paused a beat, then said, "You, actually." "Oh?" I raised an eyebrow. "Can I see?" Talia held the box protectively to her chest and stood. "Not until we get to your grandma's." "Damn, I have a lesson today, don't I?" I'd almost forgotten. I was supposed to start my curse-breaking lessons weeks ago, but I hadn't felt well enough until now. "Yes, and Helena asked me to help." Talia stood and set the box on her dresser next to a pile of trinkets I'd never seen before. "What's all that?" I questioned, walking over to get a better look. The pile was made of small antiques, including a ring with a huge pink stone set into it, an ancient-looking silver teaspoon, and a pin in the shape of a rose. Talia picked each one up in turn. "I stopped at Cornerstone Antiques between classes. It was really cool. There's so much history there. My visions were all over the place." "These all give you visions?" I asked, reaching out to inspect a vintage pocket watch. "It's why I bought them," Talia said brightly. "These ones all had happy memories attached to them." "Really?" I was suddenly intrigued. "What do you see?" Talia picked up the ring and closed her eyes. "I see an old lady with this one. She wore the ring all the time. It was a gift from her husband. I feel really happy when I'm holding it." "Can I try?" I asked. Talia placed the ring in my palm. I closed my eyes and concentrated, but there was no magic within the ring. I felt nothing. I frowned. "I don't feel it." Talia smirked. "You're not a psychometrist. Speaking of which, are you ready to get started on your Cursebreaker lesson?" I took a deep breath. It was like asking me if I wanted to go running to train for a marathon. It wasn't something I particularly wanted to do. I tried to use magic as little as possible, but I knew I had to if I was ever going to figure it out. "Ready as I'll ever be," I said. Talia grabbed the wooden box and subconjured it. "Good. We'll take my car." Talia checked her hair in the mirror and smoothed it down before we left the room. When we arrived at Grammy's, the curtains were closed and the whole house was dark. I stared up at the front door in confusion. "Grammy said she'd be here, didn't she?" "Yeah, of course she did," Talia said as she climbed out of the car. Gus and Issa jumped out of the back seat and followed behind us. Gus licked the snow, and Issa adopted a silly walk as she tried to fling the water from her feet on the wet walkway. "Grammy?" I called as we stepped inside. "In here, dear," she replied. I peeked into the dining room and found her sitting at the table.
An array of scrapbooks and journals were scattered across the table in front of her. Her cat, Cornelius, sat in her lap. She drew a sip of water from a glass and adjusted her reading glasses when we entered the room.
"Ah, just in time," Grammy said. "I've just finished reading a section in one of your grandfather's journals that I think will be very useful to us. Please, have a seat."
I sat next to her, while Talia took the seat across from me. Issa jumped onto the table and began sniffing the open books.
"Talia, I trust you found what I requested?"
Grammy asked. Talia conjured the wooden box from earlier and set it in front of herself on the table.
"I sure did, Helena."
Grammy smiled and straightened in her chair.
"Perfect. Then let's get started. As you know, Cursebreakers have the unique power to move magic from one place to another. Now, all curses are attached to something, whether it be an object or a person. Once you can identify the curse, you can draw it out."
I leaned my elbows on the table, drinking in every word. "What happens to the curse once I draw it out? I mean, magic is energy, right? Do I absorb the power?"
"Alora, no!"
Grammy clutched the crystal around her neck.
"Such dark magic would devastate you."
I shuddered at the thought.
"Technically, you could absorb the energy," Grammy clarified. "But you wouldn't want to. That kind of darkness could make you go mad."
I swallowed the lump in my throat. "Within the Miriamic coven, dark magic refers to any magic intended to hurt another being," she explained. "That may mean drawing from another being for your own purposes, since stealing their energy harms them. Or it could mean casting your own magic to hurt someone else. Every spell you cast has a unique energy signature. Curses are cast with ill intent, which taints their energy signature. Here's what I managed to gather between what Nicholas, your grandfather, told me when he was alive, and how he explained it in his journals." Grammy continued in a softer tone. "As you mentioned, magic itself is energy, but the specifics of it is held within an intention. Curses are made of dark energy, but the intention of the curse is attached to whichever person or object it's cast upon." I furrowed my brow, trying to follow along. So what does that mean for breaking a curse? "Once you draw the magic out of the object, the intention is broken," Grammy explained. "The magic itself becomes versatile." "So I could transform it into whatever I want?" I questioned. Grammy sighed heavily. "Yes and no. You can change the intention, but not the energy signature." Talia looked intrigued. "So you're saying that if the magic is dark, it will always stay dark?" "Yes," Grammy confirmed with a nod. "There are some supernaturals who are able to transform magic, but the Miriamic coven cannot." "What happens to the curse once I draw it out?" I asked, my pulse quickening. "I don't want that dark magic inside of me." "Of course not," Grammy said. "But as energy, it must go somewhere." "Like into another object?" Talia guessed. "Exactly," Grammy confirmed. I ran my fingers down Issa's tail. "How does that break a curse, though? It just moves it from one place to another." Grammy shook her head. "Not exactly. As I said, you can change the intention of the magic. That said, because the magic is dark, it will always result in consequences." I shifted in my chair as a beat of silence passed. "Consequences like what?" Grammy took a deep breath. "Let's say you wanted to break the curse attached to a necklace. You could draw out that magic and funnel it into a glass of water.
but because the water now has dark magic in it, it would be poisoned.
So we're trading one curse for another? I asked, feeling slightly frustrated.
I wouldn't go that far, Grammy said. By poisoning the water, you've used up and dispersed the magic. The curse can't touch anyone again.
I sat still, thinking it over. Grammy and Talia didn't say anything for a long time. It seemed complicated, yet with everything I'd learned about magic, it also seemed necessary. Magic was energy, and it needed to flow. My gut twisted as I thought about curses, and my mind immediately went to my family curse. I could feel the darkness of the curse inside of me. I always had, ever since I was a kid. Though I could control it, I didn't want it inside of me at all. Finally, I spoke slowly. What about breaking a curse on a person? Is it any different? Grammy leaned her elbows on the table.
Yes and no. Curses are held within the individual they were cast upon.
That's why I feel this darkness inside of me, I remarked in a near whisper. Grammy's lips pressed into a thin line. She looked uncomfortable at the mention of our family curse. Grammy wasn't ignorant to the many fights I'd started in grade school or the years of therapy I went through to manage my emotions.
Yes, unfortunately.
It probably has something to do with why Chloe's such a bitch, too, Talia stated. Grammy shot her a look I couldn't read.
Perhaps. You do have to realize that even if dark magic is there, a person has a choice whether to act upon it or not. I'm not referring to the curse itself. If you are cursed to die, such a thing can't be avoided, save for if there were loopholes placed into the curse itself.
Her features turned stiff then, and she got a faraway look in her eyes.
But outside of the curse, you get to choose the actions you take, and how deeply you let that darkness affect you. Nadine has taken it very well, and why I suspect Mother Miriam chose her.
I gave a shy smile. Grammy's lighter tone returned.
With witch magic, if the curse is upon an individual, drawing that magic out should be easy. However, if the curse is cast upon a group, it resides in each of those individuals. The curse must be broken one at a time.
I felt sick to my stomach thinking about it. How many curses were out there over entire populations? How could I help everybody?
Is this all making sense so far? Grammy asked.
I nodded. I think so. Grammy smiled lightly.
Good. Then shall we test it out?
I tilted my head. Is it safe for you to be around a curse? Depends on the curse, Grammy said. She nodded to Talia, who slid the wooden box across the table. It was really smooth, and upon closer inspection, I saw that it was engraved with carvings of the moon cycle.
This is an enchanted box given to me by my grandmother, Talia explained. It keeps any magic inside from escaping. Helena sent me to Cornerstone Antiques to search for lowly cursed objects we could use to practice on.
How do you know they're cursed? I questioned. Talia's lips turned down.
I told you I could feel when objects felt happy. These ones were obviously dark. With my gift, I could look through their past and see what kind of curse was put upon them. I chose the least dangerous objects I could.
Okay, I said warily. Slowly, I opened the box. I didn't feel anything at first. Then, the magic hit me like a strong gust of wind. Issa hissed and jumped down from my lap, scurrying into the living room. Gus cowered in the corner. There were 3 objects set inside the box: a thimble, an old compass, and a broken pearl earring.
Each let off a high-frequency vibration that rang in my ears and made me cringe. "What do they do?" I asked, careful not to touch them. "The thimble is a curse of pain, but it's more itchy than anything," Talia said. "When I held it, it felt like little pinpricks were poking all over my body. It didn't really hurt, but it was super annoying." I avoided that one to start with. It sounded awful. "The compass messes with your sense of direction and makes you confused," Talia continued. "Admittedly, not the best curse in the box, but there are far worse curses than confusion." "And the pearl?" I asked. Out of all three of them, that one seemed to give off the lowest frequency. It seemed the safest bet. "That one's really petty," Talia said with a light laugh. "The vision I got showed a jealous woman cursing it, so when her sister wore the earring, men would avoid her. It's the exact opposite of an attraction spell." I shrugged. "That sounds safe. It's not like I'm trying to attract anyone right now." "Except Lucas," Talia practically sang. I shot a look at Grammy, who wore a hard expression. She didn't say anything, but she had warned me about Lucas the first time we met. I suspected she knew about the Reaper's shadow curse and didn't want me wrapped up in it. I hadn't really told her about what was going on between the two of us. "Well, he's not here," I mumbled. I took the pearl out of the box and closed the other cursed objects back inside. The high-pitched ringing seemed distant now. Grammy slid her glass of water closer to me. "You already know how to move magic from one place to another. Curse breaking will be more difficult because the magic will resist. Be patient. When you're ready, funnel the magic into the glass of water." I steadied my breath. "Okay, let's give it a shot." My pulse quickened as I reached out for the pearl. I was wary of curses. They were dark and unpredictable, and I didn't know very much about them. But I knew this was the only way to learn. Grammy held her breath, like she feared what the curse might do to me. But she knew it too, that I couldn't avoid this, only face it. I closed my eyes and tested the weight of the pearl earring in my hand. It was light, but there was a heavy energy surrounding it too. It didn't feel like the magic in any of the crystals I'd worked with. The energy was less of a buzz and more of a weight pulling me down. I rested my hand on the table and concentrated harder, trying to get a feel for the curse so the magic might become familiar to me. The more I focused, the more a bitterness entered the back of my throat. It was dark magic, for sure, but it wasn't very strong. I didn't think it could hurt me. I drew another deep breath, then opened myself to the magic within the pearl. I pictured the magic flowing into me, and my chest began to fill with the heavy weight. Breath no longer came naturally to me, and I had to force my lungs to fill with air. Grammy must have noticed the distressed look on my face, because she shoved the glass of water toward me. "Change the intention and channel it into the water," she reminded me. I reached out with my free hand and clamped it around the glass. I didn't really know what she meant by changing the intention, but she'd mentioned poison earlier, so I used that. Poison the water, I thought. Magic moved through me, draining into the glass like I was pouring water from a pitcher. There were only a few drops of magic left. Glass shattered between my fingers, and blood dripped onto the tablecloth. I reeled back in my chair as water splattered all over the table and ran down on my lap. The magic I'd been funneling into the water recoiled, springing through me and back into the pearl like a snapped rubber band. Talia gasped, and Grammy leapt to her feet, dropping Cornelius on the ground. She pushed the journals and scrapbooks away from the water, while Talia grabbed a stack of napkins from the holder nearby. She handed me some for my hand, then started drying up the water with the rest. "What happened?" Talia asked in a breathy tone. I don't know, I said, still trying to catch my breath. I lifted the napkins to check my fingers, but the cuts weren't bad. It's okay, Grammy assured me. I saw this happen when your grandpa was learning his abilities. The curse breaking didn't take. The curse resisted you. I gaped up at her. That curse was simple, though. I should be able to do it. To be honest, I felt like shit. I wasn't sure it was as simple as I initially thought. It's going to take practice, Grammy assured me as she moved the journals off the table. I suspected this might happen. How long is it going to take me to learn? I asked. Grammy shot me an uncertain gaze. I'm afraid I don't have an answer. Everyone learns magic in their own time. It could be a week. It could be months. I sighed. How do I get better? Just more practice? Grammy settled back into her chair once the table was dry. That's a start. There's something else that might help, Talia suggested after she threw the wet napkins away. What's that? I leaned forward, intrigued. Well, a lot of witches use tools to focus their magic, Talia explained. Like crystals? I asked. Talia nodded. Usually crystals or wands, but you can really use anything that inspires you. I use music. Music? I furrowed my brow. How does that work? Well, if I'm having trouble getting a vision, I'll hum certain tunes under my breath, she explained. It helps me get in the right mind space. I've noticed I'm better at incantations if I sing them. I pressed my lips together in thought. Do you use anything like that, Grammy? Oh, sure, she said. I have a collection of crystals I use when brewing potions, different ones for different types of potions. If I'm brewing a healing salve, for example, I'll place rose quartz crystals around my workspace. What about wands? I asked. I've never seen anyone use a wand before. Grammy went still at the mention of wands. She swallowed, then said, Wands are trickier than crystals. Crystals give off certain vibrations that can help you hone your power. With wands, you need to find the right one that can do that for you. I fingered my star necklace. So, does it have to be magical? Whatever you use to focus your power? Grammy shook her head. Not necessarily. Some tools can prove far more powerful than crystals, as long as they keep you focused and grounded. Something sentimental, perhaps. I caught Grammy's eyes dart downward at my necklace. So it's more of a mental thing? I asked. Yes, Grammy answered. The magic comes from within you. How you visualize it can change the outcome. I nodded, taking in the information. Grammy must have noticed I looked tired, because she quickly added, I think practicing once a day is a good place to start. Why don't you take these objects back to school with you and see if you can break any of these curses this week? I cocked an eyebrow. You want me to keep these cursed objects with me? I don't want you to, she emphasized. But we need to start somewhere. Mother Miriam gave you this gift for a reason, and I want to help you learn how to use it. It's going to be hard, and there are going to be risks, but I trust you know your limits. I'm going to have to let you do this if I want to help. Grammy's eyes watered. I could tell this was really hard on her. She obviously didn't want me to get hurt, but I think she knew there was greater risk in avoiding my magic altogether. After all, if I didn't learn how to break curses, and get rid of my own, she could very well lose me. I lay soundlessly in my bed that night. Issa stirred at my side, waking me.
My eyes opened to a dark room. The only light came from the moon outside the window, which cast shadows over Talia's keyboard. Voices out in the hallway had long since disappeared. It must have been 2 or 3 in the morning. Issa jumped to the end of my bed and twitched her ears. "Here, kitty kitty," I whispered, careful not to wake Talia. It took me a few moments to pull myself out of my slumber. For a moment, I thought I might be dreaming. Then the room came into focus, and I realized it was very real. Issa didn't seem to notice me calling her. She hopped off the bed and sauntered around the corner, disappearing from view. I groaned as I tried to sit up, but my muscles protested. "Issa!" I hissed through the darkness. "Come back!" She'd barely left my side all week. What was she up to? Issa didn't respond with so much as a meow. I figured she just had to use the litter box, so I relaxed into my pillow and closed my eyes, until I heard the sound of Issa's paws hitting the floor. It was quiet and graceful, like she was jumping, but it worried me. I tossed the blanket off of myself and winced when I sat up. I pushed past the ache in my joints and peeked around the corner. Issa stood in front of the door, her eyes fixed on the doorknob and her back feet padding beneath her like she was trying to find the perfect balance. Her tail twitched, then she launched herself upward. Her front paws clasped the door handle, and it twisted under her weight. I gasped as the door swung open a few inches. "Issa!" I hissed, but she'd already slipped through the doorway. Crap. I got out of bed and hurried behind her. The hall was eerily quiet. A few sconces were lit, but they were few and far between. I could hardly see where I was going. "Issa!" I called through the darkness. No response. A chill spread over my arms, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood. It felt like someone was watching me, but when I glanced behind myself, the hall was completely empty. My pulse quickened. The tiniest meow cut through the silence, and I whirled the other way. "Issa?" Silence. I swallowed the lump quickly forming in my throat. It occurred to me there was a real possibility ghosts were roaming the halls. The halls were creepy as hell this time of night, but I didn't want Issa out here alone. I continued forward, though something felt peculiarly off. Across from the grand staircase, the large window that looked over the forest let in the moonlight. It illuminated the stairs and the foyer with a dull silver hue. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a dash of black on the level below me. My hands shook as I reached for the railing and began to descend the stairs. I kept alert, my eyes darting every which way. The soft padding of my feet sounded like drums in the silence. "Issa!" I hissed. "This isn't funny!" Another flash of black crossed my vision, this time in the far corner of the foyer near the fireplace. I tiptoed over there and got down on my hands and knees to peek under the chairs. Thud. I jumped as something hit the ground beside me. Instinctively, I reached for it and stood to place it back on the mantel, but my heart stopped when the moonlight glistened off the shiny metal end of it. It was a knife. My heartbeat pulsed in my ears, and my throat went dry. I glanced around the foyer, as if expecting someone to be watching nearby. It was only when I looked upward that I noticed the painting of Mother Miriam had been ripped to shreds. My stomach plummeted to my toes. Desecrating a sacred image of the goddess was nothing short of a crime against the coven. It disgusted me to look at, that anyone would insult the coven in such a way. It looked like someone had used the knife to stab it several times, then dragged it along the painting in 3 equal lines. The painting curled at the corners of the tears, like it was in pain from the assault. And I was holding the weapon, I realized in horror.
Nadine, what have you done? I asked myself. But the voice in my head was unlike my own. It sounded like me, but was dark and sinister. Almost like I enjoyed the thrill of vandalism, like I was congratulating myself. But I hadn't done it. I was innocent. "Got you!" a voice cried from behind me. I whirled around, and a light flashed in my eyes. I heard the sound of a phone click, indicating a picture had been taken. "Wait! No! I didn't—" I started to protest. My palms grew sweaty on the knife handle. 3 figures stepped forward, and rage ignited deep in my belly. Chloe chuckled as she swiped through her phone. "Headmistress Verla is going to love this." "What the hell kind of trap is this?" I demanded, my hands clenching into tight fists. "You really think she'll believe you?" Chloe smirked, and her 2 backup girls mirrored her expression. "We've got all the evidence we need." "I should stab you," I snarled. "She deserves it," that sinister voice said. Camille crossed her arms and stepped forward. She stuck her hip out like she was Queen Bitch. "Touch Chloe and I'll make your cat walk off a bridge." My nostrils flared. She was not threatening Issa. "You're welcome to try." Chloe chuckled. "Don't be so naive. How do we think we lured your cat down here in the first place?" My breath halted in my chest. Drawing Issa downstairs was all part of a ruse to frame me? "How'd you do it?" I demanded. "Oh, haven't you heard?" Camille asked in a condescending tone. She lifted her hand to tap her chin, displaying the mark of a mentalist on the back of her wrist. "I went through my evoking ceremony. I'm a mentalist." "That doesn't even make any sense," I snarled. "How'd you use telekinesis to lure my cat down here?" The 3 girls laughed lightly. "Oh, honey," Chloe taunted. "You have so much to learn. The mentalist caste is diverse as any, and Camille's unique gift allows her to telepathically communicate with animals." "What the hell? You can't do that to my cat," I protested. "She wouldn't listen to you anyway." Issa crawled out from beneath one of the chairs and began purring against my leg. Camille shrugged. "Technically I can, and she didn't exactly have a choice." Chloe waved her phone at me. "And when everyone wakes up in the morning, they'll know what you did. Good luck staying in school after this." My fingers tightened on the handle of the knife. "That's your plan? Frame me?" Chloe pursed her lips and glanced between her friends. "Seems like a solid plan to me." "Go to hell, you bitch!" I totally snapped. Red-hot anger swept through me as I lunged at Chloe, swiping the blade outward. I wasn't leaving this coven without a fight. Chloe wanted a battle? She was sure as hell going to get one. Chloe jumped backward, and my blade met nothing but air. Her features twisted into rage as she realized what I'd just tried to do. Please. It wasn't like I was trying to kill her. Just teach her a lesson. "If anyone's going to hell, it's you!" Chloe snapped. She kicked toward me, and her foot connected with my hand. The blade slipped from my fingers and soared through the air before landing in the fireplace. I barely took a second to process it before I flung myself at her. I shoved her hard, and she tripped over one of the chairs nearby, landing on her ass. I would have burst out laughing if Gwen hadn't attacked a moment later. A blast of magic shot out of her hand, and I went flying several feet backward. I landed hard on my back, gasping for air. Before I could take a breath, Gwen and Camille jumped on top of me. Each of them grabbed one of my arms and pinned me to the floor. "Get off of me!" I growled, but I didn't have the physical strength to fight them both at once. I tried to conjure battle magic, but I'd had no training in it yet. The most I could do was draw from my raging anger and hope for the best. But the second wisps of magic came out of my palms, Camille twisted my wrist sideways, sending sharp pains radiating up my arm. I cried out. Issa hissed at the girls and jumped on Camille's back, clawing and scratching. Camille gasped, then threw out an elbow. It connected with the side of Issa's head in a sickening thud, and my cat went flying and rolled across the carpet. She lay still, as if she'd been knocked out. I struggled beneath Gwen and Camille's hold. "You fucking touch my cat again, and I'll—" Ooh! Chloe's foot connected with my gut, and I gasped for breath. The girls laughed as Chloe paced around me, eyeing me from every angle as if she couldn't choose where to beat me first. "That's right, girls," she sang. "Hold her down." "You'll be expelled for this," I threatened. "What do you mean, Nadine?" she asked innocently. "We were in our rooms all night. We don't know who did this to you." It sickened me how convincing she could sound. Even the headmistress might believe her. Chloe dropped the innocent act, and a sinister smile spread across her face. She stopped pacing and loomed over me, cracking her knuckles. "This is going to be a lot of fun." Before I could try conjuring another spell, Chloe kicked me in the side again. My abdomen contracted under the pain, and I curled my legs upward in a shitty attempt to protect myself. "Fuck you!" I sneered, but Chloe cut me off with another blow to my side. I kicked out at her, but she easily dodged me. "Help! Somebody help!" Gwen threw a hand over my mouth, silencing me. "No one's coming to your rescue," she laughed, before Chloe and Camille joined in. "She's right," Chloe taunted. She knelt at my side and leaned in close, while I struggled to escape. She wanted to make it very clear who was in charge, and there was no question about it. No matter how much fight I had in me, I had nothing to fight back with. "Nobody cares about Nadine Evers," Chloe laughed. "That's why they won't give a shit when you're banished from the coven." Chloe drew back a fist, and Gwen dropped her hand from my mouth at the last second. I didn't have a chance to cry out for help before Chloe's fist was pummeling my face. "Help me!" I tried to scream, but I wasn't sure it came out as more than a whisper. Chloe's fist connected with the side of my head, and my vision blurred. The room spun around me, and I was almost certain Chloe wouldn't stop until I was 2 breaths short of death. Then I heard something. The sound of a door clicking shut from upstairs. To my relief, the blows stopped coming, though the pain continued to meld into my muscles as bruises formed wherever Chloe had beaten me. "Nadine?" I thought I heard someone call my name, but it wasn't Chloe or her friends. "Let's get out of here," Chloe hissed. "We have what we need." I heard the shuffling of feet. I didn't quite know what was going on. I was just glad I was no longer being pummeled. I curled into a ball on the floor, trying to catch my breath and gather my bearings. The sound of soft footsteps approached, and I heard a light meow. Someone's hand touched my shoulder, but I didn't open my eyes to see who it was. Frankly, I was trying not to throw up. "Nadine, what happened?" a female voice asked, sounding horrified. "Talia?" I rolled over, finally dragging my eyes open. The room was still spinning, and I was pretty sure there was blood running down my face. Talia gasped, and her features finally came into focus in the darkness. Gus was beside her, nudging at Issa as she began to come to. Talia's phone chimed with a notification, but we both ignored it. "It was the Lucky 3, I rasped. "They're going to frame me for the painting. We have to tell Verla."
Talia's eyes locked on the destroyed painting, and her jaw dropped.
Dear Goddess, we can't stay out here, in case they're still around. Let me help you back to our room, where you'll be safe. I'll call the infirmary and get a nurse to look at you.
And Verla, I insisted as Talia draped one of my arms over her neck. She needs to know what happened here.
She will, Talia promised. Up you go.
Talia helped me to my feet, but I barely had the strength to stay upright. I slumped against her, and she stumbled to the side. Tears rose to my eyes as I realized how weak I was. How could I think I had it in me to take on 3 witches at once?
I tried to fight them, I explained to Talia. But I wasn't strong enough.
Shh, Talia said as she led me to the grand staircase. It was an unfair fight. There's nothing you could have done. You can explain it all to me once we're back in the room. Gus, you've got Issa? Both cats responded with a meow. My feet felt like cinder blocks as I dragged them up the stairs. I knew Talia wanted to get me back to the room because the lucky 3 couldn't get inside. She was only trying to protect me. But all I wanted to do was go after Chloe, to deliver the payback that she deserved. But I couldn't even drag my own ass up a flight of stairs. Kicking her butt was out of the question. Talia helped me down the hall and into our dorm room.
How'd you know to come after me? I asked. I woke up and saw your bed empty and the door open, she said. I heard a commotion, but when I got to you, the lucky 3 were already gone.
I winced as I sat on the bed.
You believe me, don't you? That I didn't do it? Of course I do. Lie down while I call a nurse.
I did as I was told, and Issa came to my side to snuggle up with me. Talia had her phone to her ear in moments, but took off to the bathroom while it rang. I didn't hear what she said, as I was already starting to drift off. Don't fall asleep, Talia said when she returned. She had a warm washcloth in her hand and dabbed it on my face. You could have a concussion. Looks like the bleeding has stopped, though. My insides felt so tender I was certain there were bruises everywhere.
Is there a nurse coming?
Yes, and they promised to call Verla right away. I don't have her personal number. Bang, bang, bang. A loud knock came at our door, startling me. My first thought was that it was a nurse already, but the banging continued. This was no medical visit. I turned into a statue, though my heart must have been beating 1,000,000 times a minute. Issa jumped off the bed and stood guard in front of the door, hissing. A collection of voices could be heard outside, all sounding pissed.
We demand Nadine Evers show herself.
Ryan's angry voice came through the door. My jaw dropped. Chloe's turned this whole thing into a witch hunt. Talia scrambled for her phone, and her hand shot over her mouth. It's all over the school page, but it was posted by an anonymous account. That painting was blessed by the priestesses over 50 years ago. People are calling to have you expelled. That was fast, I growled. Even if I don't get expelled, Chloe expects people to come after me. She wants them to do the work, driving me out of town. Bang! The knock came at the door again. It was so loud that it made me shudder.
Admit what you did, you coward!
Ryan shouted. I wanted to open the door and give these jerks a piece of my mind, but Talia beat me to it. Nobody messes with my friends, she huffed. She stomped over to the door and yanked it open. I couldn't see the confrontation from where I lay on the bed, but I heard Talia snap at the mob. Listen up, assholes! Nadine isn't going anywhere, so you might as well— Ow!
Where is she?
Ryan's deep voice boomed as he shoved his way into the room. My whole body shook as he stomped at the foot of my bed, flanked by at least 6 other angry warlocks. If I couldn't fight off the lucky 3, there was no way in hell I was fighting off these assholes.
You've insulted our goddess, Ryan sneered. We'll make you pay.
Excuse me, a stern voice snapped. Ryan already had a battle orb forming in his hand, but he stopped dead when he heard the voice. I didn't recognize the woman, but she was like a blessing from Mother Miriam herself. Ryan dropped the battle orb as the woman stepped into the room. She wore scrubs, and I realized it was the night nurse from the school's infirmary. She was an older woman, with a wise look in her eyes. Her lips pressed into a thin line, a clear message to Ryan and the others to back the fuck off. The nurse planted herself at the foot of the bed, between Ryan and me. She placed her hands on her hips. None of you belong here. Several voices protested, but I couldn't make out one voice over the others. I mean it, the nurse snapped. Head back to your dorm rooms before I report each and every one of you for breaking into another student's room. Ryan narrowed his eyes, though he knew he didn't have a choice. Attacking a staff member was a good way for him and his gang to get expelled along with me. He shot daggers my way. You're the one who doesn't belong here. It won't be long before the school board realizes it too. He left the room with his mob in tow, his threat hanging in the air. The second they were gone, Talia shut the door and hurried to my bedside. They didn't hurt you, did they? She asked quickly. No, I assured her. She got here just in time. I looked up at the nurse, who gave me a kind smile. You can call me Patty, she offered, before conjuring a bag of medical supplies and setting them down at the foot of my bed. Now, let's take a look at your injuries. Patty was really nice and didn't prod about what happened. She checked my vitals and assessed me for a concussion, but said I didn't have one. Most of the damage was just bad bruising. She gave me a potion to help with the swelling, but said the bruises wouldn't disappear for a few days. I could already tell the next few days were going to be hell with how sore I was. As Patty was nearly finished, a light knock came at the door. Nadine, it's Headmistress Verla. I'll get it, Talia offered as she stood. I apologize for the wait. The infirmary called and said there was an emergency. Verla entered the room, and she gasped at the sight of me. She'd obviously been in a hurry when she left her house, because she wore a bathrobe as a coat, and her cat's fur was sticking up at all angles. Patty packed her things away and subconjured them. She's a bit beat up, Headmistress, but she's going to be okay. Verla looked a bit shaken at the sight of my bruises. She shot a glance at Talia. Miss Murphy, may we have a moment? Talia hesitated, then started following Patty out of the room. As she passed by Verla, she said softly, Go easy on her, will you? Verla nodded, and the door clicked shut softly. When we were alone, Verla turned to me. She let out a breath, though I couldn't read what she meant by it. Her tone, however, came out soft. I understand what you've gone through recently. I know loss, perhaps more than most. The thought of what she'd lost always struck me. Not only had she lost my mom, her best friend, but she'd also lost her sister and child. You saw the picture? I guessed with a frown. Verla nodded. Yes, but loss is no excuse to destroy school property. I gaped at her. Of all people, I thought Verla would be the first to question the authenticity of the photo. She didn't actually believe I did it, did she? How can you look at me lying here and think I had anything to do with this? I burst. I didn't touch that painting. Verla's features shifted, but she was very good at hiding what she was thinking. You assumed, I bit. She thought someone like Ryan had found me after the fact and beat me up. It was exactly what Chloe wanted her to think. I thought Verla would be able to help, but I felt betrayed that she'd ever think I would do something like this. I swear I didn't do this. Verla sighed, like this was more complicated than I realized. Then what did happen? The photo was fabricated, I told her. Using what? Illusion magic? We don't have that kind of magic within the coven. No, I sighed, exasperated. The photo was real. I was in the foyer, but only because the Lucky Three lured me down there. I didn't know what the knife was when I grabbed it. The Lucky Three? Verla asked. You mean Chloe, Camille, and Gwen? Yes, I insisted. Chloe doesn't want me here. She tried to frame me. I looked up to Verla, holding my breath. She had to believe me. It was the truth, after all. Finally, her shoulders dropped. I believe you, but I'll need you to produce proof to convince the school board. My nostrils flared. I don't have proof, but the photo isn't proof that I did it either. Can't a seer look into the past and see who the real culprit is? Verla's features softened. We can give that a try, but you interacted with the painting. It's like leaving your fingerprints at the scene of the crime. A seer might get visions of you there and misinterpret the vision. I'm telling you, I didn't do it, I promised. I have no motive. If there was anything I learned from mystery novels, it was that motive was always central to the story. You don't have to convince me, Verla said. But the rest of the school board will not be so easy to convince. Something must be done. I gaped at her. So you're going to punish me to placate everyone else? I'd rather that than to see them hurt you, she countered. I just don't want to be expelled, I said in a small voice. Miriam College was my home. It was where my friends were, and my boyfriend. Learning to hone my magic was my one ticket toward remission. I couldn't let Chloe use Verla as a tool to get rid of me. I will fight for you as hard as I can, she promised. You're not going anywhere. I will pull together a team of professors to work on a repair spell to fix the painting. In the meantime, I think detention is the best option until this blows over. My eyebrows shot up. Are you kidding me? I didn't do anything. This isn't a punishment, she assured me. This is to protect you. I believe you, but until we have proof otherwise, the students are going to blame you. If I don't do something, they will. It took me a few moments to realize what she was saying. Chloe's witch hunt had turned out just the way she wanted it, and people would want to see me punished one way or another. Verla was protecting me by ensuring she had control over the situation. Honestly, detention was better than a lynch mob. I swallowed. Fine, but know that I'm firmly against this. Neither of us have to like it, Verla said. But this will all be over soon, I promise. I hoped so. Verla started for the door, but I stopped her. Headmistress? She turned back to me, her eyebrows raised. Odin mirrored her. Thanks for believing me, I told her. She smiled brightly. Of course. I'm really sorry this happened to you. If there's anything I can do, let me know. You could expel the Lucky Three, I joked. Verla smirked, though I knew it was unprofessional of her. Without proof, that's unfortunately overstepping my power, but I'll see what I can do. She winked at me, then started for the door. I heard voices outside, and though I didn't have the energy or the strength, I stood to see what was going on. I hobbled across the room and caught the door before it swung shut. Several girls had emerged from their dorm rooms to see what the commotion was all about. Talia stood a few doors down, whispering to Mandy and Amy, who looked on with concern. Amy's cat, Stormy, nudged her leg, like she sensed Amy's unease. I shot them a reassuring look, then noticed a goth girl nearby. Onyx crossed her arms and eyed me, but I couldn't tell what she was thinking. Everyone else had looks of disgust on their faces, but Onyx's features were calculating. It was like she wasn't quite sure I would do something like this, which was weird because she hardly knew me. Finally, my eyes landed on Chloe. She stood next to her dorm room, leaning against the frame and wearing a look of satisfaction. Several other onlookers had hung around, but they were further down the hall. Heat flared in my belly at the sight of the bitch. I hobbled out of the room, my eyes set on Chloe, and my hands curled into fists. I had the ungodly urge to sucker punch her in the face. "I hope you enjoyed the witch hunt," I snapped in Chloe's face. She looked mildly pleased to see me pissed off. "Oh, I enjoyed it very much. In case you didn't know, things don't work like that around here anymore," I growled. "Verla's going to investigate, and you can guess what she's going to find. The real culprit." Chloe scoffed and tossed her hair over her shoulder. "Like I care what Verla thinks. No one wants you here anymore. They never did." "That's not true," I snapped. "If you think a few bullies are going to drive me out of town, think again. You'll have to hang me before I leave." I turned and headed back toward my room. Though I hadn't got a punch in tonight, I'd managed to get a word in, and that felt almost as good. Chloe's sinister laugh echoed behind me. "Gladly." The word should have given me shivers, but I didn't think Chloe was serious. When I reached my door and turned back toward her, she was gone. "Nice move, Chloe," I mumbled under my breath. "Now it's my turn."
Chapter 7. Lucas. Nadine was devastated. She hid in her room all day. Usually the two of us were inseparable outside of class, but this was different. She wouldn't even leave for food.
"I need the weekend alone," she said when I visited her, "at least to give people a chance to cool off."
My lips tightened. Chloe can go to hell. She can't hurt you like this.
"Don't worry about me," Nadine said gently. "Don't you have an interview today? Focus on that."
I frowned as I twisted her hair in my fingers. Isaac's mom canceled on me again. Nadine narrowed her eyes.
"His parents are avoiding you. At this point, you can't take no for an answer. You have to make an impromptu visit."
"And what if that keeps them from talking to me at all?" I pointed out.
"You want answers, don't you?" she challenged.
"Yes." She pushed at me.
"Then go get them. I'll be fine."
She was persistent, and I really did want answers. I understood that Isaac's parents were grieving and all. But if it was my kid who'd gone missing, I'd want to do whatever I could to make sure the asshole who took him was caught. I had to interview that family. Nadine was right, and I decided to follow her advice to see what I could learn. I'd asked Talia to come along because of her gift. The car ride was quiet. I couldn't look Talia in the eye after she'd walked in on Nadine and me the other day. She sighed and shifted her hands on the steering wheel.
"This doesn't have to be awkward."
I crinkled my nose. "Doesn't it, though?"
"I saw nothing,"
Talia assured me again.
"How about some music?"
Talia flipped on the radio, even though we didn't have a long car ride. An upbeat pop tempo came on, and she started singing. She nudged me in the side.
"Come on, dance."
"You know I don't dance." She cocked an eyebrow.
"That's not true. You danced at the midnight formal."
"Because Nadine was there," I pointed out.
"So you only have fun when Nadine's around?" she questioned.
I furrowed my brow. "No, I can have fun without her." Talia narrowed her eyes. She didn't believe me. I huffed. "Okay, so I like her because I have fun around her. Is that a bad thing?" Talia didn't answer my question directly. Instead, she said,
"I know she wants to see you happy no matter what."
"I'm trying," I said. Really, I am. I'm doing much better than last semester. I'm starting to feel like my old self again.
Good,
Talia said with a smile. She started moving her head from side to side on the beat. A smile spread across her face, and she watched me, waiting for me to join her. You should keep your eyes on the road, I said. Her smile widened.
Not until I see you dancing.
I pressed my lips together and waited a few beats, but she didn't look away from me. This girl was going to crash the car just to get me to dance. Fuck it. I sighed and started moving my head the way she did. Talia started snapping on the beat, and I joined in.
There you go, she exclaimed. Lucas has rhythm.
Do I? A smile touched my lips. I kept on dancing, putting my shoulders into it as well. Talia started drumming on the steering wheel and sang along to the song.
Lucas, take it away.
Talia pointed to me as the drum solo hit. I slapped my palms to my knees and finished off by slamming the visor upward on the cymbal crash. Talia threw her head back in laughter.
I guess I was wrong. You can have fun.
I was laughing too, but I quieted when I realized where we were. We're almost there. Talia pulled up outside of a black Gothic house with white trim. It was 2 stories with a tall turret that stretched to a 3rd level. A huge porch wrapped around the side of the house. She gawked out the window.
Wow, this house is amazing.
I heard they own one of the cider mills in town, I told her. Talia whistled. We exited the car and made our way to the door. I knocked, but we were met with nothing but silence.
Think they're home?
Talia asked skeptically. She looked up and down the street and shivered in the cold. My brow furrowed and I knocked again. I hope so. After a few moments I heard shuffling behind the door. A woman answered. She had long blonde hair, but wore no makeup. A thick black shawl was draped around her shoulders, and she clutched a pile of tissues in her hand. Hi, Michelle? I greeted kindly. I'm Lucas Taylor from the school paper, and this is my friend Talia. I was hoping you'd have a moment to talk. The woman's features darkened.
I thought we rescheduled.
Actually, you canceled on me, I stated bluntly, and Talia nudged me in the side. I softened my tone. Do you have a moment to talk now? Michelle hesitated with her hand on the door. For a moment I thought she might slam it in my face. Instead, she spoke bitterly.
It's not right for you to show up here out of the blue. My family is grieving. What do you want?
To help, Talia promised her. Michelle's expression softened. I was glad I'd brought Talia along because she was a lot more personable than I was. She was good at soothing people, whereas I was great at pissing them off. Michelle sighed.
There's nothing I can tell you that the police don't already know. If we could just ask you a few questions, we won't be long,
Talia offered. Michelle looked us up and down and seemed to decide it wasn't fair to keep us waiting in the cold. She stepped aside and gestured us into the entryway. The hall was lined with tons of pictures, and I could see the sitting room through a doorway, housing Victorian furniture. Michelle didn't invite us any further into the house. She crossed her arms.
What exactly will your article cover?
I placed my hands in my pockets. I'm trying to gather as much information as I can about your son's disappearance. My intention is to simply report the facts.
What do you want to know?
She asked a bit harshly. Who took your son? I thought. Michelle chuckled under her breath, but it didn't sound like she found anything funny, more like she was uncomfortable. Talia furrowed her brow in confusion. I'm afraid we all want to know who's behind this, Michelle said. I reeled back a bit, and she shrugged her shawl off of one shoulder to reveal a tattoo of a twisted tree with no leaves, the mark of a mentalist. I can read minds. My eyebrows shot up, and I suddenly felt really self-conscious. What had she heard so far? I can't hear everything, she quickly added. only what you want me to hear." She shot a look at Talia, which I thought looked slightly amused.
"Yes, I heard that."
Talia's eyes lit up.
"Very cool."
Michelle sniffed.
"Anyway, I only have a few minutes. I was just headed out the door."
I had a feeling she was lying to hurry us along. I decided to get this over with quickly. "Can you think of any reason someone might want to take your son?" Michelle shook her head.
"No reason at all."
"And there's no chance he ran away?" I asked.
"No, Isaac would never do that,"
she assured me. "Do you have any connection to the Thomas family?" I questioned.
Her face paled a little. "You mean the young boy who disappeared a year ago?"
"Yes," I said. She didn't answer for a moment. After a beat, she dropped her gaze to her hands.
"Mark and I knew Krista and Keith in college. I was on the diving team and Keith was on the swim team, so we hung out sometimes. But after college, everyone got married. We started having kids. We all drifted apart."
"So your son has never met Caleb Thomas?" I asked. Michelle shifted uncomfortably.
"Maybe at school. I don't really know for sure."
I pressed my lips together. Michelle's story seemed to match up with what the Thomas family told me. "Would it be okay if we saw his room?" I asked. Michelle hesitated, then finally cocked her head.
"It's this way, though I'm not sure what you expect to find."
As she led us down the hall at a brisk pace, I had the thought that she was only showing us his room to get rid of us faster. Isaac's room was a total disaster. The bed was unkempt, and the curtains were haphazardly tossed over the curtain rod. There were so many toys on the floor I couldn't even see the carpet. Most of them looked broken. Talia stopped in her tracks, looking shocked at the state of the room. Michelle sniffed and wiped her nose.
"I've been grieving too much to clean up."
"Is his room always like this?" I asked. It looked like a tornado had gone through it. Could it have been foul play? Michelle nodded.
"Always. Isaac never could keep his room clean."
"Or his toys intact," I thought. Michelle frowned.
"I heard that." "Can we look through his room?"
Talia asked. Michelle's eyes looked calculating.
"Just be careful where you step."
Talia turned and tiptoed over broken toys and piles of dirty laundry to reach the bed. She ran her hands over the sheets, and I could see the concentration in her eyes as she worked her powers. While Talia busied herself with visions, I turned to Michelle. I still couldn't help but think the boys had some sort of connection beyond age and gender. "Mrs. Miller, did Isaac ever spend any time in the hospital?" I asked. After hearing Caleb had broken an ankle, I wondered if maybe the boys had met there.
"No."
Michelle sounded shocked.
"Never. Why would you ask?"
"I'm just trying to think of everything," I assured her kindly. "Is there anything unusual you can tell me about the night he disappeared? You didn't hear anyone in the house, no thoughts or anything?" Michelle's tone got harsh.
"No. It's like I told the police. I was asleep. When I woke, Isaac was gone. The only thing out of place was an open window."
It wasn't anything I didn't already know.
"Any other questions?"
Michelle's lips tightened. She didn't sound willing to answer anymore, but I burned to find a clue. "So you were home alone that night?" I asked.
"Yes," she answered harshly. "Isaac and I live here alone."
"Of course," I said, like I'd just remembered. "Is there any chance your ex-husband wanted to hurt your family?" Michelle gawked at me.
"No, of course not. He sees Isaac every weekend."
I was reaching the end of my rope here. I only had a few more questions before she kicked me out. "And there's no one else? A colleague? An old boyfriend? A teacher, perhaps?" Michelle's features darkened and her nostrils flared.
"I told you I don't know who took my son," she snapped.
"Of course," I replied. But the way she responded made me wonder if she didn't suspect something herself. Thank you for your time, Mrs. Miller.
Yes, thanks for stopping by.
She sounded anything but grateful. Talia's shoulders fell as she left the bed. By the look on her face, I didn't think she'd gathered any concrete visions. I didn't expect her to, considering no one else had found anything. I'll let you know if we learn anything new, I told Michelle as she ushered us down the hall.
Please do,
she started to say, but she cut off as I stopped in my tracks. One of the pictures on the wall caught my eye. It showed 3 boys, all different ages, standing in the grass near the park. The tall one in the middle must have been Isaac, because he had his mother's features and blue eyes. Isaac's arm was wrapped around 2 shorter boys. The one on the left I didn't recognize, but the short one on the right was Caleb Thomas. I thought your son didn't know Caleb Thomas, I pointed out. Michelle gaped a moment.
This is an old picture. They must have met on the playground. I hardly remember it. Like I said, I have places to be.
Talia shot me a glance, but neither of us said anything. I was careful with my thoughts, too, because I didn't want Michelle reading me. She ushered us out the door without another word. Talia and I stood on the porch, staring at the door Michelle had slammed behind us.
She's lying,
Talia said bluntly. I know, I agreed as we headed back to the car. No one hangs a picture of some kids you just met at the park. The question is, why are the families lying about the kids knowing each other? Talia slid into the driver's seat.
I think the better question is, who is that 3rd boy in the picture, and is he going to become the next target?
My stomach plummeted as I sat in the passenger seat.
Fuck, I mumbled. You could be right.
Talia started the engine and shifted into reverse.
I'm starting to wonder if maybe the kids picked up a cursed object or something.
I don't know, I said thoughtfully. It's possible, but why haven't the police found it then? Talia pressed her lips together.
That's true. They would have found it. Did anything else stand out to you?
I shook my head. The only other similarities I can think of is that the moms were both home alone the night it happened. If they know each other, maybe it was some sort of pact or something. Talia's face paled.
Make it look like an abduction, like someone else is to blame. But why would they do that to their own kids?
I shook my head. I have no idea. For black magic, maybe. They've lied already. What exactly is it they're trying to cover up? Talia stared ahead at the street in disbelief.
I have no idea.
I sighed in exasperation. Did you find anything? Talia shook her head.
I tried, but every vision came up fuzzy. It's like someone's blocking my powers.
That could explain why no one else is getting any clues, I said. But who could block someone's powers like that? Not a mentalist or an alchemist, right? So that takes the moms off the table as suspects. Talia pressed her lips together.
It could be a mentalist with the right type of powers. Maybe it's some sort of protection spell. Could an alchemist brew something to mess with someone's magic?
I've never heard of anything like that, I said.
So we're at a dead end?
Talia asked. No, I stated firmly. I refused to believe that. Talia glanced over to me.
How do you propose we find out what the families are hiding?
I don't know, I admitted. But there's something more important we have to do. Talia tilted her head.
What's that?
My hands curled into fists in my lap. We have to find the 3rd boy and protect him before he dies like the others.
Chapter 8. Nadine. Lucas's investigation was driving me crazy. It was like reading a mystery novel without having enough clues to piece together the answer. I was usually so good at it, but when Lucas confided in me about what he'd found, all I could offer were outlandish theories. I wished that I could give him more, but after the beating I took from Chloe, my symptoms had flared drastically.
All I could focus on was making it through the flare-up. Forget about studying curse-breaking or solving Lucas's mystery. I must have daydreamed 1,000 different ways to get back at Chloe, but there was no way to do it when I was stuck in bed. I couldn't fight back physically, and magic drained me every time I used it. I wasn't entirely sure what other options I had. But I knew I'd figure it out one way or another, as soon as I had the energy. Every inch of my body ached, and the bruises only made my muscles even more stiff than normal. I felt like a statue as I dragged my ass out of bed each morning and hobbled to the bathroom to pee. I winced every step of the way. By day 3, I found myself standing in front of the mirror, holding myself up by the edge of the sink. The potion Patty had given me had helped reduce the appearance of the bruises, but I was still tender everywhere. It made me want to go after Chloe even more. I eyed myself in the mirror, taking in my pale complexion and the bags under my eyes. I only had so much energy to give. I could go after Chloe, or I could take a freaking bath. I didn't have the energy for both. It was a tough decision, but I had to be real with myself. No way was I standing up to Chloe in this condition. I broke down and turned toward the tub. Waiting for the tub to fill felt torturous. I was desperate for the relief of the hot water. I poured Epsom salts into the water and eyed the crystals as they began to dissolve. It would never be enough to take care of this stiffness and swelling. To hell with it, I told myself. I dumped the rest of the container into the tub, since it was nearly gone anyway, then I stripped down and climbed in. I winced as I lowered myself into the tub, the muscles in my back and legs protesting. I didn't want to move. I closed my eyes and took in deep breaths, waiting for the cramp in my wrist to let up. I was used to the cramps, but my wrist had been acting up ever since Camille twisted it when I tried fighting back. Eventually, the cramp eased, and I wiggled my fingers to help ease the tightness in my tendons. I sank deeper into the water, letting it envelop me completely. This was no spa resort, but I was grateful to have a tub in my room. It didn't wash away my symptoms, but it made them easier to deal with. Eventually, the water became cold, and my fingers had turned to prunes. I got out of the bath in stages, because doing it all at once was taxing on my body. I sat up and waited for my joints to adjust to the new position, then dragged myself out of the water and sat on the edge of the tub. I dried myself off there, then stood and wrapped a robe around myself, before returning to the bed where I hoped my body would heal. The next few days passed in a similar manner, each day a little easier than the last. I went from doing nothing but taking a few trips to the bathroom to finally making it down to the dining hall to grab my own lunch, rather than asking Talia to grab me something 3 times a day. I was relieved when I finally had the energy to get back to class. My thoughtography class was small, with merely 12 students, and I was the only student in the class who wasn't a seer. "We've spent the semester reviewing thoughtography theory and history," Professor Clark stated. He was one of the younger professors and had a unique sense of style: long hair, suspenders, and mismatched socks with intricate designs on them. "Today, we'll be putting our knowledge to the test." He started handing out papers. When he reached my desk, I saw that the papers were blank and glossy. Film paper. Issa sat on my lap and sniffed it. "Your assignment today is to think of a place that was special to you as a child," Professor Clark announced. "It could be your childhood bedroom, a park, a store you loved, anywhere. Transfer the image of that location onto the photo paper. Any questions?" "Yeah." My hand shot into the air, and Professor Clark cocked an eyebrow at me. "I'm not a seer. I can't complete this assignment." All eyes turned to me, and a few students across the room began chuckling under their breath. A girl named Avery Mitchell tossed her blonde curls over her shoulder and sneered. "If you're not a seer, what are you doing in this class?" "This class is open to all castes as a caste diversity credit," Professor Clark said before I could respond. The assignment is not mandatory or graded, but I would like those of you who can to try the exercise."
Avery huffed.
"Well, then this class should be an easy A. There's no reason to skip all the time."
My hands balled into fists, and Issa let out a low growl. This bitch didn't know anything about me, or why I'd missed so much class. She could take her insults and shove them where the sun didn't shine. "What the hell's your problem?" I demanded. Avery narrowed her eyes at me. "Maybe you should be asking yourself that question. I'm not the one who vandalized school property." "I didn't—" "Ladies!" Professor Clark scalded. "Save it for another time." Avery held my gaze a moment longer, but she eventually backed down and turned to the front of the room. By the time class let out, I was fuming. Chloe was winning. She was turning everyone against me. I couldn't let her get away with this. I held my textbook tightly to my chest and wasn't really watching where I was going. I turned a corner and nearly rammed straight into someone. Issa did run into them, and she hissed. I stumbled back and raised my gaze to see that it was Headmistress Verla. "Nadine," she said brightly. "Just the person I was looking for." She shot a look at Issa, who was giving her the stink eye, but Issa's attention was quickly stolen by Odin. The two cats stared each other down, their fur on end. "Issa," I scolded. She could get quite territorial. She backed down, then I turned to Verla. "You were looking for me?" "Yes. I wanted to let you know that the school board has concluded their investigation on the vandalism." My mood instantly lifted. "So they know I didn't do it?" Verla frowned. "Unfortunately, the investigation was inconclusive. That said, we found evidence of Chloe, Gwen, and Camille's involvement, and they've been given detention as well. I am suspending any further detention you have to serve." "Really?" I felt I could breathe easier. Maybe this was enough to get people off my back. Verla glanced around the hall. A few students passed by, but they ignored us. Still, she took me by the shoulder and led me into an empty study area. "Your mother was my best friend. I will always fight for you." Verla's words should have been reassuring, but they left a bad taste on my tongue. I didn't know what it meant, but sometimes this woman felt too good to be true. I feared she expected something of me in return, something I may not be able to give to her. I just didn't know what it was. But at least I had found an ally. "Thank you, Headmistress," I said. "No need to thank me." Her gaze flickered down to my textbook. "What are you carrying that heavy thing around for? Do you need my help with conjuring?" I bit my lower lip. "I can do it. It just tires me out." Verla's features fell. "Well, that's not fair to any witch. May I give you some advice that might make it easier on you?" "Sure," I agreed brightly. I'd take anything. A mistake most witches make with conjuring is that they picture their stash as separate from themselves, a universe that cannot be accessed by touch, she explained. When you see it that way, you create resistance, but conjuring is much simpler than that. "How so?" I asked. "When we subconjure an item, we more or less bend space around it," she said. "We already know how to manipulate our environment. Everything you touch is changed when you interact with it. Conjuration is simply a magical manipulation, rather than a physical, but one is as simple as the other. Subconjuring your textbook should be no more difficult than setting it on a table." She made it sound so easy, when to me, conjuring felt like running up 6 flights of stairs. "How do I do it?" I asked. "Well, how do you set a book on the table?" she asked. I set it down and let gravity do the work, I answered, unsure what she was getting at. Exactly. You do not have to force the textbook to stay on the table, in the same way that you do not have to force conjuration. You simply let magic do the work. I pressed my lips together. I think I get what you're saying. I'm being too forceful and overdoing my magic, and that's why it's tiring me out. Verla nodded. Would you like to try it? Yes. I'll need a moment. I closed my eyes and repeated in my mind what Verla had said. This shouldn't be any harder than setting the textbook on a table. Taking a deep breath, I allowed my magic to blossom out of my chest, twisting it around the textbook in my arms. I focused on letting it work intuitively, rather than forcing it. My fingers opened, and the textbook fell out of my arms. But the thud I'd been expecting never came. When I opened my eyes, the textbook was gone. I blinked a few times. Wow! I don't feel exhausted at all. That's good, Verla praised. You see how you let the magic do the work for you? Yes, thank you so much for the advice. She patted my shoulder. Anytime. I unfortunately have a meeting to get to, but my door is always open. Verla hurried off down the hall with Odin at her heels. I watched her go until Issa's meow pulled my attention away from the headmistress. Well, Issa, this changes things, I said, holding my head high. Come on, we have work to do. I returned to my dorm room, but I stopped in my tracks when I reached the top of the grand staircase. Down the hall, a group of people gathered in the hallway. At first, I didn't think anything of it, until I realized they were in front of my room. All eyes were on my door. What now? I groaned under my breath. I made my way over to the crowd. A couple of girls noticed me and squeezed together to let me through. What's going on? I started to ask, but I cut off when I saw what they were all staring at. Big, bold letters were sprawled out across the door in deep red paint. At least, I assumed it was paint, because who the hell would use blood to mark my door? Long streaks of liquid dripped ominously down the door, spelling out the word half-blood. Grant knelt in front of my room. He dipped a rag into a bucket at his side and scrubbed fiercely at the letters. No matter how hard he scrubbed, the word wouldn't wash away. My nostrils flared, and my hands curled into fists. Angry magic rattled around in my chest, begging me to slam a battle orb into a bitch's face. Grant kept scrubbing as he glanced nervously up and down the hall. He did a double take when he saw me, and his features fell. Nadine, he said breathlessly. I didn't want you to see. I crossed my arms and stuck out my hip. Chloe can choke on the paint for all I care. I don't think it's paint, Grant started to say, but I cut him off. I whirled toward the crowd. What are you all looking at? Nothing to see here. People started whispering, but the crowd slowly dispersed. I turned back to Grant. Thank you for trying, but it's not a big deal. Aren't you bothered by this? He asked. I was, but I wasn't about to admit it. Not in front of everyone. When I didn't say anything, Grant added, This isn't a harmless prank. It's a threat. I pressed my lips together tightly. I can handle her. I hope that's true, Grant said. But this is low, even for Chloe. I frowned. Everything she does is low. You don't understand. In Miriamic culture, half-blood is very offensive. We all have Miriam's blood in our veins, and this... He gestured to the stain on my door.
I tried a cleansing spell, but it didn't work. Someone used magic to do this.
You mean Chloe got one of her sidekicks to do it? I couldn't say I was surprised. If you think I'm afraid of her, you're wrong. I doubt she'll even pass her ceremony. Grant sighed.
I just don't want to see you get hurt.
I'll be fine, I insisted, but I was only trying to convince myself. The truth was, I was terrified of what lengths Chloe would go to by the time her magic awakened. If I didn't feel like passing out every time I used magic, then maybe I had a chance to get back at her. Issa rubbed up against my leg like she was worried. I knelt beside Grant and reached for the rag. Let me help. He drew away.
I've got it. You shouldn't have to worry about stuff like this.
I stopped in my tracks and eyed Grant as he kept scrubbing away at the letters. At first, I wasn't sure what he meant. Did he think I was some frail soul who couldn't take a little bullying? Grant's hard features suggested something else. He was angry, like he took the attack personally. That's when I realized that Grant had seen this kind of thing before. He didn't want anyone else experiencing what he had.
Go inside,
he said calmly.
I'll take care of this.
Grant, I didn't know how to thank him for trying to protect me. You're a really great friend. He smirked.
I try to be. We half-bloods have to stick together.
I smiled, glad that he was reclaiming the word instead of letting it weigh him down. Thank you. Grant wouldn't let me help and practically shoved me inside the room. I stopped just inside the door and turned back to him. Hey, you wouldn't happen to know how to brew poison, would you? Grant smirked.
Only if I want to get expelled.
Getting my friends into trouble was the last thing I wanted to do. I wouldn't let Chloe target them, too. Best we avoid that, then, I said, before shutting the door behind myself. As I collapsed onto my bed, a sense of overwhelm overtook me. I was also motivated more than ever, motivated to work on my magic, and motivated to stop Chloe. I reached into my nightstand and pulled out the box of cursed objects Talia had brought for me to practice on. Maybe Verla's advice would help me with curse breaking, too. When I flipped open the top, I could feel the energy buzzing off the objects. Issa hissed and buried her head under the blanket. I quickly snapped the top shut again, then went to the bathroom to fill a cup of water. I returned to the bed and set the water on the nightstand. I opened the box again and eyed the objects. The thimble that caused mild, itchy pain, the compass that screwed with your sense of direction, and the pearl earring that repelled men. I'd tried the earring before, so I decided to try the compass this time. I held it in my palm and closed my eyes, concentrating on the magical curse inside of it. I drew the magic into myself and redirected it into the glass of water, like Grammy had taught me. This time, when I worked the magic, I focused on letting it flow through me naturally, like Verla had suggested with conjuring. The magic left my body and funneled into the glass of water. As it left me, I breathed a sigh of relief. Holy crap, I whispered to myself when I opened my eyes. Did I just break my first curse? Splash! No sooner had I said it did water come exploding out of the cup, spraying all over the walls and down on my face. I flinched, and my whole body tensed. Magic buzzed through me as the curse went flooding back into the compass. Anger bubbled up inside of me. My lips pressed into a thin line, but the longer I sat there, the more frustrated I got. This is stupid, I growled. My nostrils flared as I inhaled deep breaths. Issa hissed. I thought it would work this time, I said with a frown.
Damn it!
Grant's voice came from outside the room,
Then came a loud thud, like he'd pounded his fist against the door in frustration. That only made me more mad, because I wasn't just angry about my magic. I was pissed at Chloe. She wasn't just messing with me, but she was messing with my friends. I hated her for it. She deserves to be cursed, a voice in my head said. It sounded like my own, but I didn't know where the thought had come from. She's already cursed, I thought. Same as me. What could one more curse hurt? The voice responded. Or 3. My gaze traveled to the curse-safe box, where all 3 cursed objects sat inside. The thought to dump them on Chloe crossed my mind, but I shoved it out of my head as soon as it came. That will only make things worse, I thought. There's no need to fuel this fire. I need to focus on learning curse breaking so I can break our family curse. That's the only way to stop this. Petty revenge will accomplish nothing. But it will feel good, I argued with myself. Damn it, I was right. But I was conflicted, too. Dealing with Chloe's retaliation would only distract me from real solutions. But I can still have fun in the meantime, the voice countered. Chloe deserves it. Hell yeah, she did. But I had to deal with this properly. And properly I would. I snatched up the box of cursed objects and left the room, abandoning Issa. Grant must have seen me leave, but I hadn't even noticed him. In fact, I was halfway down the hall before I realized I'd left my room at all. It crossed my mind to turn back, but the thought of revenge pushed me forward. I heard Chloe's voice down the hall before I saw her. She was seated in an alcove, laughing with Gwen. Both of their backs were to me. I pressed myself to the wall and peered around the corner. No way I'm going to get seer, Chloe said, like seer powers were some sort of insult. Seers think they're better than everyone else. So you can see the future. So what? I could slice you in half with a battle orb. Gwen threw her head back and laughed. Seers can be so selfish. Like, okay, you can sing, but how does that help the coven? Exactly, Chloe emphasized. Like, go do something with your life that actually means something. Your paintings aren't going to fix the coven. Goddess, Gwen sighed, rolling her eyes. I surveyed the area from my hiding spot. Chloe's designer bag sat next to her chair, only a few feet away from me. In class last week, Talia Murphy said art and self-expression were the best way to serve the coven. Gwen teased. Like, no, bitch. We need to educate our people, not give them a box of crayons and let them run wild. My hands curled into fists when I heard Talia's name. These girls didn't get to talk about my friend behind her back and get away with it. Chloe laughed. No kidding. If everyone just pushed themselves to be successful, the coven would thrive. I got angrier the more they talked. Talia was entitled to her own opinion, and if she thought the coven was better off when people worked on becoming the best versions of themselves by following creative passions, then she was right. Talia was one of the best people I'd met in all of Octavia Falls, and she was one of the reasons I wanted to stay. The coven would be nothing without her. All of my reservations about cursing Chloe fell away. I wouldn't let her talk about my friends like this. When Chloe and Gwen weren't looking, I ducked into the alcove and silently snuck behind the plush chair Chloe was sitting in. I held my breath, but the two were talking so loudly that neither of them had heard me. As my breath calmed, I leaned over and began unzipping Chloe's bag. My heart hammered at the chance of getting caught, but I wasn't about to walk away from here without trying. The zipper sounded like gunshots going off. It was so loud. But neither Chloe nor Gwen seemed to notice. Once the bag was open a few inches, I quickly tossed the cursed objects inside. I held my breath again and forced my pulse to slow. Chloe and Gwen kept on chatting like nothing happened. "I have to get to class," Chloe announced, reaching for her bag. I crouched down lower behind her chair so I wouldn't be seen. When she stood, I heard the sound of her fingernails against fabric. She scratched her legs, and I smiled. The thimble was already working its curse on her. "I'll see you later," Gwen said, before stopping her. Chloe?" "Yeah?" Chloe sounded like she was already out of the alcove and in the hall. "Isn't your class that way?" Gwen asked. My smile widened, and satisfaction settled deep in my belly. The compass was working, too. "Oh, yeah, you're right," Chloe said. "I don't know what I was thinking." I wanted to laugh, but I held my hand over my mouth so I wouldn't give myself away. A few moments after Chloe's footsteps faded, Gwen rose from her chair and left the study area as well. I couldn't help it when a big grin spread across my face. I'd done it. I'd cursed Chloe. She was finally going to get what was coming to her.
Chapter 9. Lucas. Valentine's Day arrived, and I told Nadine to meet me outside at 6 o'clock, though I didn't tell her where we were going. I wanted it to be a surprise. I dressed in a button-down shirt and nice slacks. I didn't like how it looked on me, too formal, so I rolled up the sleeves and exposed my forearms. It didn't feel like me, but I thought Nadine would like it. I slipped on my jacket, but I was so nervous about the date that I was practically cooking in it. I took it off and subconjured it. Grant had taken off a half hour ago to hang with Amy and Mandy, who were hosting a singles party. It sounded like there was going to be a lot of drinking, and Grant was holding out for strip poker. I was so glad I had a date, because I'd be damned if Grant managed to drag me to that thing. I headed down the hall toward the main foyer. Orbs shaped like hearts floated above my head. Pink love letters folded into paper airplanes zoomed down the hall, propelled by telekinetic powers. As I reached the grand staircase, the main foyer below came into view. Downstairs, a group of seers were giving out free relationship tarot readings. In the corner, 2 witches whispered quietly. One girl handed the other a vial filled with pink liquid, and I witnessed money exchange hands. I noticed a cauldron tattoo on one of the girl's wrists. My guess was she was selling unauthorized love potions. I descended the stairs and headed outside. There was a large group out there already, all holding tickets identical to the one I had in my pocket. I glanced around for Nadine, but I didn't see her. I shoved my hands in my pockets and waited. It was cold out, and the air turned to fog when I breathed, but I didn't mind. Something about the cold felt comforting, familiar. A few minutes later, the door to the school opened behind me. I turned and I swore I lost my breath. Nadine was dressed in a sparkly red dress that fell to her knees, but had a slit up one side. It had spaghetti straps and a low-cut neckline, showing off her smooth skin. Her hair was down in waves, and she wore bright red lipstick. She held a black clutch in her hands, and she practically glowed. I was so entranced I couldn't take my eyes off her. Nadine glanced around, and her eyes lit up when she saw me. I beamed and finally managed to drag my jaw up off the sidewalk. I walked to her, taking her hand to help her down the stairs. Her high heels clicked against the stone, and I couldn't help it when my eyes traveled up and down her body. I didn't care what Nadine looked like. She was my everything for other reasons. But I'd be damned if her curves didn't make me go wild. Nadine smoothed down the front of her dress.
I hope I'm not overdressed.
No, not at all, I said, quickly gathering my breath. You look amazing. Was there ever a time she didn't? But today was different. What I wouldn't do to rip that dress off her. I glanced down and saw Nadine's nipples had hardened beneath her dress. She wasn't wearing a bra. My pulse quickened. She shivered, and I rushed to drape an arm around her. "Sorry it's so cold," I said. She shrugged.
"You can't control the weather."
"Our ride should be here any minute," I told her. In the meantime, I got to hold her close. I pressed my nose into her hair to inhale her rosy scent. My knees went weak, and I never wanted to let her go. Nadine leaned into me closer and glanced around.
"What are all these people doing here?"
I smiled. "Waiting." She nudged me in the side.
"Waiting for what? You know I don't."
"Like surprises," I finished for her. I know, but trust me on this one." Just then a limousine pulled through the gates surrounding Imperium College of Witchcraft. Nadine's jaw dropped as she watched the sleek limo pull up to the crowd outside.
"The hearse?"
she asked, sounding starstruck. "They host a Valentine's Day dinner every year," I explained. It was for ticket holders only, since there were only so many tables. There will be a 4-course meal and live music.
"Dear goddess, I love it already,"
Nadine squealed.
"Thank you."
"Don't thank me just yet," I teased. The limo stopped and the chauffeur climbed out to open the door. Couples shifted forward. I guided Nadine in front of me and handed our ticket over at the door. We ducked our heads, but with the space-bending spell we could stand up fully once we were inside. Nadine's eyes sparkled as she took in the beautiful space. Red carpet spanned all the way to the back of the limousine, meeting up with a stage where a man played a smooth melody behind a grand piano. There must have been 100 tables lined in a single aisle between us and the back window. The lighting was dim and romantic, and orbs hovered above our heads in the shape of chandeliers. Each table was set with shimmering black cutlery and rose centerpieces. "This way, please," a host said to get our attention. Nadine and I followed, and we were offered a table next to the window.
"This is beautiful,"
Nadine said as she sat. Her gaze locked out the window, and she watched the school as we began to drive away. "May I offer you something to drink?" the host asked. I grabbed the drink menu off the table and flipped it open. The first item caught my eye. "2 glasses of marmuscat, please," I said before shooting a quick glance at Nadine. "Unless you wanted something else."
"No, it's fine," she said. "I'm always up for something new."
The host nodded politely. She held out her hand, and a glass bottle appeared in her hand from out of nowhere. She poured a sparkling pink liquid into our wine glasses. "Have a lovely evening," she said before walking off. Nadine smiled as she pulled her wine glass to her mouth. She sniffed at it curiously.
"What is this?"
"It's more or less a non-alcoholic wine," I explained. "It's an alchemy brew made from a blend of flower petals. It's said to be an aphrodisiac." Nadine's eyebrows shot up as she took a sip.
"An aphrodisiac?" she teased. "Lucas, are you trying to seduce me?"
I tried to keep the smile off my face. Would I be doing Valentine's Day right if I weren't trying? She chuckled and set her glass down. Her eyes roamed over me, across my chest and down my exposed forearms.
"No, you wouldn't. I like the wine, by the way."
I took a sip of marmuscat and enjoyed the sweet, bubbly taste on my tongue. As my eyes locked on Nadine, I started to get turned on, and I knew it wasn't the wine. "How was your week?" I asked to take my mind off my dick.
"Ugh," she groaned. "Can you not ask?"
My shoulders fell. "I'm sorry, I only meant it as small talk. Grant told me what happened." Nadine rolled her eyes.
"People are mean."
"I'll kick their ass for you," I offered.
"That's not necessary," she said. "I hear people whispering about me in the halls, and yesterday someone slipped a note under my door saying I should leave this school."
My hands curled into fists. That was probably Chloe.
"Doesn't make it any less annoying," Nadine sighed. "But you don't have to worry. No one is going to drive me out of the school."
"You tell me if they try," I insisted. I mean it, Nadine. I won't let anyone hurt you. She blushed.
Thanks.
Just then our waiter arrived to take our order. There wasn't much on the menu, but we got to choose between soup and salad for the first course, a range of appetizers, an entree, and a dessert.
Ooh, I've never had duck before, Nadine said as she looked over the menu. I think I'll try that.
I'll have the chicken, I told the waiter. Nadine rolled her eyes at me after we ordered. What? I asked innocently, taking another sip of marmosket.
Chicken, Nadine teased. You're so adventurous.
Sure I am, I defended. It's chicken primavera. I don't even know what primavera is. Nadine chuckled.
You are way too comfortable inside your comfort zone.
That's why they call it a comfort zone, Nade, I teased. She leaned forward, elbows on the table. I could practically see down her dress. Damn. If she could hear my heart right now, she'd insist I go to the emergency room. Her mere presence did things to me I'd never experienced before.
Yes, but you never pushed the boundaries, she said.
I sighed. Believe me, I get outside my comfort zone more than you know.
Oh?
She asked.
Example?
I shrugged. The investigative journalism, dating you. Nadine shifted in her chair.
I'm outside your comfort zone?
Not in a bad way, I rushed to clarify. In a this is a totally new experience for me kind of way. Nadine raised an eyebrow.
See what I mean? It can be fun to step outside your comfort zone.
Sometimes, I guess, I agreed. Our first course arrived, and the waiter set a bowl of broccoli cream soup in front of each of us. Nadine and I started eating as we continued talking. What kinds of things do you do outside your comfort zone? I questioned.
Tons,
she answered simply. I doubt that, I chuckled. I don't think your comfort zone has limits. You'll do anything. She leveled her gaze on me.
Because I'm willing to step outside those limits. Being a witch isn't exactly inside my comfort zone, but I do it anyway because it's the best opportunity of my life. I want to learn to be comfortable with it.
I swallowed a spoonful of soup. Makes sense. How do you manage to push those limits? Nadine shrugged.
You just decide to go for it.
Like? I questioned. Nadine pressed her lips together and glanced up and down the length of the hearse.
Like, if I wanted to play the piano, I'd just go up and ask the guy if I could. What's the worst that could happen? He says no? People laugh at me when I play? Why should any of that scare me as long as I have fun doing it?
Would you have fun? I asked. Nadine sipped her soup.
Sure, why not?
I leaned forward and whispered across the table. Then I dare you to ask. Her jaw dropped open.
What? No!
She cut off before she could finish protesting. She knew I was challenging her to prove her point. She narrowed her eyes at me.
You think you're so sly, Lucas Taylor. You know I don't back down to a dare.
I finished my soup and leaned back in my chair, a smug smile on my face. Prove it. Nadine wiped her lips, then threw her napkin on the table. She stood, then started walking toward the back of the hearse. I couldn't take my eyes off her ass as she walked, hips swaying in a way I swore was meant to turn me on. Nadine reached the stage and tapped the pianist on the shoulder. He continued playing a soft melody, but leaned over to hear her. Nadine said something in his ear, and he nodded politely. He played a few final notes, then stood from the piano bench and gestured to Nadine. I straightened in my chair, blown away that he actually took her request. Nadine smiled brightly and took a seat. The pianist held a microphone out in her direction, and she spoke into it in a soft, seductive tone.
This one goes out to my boyfriend, Lucas, she announced.
Nadine began playing, but it was obvious she had no idea what she was doing. The notes she played clashed, and people around us cringed. I loved it, though. She kept her eyes on me the whole time, and I couldn't help it when a wide smile spread across my lips. It didn't matter how bad the song was. She'd composed it for me. Nadine's song barely lasted 30 seconds. When she finished, she thanked the pianist profusely, then turned to the rest of the restaurant. A few people sighed in relief, but Nadine didn't give a shit what they thought. She curtsied like she'd just played a whole symphony to perfection. Damn it all if that wasn't the cutest thing I'd ever seen. Nadine returned to our table, snickering. Our appetizers had arrived, a sampler of fried ravioli, butter shrimp, and stuffed mushrooms. "That was amazing," I said.
"See what I told you?" Nadine laughed. "Getting outside your comfort zone can be fun."
I poked a mushroom with my fork. "I wouldn't do it, but it looked like you had fun up there."
"So you liked it?"
she challenged. I couldn't help but smile. "You dedicated a song to me. Of course I liked it." Nadine beamed and popped a shrimp in her mouth.
"Then it was totally worth it."
Our entree arrived, and Nadine challenged me to try a bite of her duck. "No, that's your meal," I insisted. "You eat it."
"I want to share."
I tried it, and it actually wasn't bad. Nadine pressed me the rest of the meal about foods I'd never tried.
"You've never had sushi?"
she balked.
"We have to get some sometime."
She was already starting a mental list of all the foods we had to try. At this point, I was starting to think she was planning a round-the-world trip for the two of us just so we could blow all our money on food. Not that I would mind spending any extra time with her. She could take me to the damn abyss if she wanted. By the time we'd finished our chocolate cake, I was having a lot of fun. Nadine had managed to take my mind off the case, and we were laughing over the idea of ordering Rocky Mountain oysters.
"Bull testicles are way outside my comfort zone," Nadine admitted.
"Ah, so I finally found something you won't try," I teased.
"I didn't say I wouldn't try it," she insisted. "I just might puke afterward."
I laughed. "You're so great." She went quiet at that.
"What? Why?"
I shrugged, but my eyes remained fixed on her. "You just are. You make me feel—" I couldn't find the words. My chest felt lighter than it had in ever. And just being in her presence sent tingles all over my skin. But it was more than that. "Like, maybe I can take chances," I finally said.
"Well, I'm glad,"
she replied with a smile.
"You're great, too."
My chest warmed. In what way?
"I guess when everything else feels uncomfortable, you don't,"
Nadine admitted. My breath left my chest. It was a compliment beyond any other.
"I feel good around you," she continued. "You make this whole learning I'm a witch thing bearable."
The table went silent, and I reached over to take her hand. "Same, Nade. I don't know if I could be a reaper without you." She smiled, and my heart swelled. When I was around Nadine, I felt like I could truly be happy.
"I'm glad we did this,"
she whispered. I smirked. "The night isn't over."
"Oh?"
she asked. Nadine turned her gaze out the window as the hearse pulled up outside of Starlight, the local performing arts center.
"We're going to see a show?"
"If you want," I told her.
"It sounds like fun," she said. "What's playing?"
"It's a musical review of Broadway's most romantic songs," I told her. I thought it sounded lame, but tonight wasn't about me. I wanted Nadine to enjoy herself.
"I didn't know you were into Broadway,"
she remarked as we stood. I took her hand and followed the line of people exiting the hearse. "I'm not. You don't hate it, do you?"
"No,"
Nadine assured me.
"Talia blasts Broadway on her phone every chance she gets, so I might know a couple of songs."
I chuckled. "Figures."
"What do you mean?"
She looked up to me as we stepped into the cold. I draped my arm around her again and led her toward the theater. "Can I make a confession?" She poked me in the side and smiled.
"Always."
"Grant's the one who suggested the tickets." Nadine laughed.
"Of course. He'd want to bring Talia."
"You don't sound like you're into this."
"No, it's fine,"
she assured me, but I heard the lie in her voice. "It's not fine," I said. I want you to have fun. We'll do something else instead.
I think we'd both enjoy that more,
she agreed. Instead of following everyone else into the theater, I took Nadine's hand and led her down the street. The theater was only a block down from the main shopping district, and we could see the bright lights from boutique shops and restaurants ahead. Nadine shivered. I remembered my coat and conjured it, then draped it around her shoulders. She relaxed and pulled it around her.
Thanks. Aren't you cold, though?
I shook my head. It was chilly out, but Nadine sent my pulse pumping so hard it actually felt nice. I entwined my fingers in hers. I'll be okay. Nadine looked thoughtful as we walked.
So tell me, what is Lucas's idea of a romantic night?
The hearse was good, but I can think of something that would have made it better, I said.
What's that?
I smirked. A murder mystery, the fake kind. Nadine's eyes lit up.
That would have been amazing.
I know you would have loved it, but I couldn't find anything like that tonight.
It's okay, she said. I loved the atmosphere on the hearse, and the food was amazing.
I couldn't take my eyes off of her. I stopped on the sidewalk and grabbed her around the waist, cutting her off. Before she could catch her breath, my lips were on hers. Heat pooled deep in my belly, and the air left my lungs. I felt like I was floating as Nadine's hands trailed up my torso. She inhaled a deep breath, and her breasts pressed against my chest. Her lips parted, and I ran my tongue along her bottom lip. Goddess, what I'd do to kiss this girl forever. Eventually the moment ended. My heart hammered as we drew away from each other. Nadine swayed on her feet.
What was that for?
Heat rose to my cheeks. I couldn't resist. She lifted her hands to run them across my face. Her eyes roamed my features.
I'm glad you didn't. Resist, I mean.
Nadine eyed me like she wanted me. Without thinking about it, I placed my hands inside her coat and wrapped them around her waist. The fabric of her dress was so thin I could feel every curve of her body. I pulled her closer to me and rested my forehead on hers. I needed a moment to catch my breath. Maybe there's something I can do to make this night perfect after all, I whispered.
Is there?
Nadine asked, suggestively, never taking her eyes off me. My eyes trailed over her collarbone and downward. I got hard looking at her cleavage and couldn't help it when I started undressing her with my eyes. She was so freaking hot in that dress. Come on, I have a surprise. A good one, I quickly added. Trust me. She smiled brightly.
I do trust you.
Somehow I managed to peel myself off of her, and I took her hand. Nadine followed beside me with a quick step. I wasn't sure if it was because she was excited or cold. Probably a bit of both. We reached the end of the block and turned down the next street, where there was a vendor with 3 black sleighs. Each was led by a velvety black horse. There were no drivers, as the horses were commanded by mentalists who could communicate with them at a distance. Several couples stood in line waiting their turn for a sleigh ride.
Oh my gosh, Nadine breathed. A sleigh ride?
I shrugged. Sleigh rides are popular in town this time of year.
It sounds perfect.
We approached the vendor and got in line, but it wasn't long before more sleighs pulled up and the couples on them got off. Eventually it was our turn. I paid the vendor and helped Nadine into the sleigh. Hot chocolate? One of the employees asked, holding up a cup to Nadine. She took it politely.
Thank you.
I grabbed a hot chocolate of my own, and we settled in beside each other. The sleigh lurched as the horse took off, and Nadine jumped as her hot chocolate sloshed in its cup. She went back to sipping on it as we started down the road. You okay? I asked. She shivered.
This hot chocolate is amazing.
I eyed the goosebumps on her exposed legs and couldn't help it when I reached over to touch her knee. She felt like ice.
I'm sorry you're so cold. I didn't plan on being outside so long. It's fine. Nothing we can do about it now. Unless you have a blanket.
I perked up. I might. I mentally searched my stash, which was more or less based on instinct. I sensed something warm and fuzzy and conjured it. To my surprise, a dark blue blanket appeared in my lap. I totally forgot I had that. Nadine laughed.
Well, it's a good thing you did.
I had Nadine hold my hot chocolate while I draped the blanket over both of us. Better? Nadine relaxed into the seat and closed her eyes. She held her cup close to her lips, just enjoying the heat coming off it. She looked so blissful when she did that.
Better.
The horse pulled us off the main road and down a secluded street. A path carved out in the trees appeared ahead. I leaned over and pressed my nose into her hair. I can think of a few ways to make it even better. It was bold. It was way outside my comfort zone. But Nadine had challenged me to get outside my comfort zone, and I wanted so badly to accept the invitation right now. I placed my hand on her leg beneath the blanket.
Lucas, she scolded playfully, in public?
I glanced to the single horse pulling us along, then to the trees we were about to enter. I don't see anyone else around. Nadine's eyes widened, and she chugged her hot chocolate.
Is this my Valentine's Day gift?
One of them, I whispered. My hand inched up her leg, stopping just at the hem of her dress. If you want it to be. Her breath wavered, like she too was having a mini heart attack.
I want it,
she said breathlessly. I pressed my nose into her hair again, enjoying her floral scent. Before we get back, do you want your other gift? She laughed, seemingly at the memory of her first gift.
Sure.
I drew away from her and conjured a small red envelope. Nadine opened it and pulled out the gift certificate inside. Tears beaded at the corner of her eyes when she read it. What? I asked, alarmed. It's a dumb gift, isn't it?
No,
she assured me quickly.
A massage gift card is exactly what I need. It's really good for my lupus. I can't think of a more thoughtful gift. I love it.
I relaxed as she leaned over to kiss me.
Now it's your turn,
she announced. She opened her clutch and pulled out a small box that fit in the palm of my hand. You didn't have to get me anything, I told her.
I know. I wanted to.
Curiously, I unwrapped the box. Inside sat a single tea bag.
This is only a sample, she explained. Grammy will have the rest ready for you on Monday.
My eyebrows shot up. If this was what I thought it was crazy expensive. Helena didn't have to go through the trouble.
Well, I paid her to,
she said with her chin held high. I lifted the bag and smelled the sweet scent. This is Maida's tea.
I know,
she said.
I thought you'd like it since the raw leaves help your anxiety. Grammy says the tea is a lot more potent.
It is, but Maida's shrubs are rare, I pointed out. The tea isn't cheap.
Forget about the price,
Nadine sighed.
I got it at a family discount.
Still. I couldn't find the words. I finally settled with, thank you.
Thank you,
she replied. She leaned into me, laying her head against my shoulder as we approached the vendor station. The whole side of my body warmed where she was touching it. She sighed and spoke in a dreamy tone.
Tonight was a lot of fun.
I cocked an eyebrow. Well, we'll have to do it again sometime.
We will indeed,
she agreed. I didn't know about Nadine, but I sure as hell meant it. Getting outside my comfort zone, touching her in places I hadn't touched her before, was fun. Curse or no curse, we were going to make this relationship work.
Chapter 10. Nadine. I rode in a horse-drawn sleigh beside Lucas, reveling in the amazing high of our date. It felt amazing to relive it over and over. "Lucas," I moaned. 1 second his hands were on me, the next, they'd vanished. I looked over to see that Lucas himself had disappeared. My heart began to hammer. Ahead of me, the trees cleared, and the high peaks of Imperium Mansion came into view. The soft snow falling around me quickly turned into a blizzard. As the sleigh came to a stop in front of the school, I jumped out and ran inside to escape the cold. My knees shook as I heaved heavy breaths. "Nadine," a sinister voice echoed through the main foyer. Instinct took over, and I began running down the hall. I didn't know where I was going, just that I had to get as far away from the voice as I could. The hall in front of me seemed to never end. When I glanced behind myself, there was nothing but darkness. I had to keep moving forward. Except the further I walked, the louder the voice became. "I'm coming for you, Nadine." The voice laughed. My heart hammered, and I began running. "Leave me alone!" I shouted. The laughter continued. I sprinted down the hall, feeling the hairs on the back of my neck rise. Suddenly, the hall came to a dead end, and I halted in my tracks. "Nadine!" the voice cried, and my pulse quickened. I whirled around, and my heart stopped dead at the sight of my own face staring back at me. Boo! "Oh my God!" I cried as I startled awake. It took a few moments for me to realize I'd only been dreaming. My heart rate began to slow. "What's wrong?" Talia's breathless voice came from across the room. I'd been napping after a long curse-breaking study session, but Talia was still buried in books. Issa stood on my leg, pressing her paws into me like she'd been trying to get me to wake. The curtains were closed, probably because Talia thought it would help me sleep, but dusk was quickly approaching. I took a deep, calming breath. "It was just a bad dream." "About what?" Talia set her textbook aside and shifted on the couch. "Is there anything I can do to help?" I shook my head. "No, I just need to get rid of this damn curse." A scratch came at the door, and Talia stood to open it for Gus. A scream tore out of her lungs, and my body stilled in alarm. "What?" I asked in a rush. I saw it before Talia answered. Gus came trotting into the room with a dead bird in his mouth. Blue feathers were missing from the wings, and a drop of blood hit the carpet. "Ew!" I cried. "I'll handle it." Talia grabbed Gus by the scruff. "Drop it!" Gus growled, but he reluctantly dropped the bird. He looked ashamed as he stared up at Talia. "Look, Gus, I appreciate the gifts," she said. "But you can't bring dead birds into the school." Gus turned away, leaving the dead bird sitting in the middle of the room. Talia hurried to the bathroom to grab a wad of toilet paper, then wrapped the bird in it and tossed it in the garbage. "I'll take that out when we're done here," she offered, taking a seat on the couch. "There has to be something I can do to help." "What can you do?" I asked. "You can't break the curse for me." "I can help research it," she said. Gus shoved his butt in her face, and she gently pushed him aside. "We know how curse-breaking works," I reminded her.
I'd been researching as much as I could, but I wasn't learning anything new. I just don't know how to break this one.
You have to find the source of the curse, Talia mused.
Yeah, my darkness, I said. But how do I draw that out? I see it in my mind, but I can't feel it like magic.
We'll figure it out, Talia promised. But I don't want you to push yourself too hard either. If you overdraw your magic, you could get hurt.
I bit my lower lip. Believe me, that's the last thing I want. Gus came toward me, sniffing the air. He looked like he was searching for food. He climbed on top of my nightstand and stepped on my oracle card deck. It slipped out from under his feet and fell to the floor. Talia rushed to pick it up before I could bend down.
Hey! Why don't we ask your cards what to do?
I shrugged. I've tried, but the messages have been unclear. I guess it doesn't hurt to try again. Talia handed me the deck, and I opened it. I shuffled through the cards while she spoke.
I'm thinking about petitioning the school to start a curse-breaking theology class, Talia said. It'd be open to all castes, so you could take it without blowing your cover.
That'd be amazing, I agreed. But who would teach it? I'm the only curse breaker alive.
Someone must be able to teach the basics, Talia said. Your grandma was helpful, but there has to be more to it. We need to figure out the theory behind breaking curses on people. It's got to be way more complicated than a cursed object.
Agreed, I said as I drew a card. The card was a familiar one, the mirror card. It depicted a painting of a beautiful woman standing in front of a mirror. Her expression looked content and happy, but the reflection's features were hard, full of resentment and anger. I sighed. I always seem to pull this card. Talia moved on the couch to get a better look. What does it mean? It's the card of reflection, I told her. I'm supposed to look inside myself and face my fears. The card is so vague, though, and I don't think I'm avoiding anything. What does it want from me?
Maybe there's something you're missing, Talia suggested.
Maybe you're afraid of something you don't even know you're scared of.
I don't think so.
Talia's phone chimed, and she reached over to grab it off her bed. She quickly scanned the text message and stood.
Cody wants to hang out. I'll catch up with you later?
My jaw dropped. Is it an emergency? She shook her head.
No.
Well, we're kind of in the middle of something. Talia sighed.
We can read cards anytime.
And you can hang out with Cody anytime, I thought.
Cody and I need to talk, she said sheepishly.
About what? Anything I can help with? She shook her head and began gathering her things. As she grabbed her binder, several pages slipped out and fluttered to the ground. I leaned down to grab them. As I was doing so, I caught sight of a few lines on the front page. At the top was written today's date. You said you'd risk it all for me. This is starting to feel like a one-way street. I want to talk, but I can't breathe. If I walked away, I'd lose everything. My eyes went involuntarily wide as Talia held her hand out expectantly. I reluctantly set the sheet music into her hands, and she rushed to tuck it out of my sight. My stomach sank. Are you sure I can't help? What's going on with you two?
Nothing, she assured me. We just have to talk.
Well, I didn't mean to look, but those lyrics sounded really sad. Talia finally looked at me. They're just lyrics. I write songs for my brother's band.
I have to come up with stuff that will appeal to their fans. So, everything's okay with you and Cody? I asked warily. Well, we kind of had a fight earlier, but it's okay. She quickly brushed it off. Do you want to talk about it? I offered. Talia bit her lower lip, stalling. We're just not on the same page about some things. I didn't want to push her, but I wanted to know what was going on, so I could help. You don't have to tell me right now, but I'm here to talk whenever you're ready. That's sweet of you. I just don't know how to put it. Talia sank back down on the couch. It wasn't really a fight. I don't want you to think Cody's a bad guy, because he's not. He's just... She sighed. He's such a guy. It's like we speak a totally different language. About what? Maybe I can help. Talia stared down at her hands. I love him so much and want to make him happy. I know he has needs, and I do everything I can to meet them. But I have needs too, you know? I tried to bring it up, and it turned into a whole thing. My mouth felt like sandpaper. Do you mean sexual needs? She dropped her gaze, her voice barely audible. Yeah. Wait, so you wanted more from sex, and he got mad about it? I asked, trying to understand what she was saying. Not mad, she insisted. Just confused, I guess? My features hardened. What's confusing about it? You want something from him, and he either says, okay, let's do it, or, no thanks, I'm not comfortable with that. Talia still wouldn't look me in the eye. It's not that simple. I'm asking him for something he can't give me. Can't or won't? I was suddenly very skeptical of Cody. Talia made it sound like it wasn't a big deal, but I could tell there was more to it. She looked up from under her lashes, giving me a sheepish look. I want him to make me orgasm, but I guess it's harder for some girls. I recalled my date with Lucas last Friday, and how it had been so easy with him. I knew everyone's bodies were different, but the way Talia spoke rubbed me the wrong way. Maybe he's not doing it right, I suggested. No, Talia assured me. Everything down there is working. I'm just bad at it or something. My jaw dropped, and my indifference toward Cody suddenly turned into an intense distaste. Did Cody tell you that? I practically fumed. No, she answered quickly, but there was something in her tone. It wasn't a lie exactly. He may not have said it in those words, but she hadn't come to the conclusion on her own. Can you do it yourself? I asked. I have. A couple times, she admitted. Then you're not the problem, I insisted. He probably doesn't know what he's doing. What kinds of things does he do that you like? Talia shrugged. I don't know. We just, have sex. Then he's done, and I can't finish. My nostrils flared. Her lyrics instantly came to mind about the one-way street. That's not fair. Most women can't orgasm from penetration alone. He should be trying to please you in other ways. Her brow furrowed. They don't? But he said his other girlfriends. Screw his other girlfriends, I interrupted. They aren't the ones having sex with him, are they? You need to communicate with each other. Tell him what you like. It kind of ruins the moment, she admitted.
Really? I asked flatly. Being pleasured ruins the moment? Tal, don't let him put all the blame on you. Sex is a two-person activity.
Sometimes it doesn't feel that way. She spoke so quietly I barely heard her. She looked so sad, I couldn't stand it.
If you don't want to be with Cody, you can break up with him, I pointed out.
No, she said, alarmed.
I could never. I love him so much. If we weren't together, I don't know what I would do.
I was starting to hate Cody more and more the longer this conversation continued. I know what will cheer you up, I encouraged. What do you say we head to the cafeteria and grab some of that chicken you love? Talia shook her head. I'm not hungry.
All semester?
I balked. It was clear what I was getting at. I wasn't about to hold back the hard truth with my bestie. She frowned. I like the way I look. I've lost 5 pounds this semester. My jaw dropped.
You don't need to lose 5 pounds.
Talia had always been petite and was one of the skinniest people I knew.
You don't have to do this for Cody, I said. If he really loved you, he'd take you at any size, like Grant.
The mention of Grant slipped out before I could think about it. Talia's features darkened. I don't want to be with Grant. I scrambled to collect myself.
I didn't mean that, exactly. But if I can ask, why not?
She pushed her hair behind her ear. Grant's too good to be true. Even if he did like me, I don't deserve him. My eyebrows shot up.
How had she not realized that Grant was totally head over heels for her? You deserve someone who treats you right, I said firmly. I know if you were available, Grant would ask you out in a heartbeat.
Well, I'm not available, Talia said coolly.
How did Grant get involved in this conversation anyway? Honestly, I just want Cody and I to be on the same page. That's all. And we'll get there. I know it.
My stomach dropped because I wasn't so sure about that. I'd always thought Talia was happy with Cody, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized the red flags had been there all along. She wouldn't eat and was constantly asking how her hair looked. Her self-esteem had taken a serious hit these last few months. Not to mention how she would rush away to meet up with him the instant he messaged her. It was like he wouldn't let her have her own life. And I got it, on some level. I wanted to be with Lucas every second of the day, too. But if Talia needed me first, Lucas would understand. Cody didn't seem to acknowledge Talia had a life outside of him. He was dragging her down. I didn't like it one bit, but I also didn't know what to do about it. She wasn't going to listen. I just want you to be happy with whoever you're with, I said softly. I'm happy with Cody, she promised, though I wasn't sure whether she meant it or if she was trying to convince herself of it. I gotta go. I'll see you later. Talia quickly gathered her things and subconjured them, then hurried out the door with Gus at her feet. Issa and I both watched her go. I hadn't noticed until now how much weight she'd lost. 5 pounds didn't sound like much, but on her tiny frame, it was. I made a mental note to buy her some of Barry's enchanted muffins later. I knew she wouldn't be able to pass them up. Issa turned to look at me and blinked.
What was I supposed to do? I asked her. Beg her to stay? Yeah, I'd like to spend more time with her, but
I didn't know how to finish the sentence. But I'm talking to a cat, so it doesn't matter. I returned my attention to the oracle card, contemplating its meaning for several long moments. Maybe the card wasn't telling me to face my fears or do some inner reflection.
Maybe it meant to face myself, literally. I had to face my darkness. I crossed my legs on the bed and got comfortable. Closing my eyes, I inhaled a deep breath. "Okay, Dark Nadine," I said aloud. "How do I find you?" I focused on every inch of my body, starting with my fingertips and moving up my arms, then down my body. I could feel magic buzzing inside my chest, the same way I felt my heartbeat or breath if I focused closely. All I had to do was find the curse and draw it out. Resistance hit deep in my belly. The moment I noticed it, a chill spread down my spine, and my fingers shook from where they rested on my knees. The resistance was calm at first, almost unnoticeable, but the more I focused on it, the more it chilled me to the bone. I smirked proudly. "Ah, is that you? Well, you can go fuck yourself." I tugged on the energy swirling in my stomach. It was heavy and felt different from the rest of my magic. I squeezed my eyes shut tighter and willed my magic to circle the area of resistance. I wanted nothing more than to crush it, but my magic did nothing against it. I realized I couldn't rid myself of my darkness by sheer force. It was a curse. I had to draw it out. Taking a deep breath, I drew my magic upward, tugging on the dark ball of energy in my belly. It fought against me, but I fought harder. The energy rose to my chest. My throat closed, and the room spun around me. Dark shadows passed across my vision, moving so quickly I couldn't make out the shapes. My pulse quickened, and a sense of urgency hit. I wanted to rush to my feet and sprint out of the room, but I remained rooted in place, as if held down by chains. My head lolled forward, and I realized a moment too late what a terrible mistake I had made. I hadn't drawn it out quick enough, and I wasn't strong enough to fight it. The resistance bloomed inside my chest until it didn't resist at all. Instead, it seemed to merge with my magic, flowing through my veins and taking over my entire body. Panic swept through me, and I tugged harder and harder, trying to reel it in. The energy yanked out of my gasp, exploding down through my extremities. A beat of silence passed. I tried to assess the energy inside of me, but I couldn't stay focused long enough. An evil laugh bubbled out of my throat. I felt lighter when I didn't fight back. My magic seemed to flow through me easier, and my whole body came alight with energy. I felt strong. Perhaps strong enough to combat Chloe. I clicked my tongue, and words that didn't feel like my own slipped out of my mouth. Maybe this curse isn't so bad. Issa growled at me, but I ignored her. A fly buzzed around my head, and I opened my eyes to see it land on the nightstand. Without thinking about it, I shot my hand out and slapped the fly. It went completely flat, and I drew my hand away to see a smear of blood on my palm. Magic swelled within me. I felt like I could do anything. At the thought, a purple orb formed in my hand. It crackled like lightning, and I had the urge to throw it. I drew my arm back, and the orb flew across the room. It fizzled out before it hit the wall, but a sense of victory filled my chest nonetheless. I'd just conjured a battle orb. I couldn't believe it. I stared down at my palms, waiting for the fatigue to sit in. But it didn't. That's when I noticed the blood spear on my hand had disappeared. I looked over to the dead fly, but that was gone too. In its place was nothing more than a tiny pile of ash. Holy shit! Realization slammed into me. Had I just used blood magic? Is that why the spell was so easy to cast? Because I'd pulled the magic from the dead creature rather than myself? The implications of this type of magic thrilled me. I could use this to perform magic without nearly passing out every time. It changed everything. A thought suddenly struck, and I got out of bed. I bent to the garbage can, where Talia had thrown away the dead bird and had forgotten about it. A sly smile spread across my lips as I lifted its limp corpse. I glanced around the room, and my eyes landed on a pack of matches on my altar. I took them, then gathered a few candles from my nightstand and situated myself on the floor in the center of the room. I didn't think about what I was doing. I hadn't even realized I'd made the decision to try it. I struck a match and lit 3 candles, one by one. The bird felt soft in my hands. I didn't mind when I felt its warm blood trickling onto my fingers. I studied the bird, wondering how best to use it. Pinching one of the twisted blue feathers, I plucked it out and held it over the flames. The feather caught fire. Laughter that didn't sound like my own filled the room as the burning scent entered my nostrils. Shadows cast in the fading light turn this creature dark as night. I muttered the incantation on the spot. My eyes widened as I witnessed the bird's shiny blue feathers darken to a pitch black. It only lasted a few moments before fading back to blue. Still, I never felt more accomplished. The feather between my fingers burned to ash, and the flame died. A wicked sneer tugged at the corners of my lips. I hadn't felt a thing. Perfect, I chuckled. Issa growled again, but I barely heard her. Already, all the possibilities were rushing through my mind. Gripping the bird tightly in my fingers, I lowered its limp head toward the candle. Graveyard stones and ghostly cry, Chloe's wicked soul must... A screech tore through the room, and Issa jumped down from the bed and onto my shoulder. Her claws dug into my neck and tore through my skin as she fell to the ground. Ow! What the fuck, Issa? I cried as I pressed my fingers into the fresh wounds. My hand came away with 3 lines of blood on it. I snapped back to attention. The warm bird still lay in my palm, but I dropped it the second I noticed. What I'd just been doing hit me like a punch to the gut, and I doubled over as all the air left my lungs. Had I just been about to curse Chloe using dark magic? What the fuck? I sucked in deep breaths of air. It was almost like I'd been possessed, except I hadn't been. I knew what I was doing. I even wanted to. But all rationality had been thrown out the window when my darkness took over. A heavy weight settled in my gut, making my stomach feel hollow and full of bricks all at the same time. I suddenly realized the candles were still burning, and I quickly blew them out so they wouldn't tempt me. My heart raced, and my breath wavered. "Dear Goddess, Issa!" I cried. "What's wrong with me?" "Nothing," a voice in my head told me. It wasn't like I'd killed the bird. It was already dead when I tried to perform the spell. If anyone was going to get hurt, it would be Chloe, and she deserved it. I was so conflicted. I pressed my face into my hands as I went back and forth with myself, but something sticky touched my skin. I pulled my hands away and realized the bird's blood was still on them. I got to my feet and went to the bathroom. Clutching the edge of the sink, I sucked in a deep breath and looked into the mirror. Why would you do that, Nadine? I questioned myself, shaking my head. Cursing Chloe wouldn't solve anything, and with dark magic no less.
Talia had warned me about the dangers of dark magic. It was banned within the coven. If I used it, Chloe won. I'd be banished for sure. Only if I get caught. I reached for the faucet to wipe the blood off my face, but my hands shook. Instead, I waved my hand over my face and spoke a cleansing incantation. Red, orange, yellow, blue, make my face fresh and new. The bird's blood faded from my face, but no sooner had I cast the spell did a sharp pain shoot up my wrist. Ah! I cried. I grabbed the aching wrist with my other hand and massaged it, but it took a full minute for the spasms to stop and the pain to ease. Tears welled in my eyes, though they refused to fall. I can't do this, I whispered to myself. Black magic was easy. It didn't hurt at all. How much longer could I keep drawing from myself? Even the simplest spells took their toll. I forced my breath to slow and lifted my gaze to stare at myself in the mirror. My reflection was full of judgment. I hated the way I looked at myself. I squeezed my eyes shut so I wouldn't have to, but that didn't help. All I saw from behind my lids was my own face, but it wasn't quite my own. It was the one I'd fought in my evoking ceremony. She wore dark makeup and a smug smile. I hated her. But how could I, when she was me? She was right about what she'd said during my evoking ceremony. I was weak. My body couldn't even take its own magic. I was a burden to those around me. It's why Talia spent so much time with Cody, so she wouldn't have to deal with me. How could Lucas love me like this? My parents must have died because they didn't want me. Shut up! I screamed. I knew everything that had just gone through my mind was a lie, so why did I even think it at all? I have to get out of here, I thought. I turned around, only to realize Issa had been standing in the doorway to the bathroom the whole time. I stumbled past her and noticed the candles and bird were still on the floor. I moved as quickly as I could to get everything back in its proper place. All that was left was the bird. It didn't seem right to throw it in the garbage. I knew I hadn't killed the bird, but I hadn't treated it with respect either. Perhaps that was the answer. If I cast black magic with honor and respect, it wasn't really black magic, was it? As long as I didn't intend to hurt anything, there was no harm in it. I wrapped the bird in tissues. Issa sat on the floor, watching me. Come on, Issa. I gestured for her to follow me. We're going to give this guy a proper burial. I slipped on a coat, and Issa followed me outside. We walked into the forest behind the school. I could just barely make sense of the trail in the setting sun. I didn't stop until we were far enough away from the mansion that I couldn't see the building anymore. I turned at a thick oak tree and ventured off the path a few yards. I knelt in the snow and set the bird aside. Issa sniffed the bundle of tissues, then sat beside me and purred her approval. I began digging with my hands. The ground was cold and frozen, but I managed to dig a shallow grave. My fingers felt like icicles when I finally pulled away. Gently, I set the bird in the hole. There you go, little birdie, I said. May you rest in peace. At that, I scooped the dirt into the hole, burying the bird. When I finished, I smoothed out the top of the grave and placed a rock I'd found nearby on top of it. My chest felt lighter now that I'd given the bird a proper burial. Coven culture told me that I should feel awful about using black magic, but I didn't. I felt strong. This was how I'd beat Chloe, I realized. I was too weak without it, and I refused to be weak any longer. I woke early the next morning and was out of bed and ready for the day in 45 minutes, a near record for me. I even had time to make it to the breakfast buffet before class. I ate a stack of pancakes and a bowl of fruit, then dumped my tray. I was thrilled when I spotted Lucas passing the cafeteria on my way out. "Hey, babe," I greeted, pinching him playfully as I came up behind him. He jumped a little, then relaxed when he saw it was me. He draped an arm around me and noted, "You're looking good today." I ran my fingers through my hair for show. "Thanks, I feel good." He eyed me curiously. "What's your secret?" I glanced up and down the hall, but there were too many people nearby. I wasn't sure how to tell him I'd used black magic. I didn't know if he'd be proud of me for casting new magic, or disappointed in my methods. "Let's go for a walk," I suggested. Lucas and I conjured our coats and headed outside. We started for the trail that cut through the woods behind the school. The freshly fallen snow left the forest quiet, and the wind was still. "Can I be honest with you?" I asked. He squeezed my hand. "Always." All my life, I've grown up with what I can only describe as a dark energy inside of me, I told him. I mentioned it to you before, but I never really explained it. I think it has something to do with my family curse. He furrowed his brow. "Should I be worried?" "No, nothing like that," I said quickly. "It's just, sometimes she breaks through." Lucas studied me. "Breaks through how?" "I dumped some cursed objects on Chloe, and I used a bird Gus killed to perform a spell," I admitted. Lucas's face paled. "Nade, tell me you didn't use black magic." It was hard to tell exactly what he was thinking. I bit my lower lip. "Kind of. The bird was already dead, so I'm not sure it counts." "It counts," Lucas pressed. "Nade, you can't do that. It's against coven law." "But I didn't hurt anyone, and I cast magic without getting sick." My eyes searched his, and I noticed his features deepening with concern. "You're not scared of me, are you?" He shook his head and stared down at me. "How could I ever be scared of you? This darkness you mentioned, it isn't you. You would never hurt a fly." "But I did," I thought. Literally. "Are you disappointed in me?" I asked. I didn't know what I'd been hoping for by telling Lucas all this. Perhaps I needed some form of validation. "I'm worried," he admitted, taking my hands in his. "This curse could seriously hurt you. But I know you. You won't stop until you've broken it. Then you'll be free of this darkness." Lucas cut off as the sound of commotion came through the trees. We both went still as statues, listening. I heard a growl first, followed by a roar. Then came the sound of heavy footsteps pounding on the path. "Holy shit!" I cried, my spine straightening. "Are there bears around here?" His eyes went wide. "I don't think that was a... Fuck!" The creature came barreling out of the trees, sprinting and rearing its head like it was some sort of rabid animal. That, or it was seriously pissed off. My heart leapt into my throat, and though every instinct told me to run, I couldn't move my feet. The monster skidded to a halt on the path when it noticed us. It studied us as if considering us for its next meal. I shuddered. The creature was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. Scratch that. I'd seen it once, in a drawing shown in my demonology class. It was a 3-headed lion with a black coat and golden eyes. I knew it was a creature of lore, a type of monster created by demons. My gaze roamed every inch of it, taking in the terrifying creature. A scar marred its right paw, and its skin hung tight to its bones. Saliva dripped from each of its 3 mouths, and it bared its fangs in our direction. I'd wager a guess the monster hadn't eaten in days, and it looked starving.
"Nade, get behind me,"
Lucas demanded. He didn't give me a choice. He grabbed me by the shoulder and shoved his way in front of me.
"Shouldn't we run?"
I asked as the creature stared us down. Lucas kept his eyes on the 3-headed lion.
"If we run, it will chase us down. I'm not risking it catching us."
"Then what do we do?"
Lucas opened his palms, and purple battle orbs formed in his hands.
"We fight back."
No sooner had he said it did the creature begin charging. My heart hammered so hard I could feel my blood pulsing throughout my whole body. I tried my damnedest to conjure a battle orb, but nothing happened. Luckily, Lucas was prepared. He threw battle orbs at the lion in quick succession. They each hit their target square on, slamming into one of the 3 heads in turn. The lion was blasted backward. I poised to run while it was distracted, but it dug its claws into the snowy dirt and shook its heads like the orbs were nothing but a minor inconvenience.
"Any other ideas?"
I squeaked. Lucas thought quickly and conjured a potion. He flung it at the lion as it charged toward us a second time. But the potion did nothing but spill across the dirt as the vial exploded at the creature's feet.
"Lucas!"
I screamed. The lion lunged, and Lucas shoved me out of the way. I stumbled backward to the forest floor as Lucas threw up a shield. The magic shimmered in the morning light. The shield was no match for the monster, though. The lion's claws reached out and swiped straight through Lucas's magic, shattering his shield spell. He didn't have time to react before the lion had tackled him to the ground.
"Lucas!"
I shrieked. I didn't think about what I was doing. I scrambled to my feet and flung myself on top of the lion. My arms wrapped around the middle head, and I yanked backward. But I was too late. The monster had already taken a swipe at Lucas. The sound of his jacket ripping tore through the forest. My stomach hollowed in response to Lucas's pained cries. Without hesitation, I sank my fingers straight into the monster's eyes, and it reared backward. I held on tight, pinning my legs to its sides. The creature's roar filled the forest and echoed through the trees.
"Nadine!"
Lucas cried. He formed another battle orb, but hesitated. He didn't want to hit me. My pulse pounded in my ears, and my joints began to ache with the force I used to keep myself on the creature's back. The monster's jaws snapped at me, but it couldn't crane its neck back far enough to reach me. I had to think of something, and fast. I could feel the monster's magic pulsing through him. I didn't know if he had any special abilities, or if I was simply sensing the magic that created him. But I knew if I could sense it, I could take it for my own. It would at least slow him down, right? I didn't allow myself to question it, because I didn't have time. If I sat around thinking about it, I'd be ground meat before I made a decision. I tightened my hold around its neck and squeezed my eyes shut tightly. At my command, my magic tangled with the monster's. I opened my channel, and his magic flowed into me. The magic was unlike anything I'd ever felt before. When I channeled it, a heaviness settled in my chest, and my skin stung like I'd been attacked by a hive of wasps. The taste of copper filled my mouth, and the scent of burnt flesh entered my nostrils. It was dark magic like I'd never known, forged straight in the fires of the abyss. The monster roared again, but this time it barely made a sound. It spun in circles, trying to fling me off, but I went nowhere. I kept tugging at its magic, and its footsteps slowed. Finally,
the creature slumped to the ground. I wasn't sure if it was dead or unconscious, but I couldn't check. The monster's dark magic rattled around inside of me, begging to escape. "Nade." I heard Lucas's voice, but it sounded miles away. My vision blurred as I stumbled over to a nearby tree and caught myself on it. "Nade?" Lucas repeated. He knelt beside me and placed a hand on my back, but it felt like fire on my skin. "What's going on?" "I have to get rid of it," I told him between gritted teeth. I could barely talk, and the magic hurt so much. I didn't know what I was going to do with it, or how. If I let this magic go just anywhere, it'd spring back into the creature, and it'd be back to finish the two of us off. I had no choice but to get rid of it for good. Failure wasn't an option. My hands splayed across the tree trunk, and my fingers curled, nails digging into the bark. I opened my channel once again, this time allowing the magic to flow out of me. I pressed it into the tree, filling up the earth with the dark magic. I focused my intention on death. This creature from hell had to die, or it would kill us both. Tears rolled down my cheeks as the bark began to shrivel beneath my hands. Above me, healthy branches twisted and curled, as if the tree was in pain. The bark transformed from a healthy brownish gray to a deep, burnt black. Lucas's eyes widened as he watched. Slowly, the fiery pain across my skin eased. The burning smell in my nostrils drifted away in the wind, and I smelled Lucas beside me. When it seemed like the magic was gone, I kept going. My channel opened even wider, and magic I didn't realize was still lingering continued to flow into the tree. I continued until there seemed to be no magic left, and even then, I didn't stop. But I didn't force it. It was like Verla had taught me. I had to let the magic work for me. Soon, my vision began to darken at the corners, and my arms became so weak I could no longer keep them up. My head spun, and my whole body collapsed to the side. Lucas caught me. I took a moment to take in my surroundings. The tree had withered away and was nothing more than a burnt skeleton in a forest of healthy trees. It was as if a fire had come along to claim a single life. I glanced at the monster just in time to see its upper body sink into the earth. It was gone a moment later, but the earth hadn't moved at all, like the monster never existed. What just happened to it?" I stammered. Lucas swallowed. "It's been reclaimed by the abyss. It belongs to hell." I shuddered. "How did this happen? How did it get here?" Lucas helped me sit up, though I felt like I could hardly move. I leaned against him for support. "I don't know," he answered in a shaky breath. "The only entrances for monsters into our world are in Malovia, the home of the Arcania. The Fae have magical borders to keep them contained, though. I have no idea how the monster got here, unless someone else sent it." I groaned. Another prank from Chloe, or literally anyone else mad at me about the vandalism. Lucas looked thoughtful, but he couldn't seem to make sense of the creature's sudden appearance. "The good news is, you did it." I blinked at him a few times. My head was clouded, and I wasn't sure if I heard him right. "I did what?" "You killed the monster." I swore I heard admiration in his tone. "You transferred his magic into the tree. And that creature is dark. If you can do that, you can break any curse you want." My head began to clear, and I realized what a magical feat it was. It only confirmed for me what I could do with dark magic.
I'd killed a creature in the process of transferring its magic. That had to fall under the realm of dark magic. I drew away to look him in the eyes. I guess you're right. I can't believe Lucas! My breath stalled when I caught sight of his arm. Blood dripped from the gashes torn in his sleeve, pooling into the snow below. I reached out for him, but he yanked away on instinct. It was the first time I'd noticed how pale he'd gone. "Goddess, you're really hurt." "I'll be fine," he said. "Just need some antibiotics and gauze." "Let me see," I demanded. I didn't wait for an answer. I yanked on the fabric of his sleeve, opening the hole wider. My guts twisted when I saw the damage underneath. 3 gashes ran across his arm and were torn so deep I saw bone. Rivers of blood trailed down his arm. "We have to get you to the infirmary now," I insisted. Lucas tugged his sleeve over the wounds and pressed down hard. "It's not that bad." He didn't get a chance to finish his sentence. His face went totally ashen, and his eyes rolled back into his skull. I only barely caught him before he crashed to the ground, unconscious.
Chapter 11. Lucas. I woke in the infirmary hours later, wondering if the monster attack had been a dream. Something warm squeezed my hand, and I turned to see Nadine sitting at my bedside. My unease instantly washed away at the sight of her. She looked tired, as if she had only woken when I stirred. I tried to sit up straighter, but pain shot through my arm. I glanced down to see my forearm wrapped tight in gauze.
"Nade."
My voice came out dry. Nadine quickly reached for a glass of water and handed it to me.
"Here, you should drink something."
I sipped water through the straw, but quickly realized how parched I was, and I drank half the glass in a matter of seconds. Finally, I set the drink on the table beside my bed.
"What happened?" "What happened, mister? It's not that bad," she teased. "You passed out, so I ran to get help. They wouldn't let me in the room while they cleaned up your wounds, but they said it should heal within the week. They must have put some sort of magical salve on it."
I sucked a breath through my teeth.
"How bad was it?"
Nadine cocked an eyebrow.
"Pretty bad. That monster, whatever it was, it tore down to the bone."
I sighed. "I'm sorry."
"Sorry?" she asked. "It's not your fault. Whoever summoned that thing is to blame."
"I should have been able to fight it," I insisted. The sight of her jumping on the back of the monster played over and over in my mind. I'd been so frightened for her. I didn't ever want to put her in that kind of danger again. I couldn't live with myself if I ever let her get hurt. She ran her thumb over the back of my hand.
"Don't worry about it. The monster's gone. It's over now."
My guts sank. I didn't want to jump to conclusions before we had any evidence, but something told me that this, whatever it had been about, was far from over.
"You did amazing out there, Nade,"
I told her softly. She smiled, but it looked forced. "Seriously," I assured her. "Don't underplay it. Your magic is stronger than you realize."
"Thanks,"
she replied softly. I started to get up, but Nadine gently pushed me back into bed.
"Where do you think you're going?"
"It's Thursday," I pointed out. "I have class." She frowned.
"Not today, you don't. You're staying in bed until your arm heals."
"I can walk," I argued.
"You could also hurt yourself even more," she pointed out. "I'm helping you until you're better. I won't leave your side."
Nadine kept true to her promise over the weekend, only leaving my dorm to grab food or sleep. I hated having her care for me, because I was the one who was supposed to take care of her. But I found it endearing nonetheless. As if I could fall for the girl even more. By the following week, I managed to convince her I was fine, and I returned to classes. The divination classroom buzzed with conversation when I arrived. I was one of the last ones there, and quietly slipped into an empty seat in the back, my usual spot. My fingers trailed over the gauze on my arm, as I couldn't help but fiddle with it. Professor Wyckoff stood at the front of the room with her back to us, organizing a few supplies I couldn't see. It was a new unit today, like every week. It turned out there was a lot more to divination than I ever realized. We must have studied a dozen techniques already, trying to discern messages about the future through various means. We'd already covered allomancy, or divination by salt, abacomancy, or divination through dust or ashes, and ichnomancy, where we read our futures from our footprints. Divination was a skill all witches and warlocks could learn, and it was a required credit. But I wasn't a seer. I didn't possess a knack for discerning images from abstract things like salt crystal patterns. I'd quickly learned that the key to passing this class was to make shit up. Professor Wyckoff approved of any interpretation, no matter how bogus.
"Welcome, class,"
Professor Wyckoff said in the calm tone she always used. The class quickly quieted so we could hear her.
"Today we will be studying chiromancy."
She waved her hand, and a box at the front desk began to hover mid-air. It trailed behind her as she walked around the room, passing out supplies as she explained.
Chiromancy translates from Greek as waxen divination. It involves the interpretation of melted wax to tell your future. There are many forms of chiromancy. One of the most common is to drop hot wax into a bowl of cold water and interpret the images formed. We will be performing that ceremony later this week.
Professor Wyckoff reached my desk and set a small candlestick and a matchbook in front of me.
Today we will start with a simple method. All you have to do is light your candle and interpret the flicker of the flame and the shapes of the melting wax. As always, divination begins with asking a question, whether you choose to focus on relationships, money, or something else. It may take the full period for your candle to burn down, so I suggest you get started.
Professor Wyckoff breezed to the front of the room as she finished handing out candles. She was a mentalist, but highly perceptive. If I hadn't seen her perform telekinesis before, I wouldn't have believed she wasn't a seer. I turned my attention to the candle and decided to set a generic intention. What the hell did my future hold? I lit my candle and focused on the flame. It flickered erratically, but I didn't put a lot of stock in the symbolism. There were a lot of people in the class, breathing and interrupting the air currents. The clock ticked on the wall, and my classmates remained silent. Some of them closed their eyes and started meditating. My mind wandered first to Nadine, then to the magical theory paper I had due and hadn't worked on yet. My thoughts settled on the case of the missing boys. I'd done everything I could to identify the third boy from the photo at Michelle's, but the coven was sensitive to information on minors. I hadn't even found a name, and I didn't know where to go next without more information. Neither the Thomases nor Michelle wanted to tell me the truth.
"What an interesting pattern,"
Professor Wyckoff mused, pulling me from my thoughts. I glanced down to my candlestick to see it was almost completely melted. I hadn't realized how much time had passed. My candle looked nothing more than a blob of wax, so I wasn't sure what she found so interesting about it.
"How would you interpret the flickering of the flame?"
Professor Wyckoff asked, eyes sparkling. I cleared my throat and made something up on the spot. It flickered a lot, which might mean I have some conflicting energy. Perhaps the road ahead is going to be difficult for me. She drew a breath and clapped her hands together at her chest, sounding delighted.
"A very perceptive interpretation, Mr. Taylor. What can you interpret from the dried wax?"
I eyed the candle from various angles, though nothing stood out to me. It was just melted wax, after all. The wax melted into teardrop shapes, further confirming I have a difficult path ahead.
Precisely,
Professor Wyckoff said brightly. I might have felt a sense of pride if she hadn't bought every bullshit interpretation I'd come up with this semester.
Your wax has hardened on the side of the candle.
She pointed at the various teardrop shapes.
This means you will have a difficult time overcoming your burdens, but rest assured you will achieve your goals.
I sank a little in my seat. Just the fortune I wanted to hear. Thanks, I scoffed. I hadn't meant to sound so ungrateful. As my breath left my chest, the air blew the candle out. But it was only out for a second. A moment later, the wick began burning again.
Oh my!
Professor Wyckoff gasped, placing her hand over her heart. I raised an eyebrow curiously.
What? Your flame. It appeared to burn out for a moment, but it was only an illusion.
She pressed her lips together and murmured,
This means something.
It wasn't that I didn't believe in divination. I just wasn't good at it myself. So when Professor Wyckoff got the look of intense interest on her face, I was practically on the edge of my seat. What does it mean? I pressed.
I have my suspicions, but let's consult the cards for further analyses.
She lifted her hand, and a deck of tarot cards flew to her from across the room. She used her telekinetic power to shuffle them, then had me draw a card. Her shoulders fell when she saw it.
As I suspected, the Seven of Cups is the card of illusion. Something is not as it seems, Mr. Taylor. Something, or someone.
No shit, I thought. Someone in the coven had gotten away with murder. That was an illusion if I ever saw one.
Tread carefully, she warned.
The woman wasn't a seer, but I'd be damned if her ominous voice didn't hold the same chilling warning as someone with clear divination powers.
The path you are on is not as clear as you might think. You are about to uncover many secrets. Someone is deceiving you, and you must be careful who to trust.
A chill spread down my spine. When it came to this case, I trusted no one. After class, Grant invited me to the fitness center for rock climbing. It was still early in the day, so we were the only ones there, apart from a student desk attendant across the gym. It felt good to get back in a harness. Grant acted as my belayer, controlling my safety rope as I climbed. We attached our gear and gave our commands. On belay? I asked. Grant tugged the rope tight. Belay is on. Climbing, I announced. I rubbed my chalked hands together as I assessed my route over the wall. I did that research you wanted me to, Grant said as I began climbing. On the potions? I was already several feet off the ground and glanced down at him. Hope surged in my chest. Finally, I might have some sort of answer. Yeah, turns out I can't find anything that would mess with someone's powers. Not unless you administered the potion directly. I pressed my lips together as I turned back toward the wall. Well, Talia didn't eat or drink anything while we were at Michelle's, and her visions were still messy. I hesitated on the rocks a moment before finding a better route and climbing quickly. I called down to Grant. Do you think her powers are just too fresh? Maybe she doesn't know how to use them yet. He sounded unsure. I think if Talia felt a block, it was probably there. You're right, I agreed. I trusted Talia to know the limits of her powers. I reached the top of the wall and touched the ceiling, then announced to Grant, Ready to lower. Lowering, Grant called up to me. I kicked off the wall and Grant slowly lowered me to the mat below. I unclipped my gear and we switched places. As Grant was tying his figure-8 knot, I rolled my shoulders. It had been a long time since I'd climbed, and it was going to take some practice to work up my climbing muscles again. But damn, did it feel good. Oh, I almost forgot, Grant said before stepping up to the wall. I passed Professor Carlyle in the hall after magical plants and herbs. He said if I saw you to let you know he wanted to talk. I furrowed my brow. Talk?
Something about the article you're writing, he clarified.
Right, thanks for the heads up. After we finished climbing, I headed toward Professor Carlyle's office. The door was open when I arrived. Professor Carlyle held a small vial and brought it to his lips. He tipped it backward, but startled when I knocked on the doorframe. A light green liquid spilled over his chin, and he hurried to wipe it up. "Sorry, Professor," I said before cutting off. The potion sparkled blue in the light, catching my attention. I'd never seen anything like it. "If you don't mind me asking, what is that?"
"Oh, it's nothing,"
he replied nonchalantly, grabbing a stack of napkins that must have been left over from his lunch. He dotted the potion off his tie.
"It's just a potion to help curb symptoms of—"
He trailed off as he looked up at me. There was skepticism in his eyes, like he wasn't sure whether to tell me or not. "Symptoms of what, Professor?" I asked carefully. "Are you ill?" He took a deep breath.
"It's cancer, I'm afraid."
My stomach turned hollow. "I'm sorry, I had no idea." His tone brightened.
"No reason to be sorry. It could happen to anyone. The potion helps, but I'm afraid there's no cure. Please, do come in."
He sounded like he was trying to avoid the subject, so I didn't push it. My throat turned dry thinking about him living with incurable cancer. I wondered how long he had. I hoped it would be a long time before I heard his last thought. I shut the door behind myself and took the chair across from his desk.
"I presume you're here about the article," Professor Carlyle said. "I wanted to see how far you've gotten."
I slumped in my seat a little. "Not far, to be honest. I interviewed Isaac's mom, but his dad still isn't returning my calls."
Carlyle's eyebrows shot up. "And did you find anything interesting?"
I sighed. "The parents are lying."
"Oh?"
Professor Carlyle leaned closer, looking intrigued.
"Lying about what, exactly?"
I glanced toward the door, and though we were in the privacy of his office, I lowered my voice anyway. "The parents told me their kids didn't know each other, but I saw a picture in Isaac's house. In it, he was standing next to Caleb and another boy. I don't know what the connection is exactly, but I think the third boy might be in danger."
"A third boy?" Professor Carlyle asked curiously. "Any idea of who the boy is?"
I shook my head. "Michelle didn't say. I wish I would have snapped a photo of it before I left. Then maybe I could ask around and get a name. I've looked through some old copies of the Miriamic Messenger, but I haven't seen him." Professor Carlyle looked deep in thought.
"Perhaps my gift can help."
I tilted my head. It was the first time I realized I didn't actually know what Professor Carlyle's gift was. I knew he was a seer, but I didn't know anything beyond that. "What exactly is it you can do?" I questioned curiously.
"Many things," he said humbly. "My gift is multifaceted, if you will. Most seers receive their own visions. My gift works differently, in which I'm able to open others' minds to visions based on their personal experiences."
I stilled. "You can make me have a vision?" Carlyle nodded.
"Perhaps, if you are willing to receive it."
"It sounds like Professor Damon's gift, but he's a mentalist," I said thoughtfully. Nadine had told me how he'd use his gift to imprint visions in her mind to train her for her evoking ceremony. Professor Carlyle waved his hand.
"It's a similar concept, but a different execution. Professor Damon plays with your mind as mentalists do, makes you see what he wants you to see. As a seer, my gift works alongside divination."
"What might I see?" I asked.
"Think of it like a movie theater in which I'm the projector, but you're the ticket holder. I cannot control what is being played on the screen, but I can press play, and you can view it."
"This could help us learn who's behind this," I burst with enthusiasm. Carlyle pressed his lips together.
"It's certainly something I've considered. But as I said, the visions are based upon your personal experiences.
He tapped his chin thoughtfully.
Now that you have more information about the case, perhaps we can use your experiences to uncover more details.
Then let's try it, I said without hesitation. How does it work? Carlyle laced his fingers together on his desk.
It's simple. Close your eyes and focus on the case.
That's it? I asked. It was almost too easy. He nodded.
That's it. I will project my power onto you, and if there is anything to learn, you shall see it clearly in your mind.
I closed my eyes and tried to relax in the chair, but I was bursting with energy. If this worked, we could learn who was behind this. We could bring the case to a close and save any future victims. Okay, I'm ready, I announced. I focused my mind on the details of the case, what the boys had said to me in their last thoughts, the pin I'd found at Caleb's house, and the photo of the boys together. As I imagined the photograph in my mind, I honed my attention on the third boy. I recalled the roundness of his face and the freckles across his nose. I pictured the deep brown of his eyes with such precision that they began to take life in my mind. His features became so detailed, I swore I could reach out and touch him. My breath wavered in surprise at how vivid the vision was. Professor Carlyle didn't speak, and I didn't open my eyes to look at him. I wasn't sure if he could tell what I was seeing. The boy was still to begin with, and then his features began to move. The image zoomed out and showed him running around a playground. His arms were spread wide, and he made whooshing noises like he was an airplane. There were other kids nearby, but they were more or less shadows in the vision. I couldn't make them out, as I focused solely on the young boy.
"Travis,"
a woman's voice called from off-screen. The boy didn't respond as if he hadn't heard. Instead, he ran for the playground equipment and started climbing it.
"Travis!"
the voice called again. She was more stern this time, obviously annoyed.
"Travis Bennett, it's time to go."
Travis reached the top of the playground equipment, and his shoulders sagged.
"Coming,"
he called back. He headed for the slide and started down it, and that's when the vision ended. My eyes fluttered open, and I took deep breaths to slow my racing heart. Professor Carlyle eyed me curiously.
What did you see?
I drew another breath.
"I got a name. Travis Bennett."
Carlyle's eyes brightened.
Well, that's wonderful. What do you plan to do with this information?
I hesitated. What could I do? Finally, I said, "I'm going to protect him."
"I'm happy to speak to the family myself,"
Carlyle countered. "With all due respect, Professor, this is my article," I replied. "I'd like to explore every angle I can."
"I understand that," he sighed. "I just fear what may happen if the kidnapper discovers how much you know. He could be highly dangerous. We can't know for sure. Let me take care of this."
Carlyle wasn't going to budge. He really seemed worried about the perp, and I didn't blame him. "Okay, Professor," I agreed. "I'll keep my distance." But it was a lie. I only said it to placate him. The truth was, it didn't matter how dangerous this case got. I was going to do everything in my power to make sure no one got hurt again. And that started with talking to Travis Bennett's family.
Chapter 12. Nadine. Several weeks passed, and I was relieved that nothing had happened since the lion attack. No pranks from Chloe, no dark episodes. I was proud to say my curses were working on Chloe. I'd seen her in the halls several times, trying to talk to guys, only for them to turn around and ignore her. One day, I overheard her complaining about her arms itching. "Maybe you should visit the health center," Camille had suggested. "I'm sure there's a potion that can help."
I tried a potion, Chloe sneered. This is different. It's like someone cursed me. I whirled around and hurried the other way before she could spot me. If she saw me standing there, she'd think I was spying. She'd know it was me. I'd been doing better in alchemy, too, and Onyx was warming up to me. My magic was growing stronger. I didn't always need to resort to dark magic to conjure orbs or perform minor incantations anymore. It still had its side effects, though. On days I was recovering from spell casting, I'd curl up with a book in the library. I'd found a few promising curse-breaking legends in old texts, but nothing that would help me break this curse yet. I was beginning to feel more at ease, but I feared it wouldn't last long. Talia and I walked beside each other after class a few weeks later. We spotted Grant and Lucas talking with Mandy and Amy in the main foyer, and made our way over to their study corner. "I'm all set," Grant said. "Set with what?" Talia asked, taking a seat beside Grant. There weren't any seats left for me, so I sat on the arm of Lucas's chair, and he wrapped an arm around me. "They're talking about their majors," Lucas explained. "What major did you declare, Grant?" Mandy asked. "Culinary alchemy," Grant said proudly. "I'd love to open my own place. I haven't decided whether it'd be a bakery or a brewery yet." "That major sounds incredible," I told him. "I didn't know there was such a thing." "Oh, yeah," Grant raved. "It's one of the most popular alchemy majors. Most people go on to become alchemists for the breweries and cider mills in town. It's pretty easy to make a career out of maple syrup, too. Culinary alchemy is Octavia Falls' biggest industry. All the ciders and syrups we export are infused with magic. It easily makes us the best in the country." "No wonder the food here is so amazing," I said with a laugh. Grant leaned forward. "What are you thinking about majoring in, Mandy?" She sighed. "I can't decide between palmology and counseling. I know I don't have to pick yet, but I'm trying to accelerate my coursework and graduate early. I'm going to have to get serious at the career fair next week." Amy stroked Stormy's fur, who was curled up in her lap. "Do both. I'm thinking about double majoring too. But I don't know. Magical history is so complex as it is." "You're majoring in magical history?" Talia sounded intrigued. Amy smiled. "I want to know everything I possibly can about other supernatural races. I think we could do so much more to understand the Great Supernatural War and prevent anything like that from happening again." I furrowed my brow. Everyone else seemed to know what she was talking about, but I hadn't run across it in my classes yet. The Great Supernatural War? Amy's face lit up, like she was thrilled to talk about it. 80 years ago, a war broke out between the supernatural races. The Arcanian Fae wanted to expose supernaturals. They thought our magic was strong enough to control them. The coven feared modern technology was enough to kill us, so we wanted to stay hidden. The Arcania attacked the coven, and we retaliated. My jaw dropped. "You must have won, right? I mean, we're still secret. But how? You guys have made the Fae sound so strong." "Oh, sure," Amy said. "Individually, they're much stronger than we are, but when all the Coven's magic comes together, our magic rivals theirs. Besides, we didn't fight the war alone. Vampires and angels took the Arcania's side, but we had mermaids and enchanters on ours. The Elven Union fought with us too, until the Arcania slaughtered them to extinction." I shivered. "Until then, the Elementi remained neutral," Amy continued. "But once the elves were killed, they finally stepped in and took our side. They helped us win the war and get the treaty signed." "That sounds horrible," I breathed. "You don't think it could happen again, do you?" Amy bit her lower lip. "I think it's possible. The Elementi are fighting a civil war right now, and I've heard rumors of unrest in Malovia. The Astromancers are on the verge of a rebellion, and don't even get me started on the others. Supernatural races tend to keep to their own outside of trade, but who's to say we won't step in and take sides in one of these wars again? I think it's only a matter of time.
I hope it's long after we're dead, I said softly. Amy got a sad look in her eyes. I hope so too. She didn't sound confident about that. It was clear what she was saying. If we didn't get involved with the next great supernatural war, our kids would. Amy cleared her throat, breaking through the momentary silence.
Anyway, what are you majoring in, Lucas?
I'm not sure yet, he admitted.
Well, you still have a couple of months to decide, Talia pointed out.
Mandy checked the time on her phone and stood.
Amy and I have to get to class. Let us know when you decide on a major, Lucas.
Will do, he said, waving as the two of them left. Grant sighed and sank in his chair. You okay? Talia asked.
I'm thinking about skipping the rest of the day, he said. Does anyone else feel like taking a break?
A break sounds great, Lucas agreed.
I'm actually done with class for the day, Talia said, so I'm in.
I was feeling decent today, so I was up for anything.
What did you have in mind?
Whatever you want, Grant offered.
I haven't been to town much, I admitted. Are there any magical or witchy things I need to see?
Absolutely, Grant said. Most of the good stuff happens in autumn, though. The trail rides and orchard tours. We could tour a brewery or cider mill if you want. Otherwise, there are some cool shops I'm sure you haven't seen yet.
What kind of shops? I asked.
There's Wicked Alchemy, Grant replied. I love that place.
An alchemy shop, I mused. That sounds like fun.
We took Talia's car. Lucas and I sat in the back with his arm draped around me. My insides got all warm and fuzzy as I leaned into him. Talia turned down a quiet street. Trees hung over the road, and the houses looked like small cottages tucked back into the forest. Each had a sign out front, but Talia turned into a parking lot before I could read them.
This is the catwalk, Talia announced as she parked the car.
The catwalk? I asked. It's the name of the neighborhood, Lucas explained. This is the site of the original Octavia Falls settlement. The homes have been restored and converted into shops. Since there's not much room for parking, the shops are all connected by trails, hence the catwalk.
Ah, I get it, I said as I got out of the car. Clever.
Lucas took my hand and led me toward the trailhead. The walkway was paved in stone and completely surrounded by trees. I bet it was really pretty in the summer. It was warm out, but I pulled my coat tighter around myself anyway. We arrived at the first cottage, which had a sign out front that read, Wicked Alchemy. Beautiful colored jars hung from the trees. The sunlight hit them, and their colors sparkled off the snow. I love it already, I said. Lucas tugged on my hand, sending electricity up my arm. Let me give you the grand tour. When we stepped inside, an array of scents I couldn't place hit my nose. I would have thought they'd be overwhelming, since there were so many overlapping one another, but they seemed to complement one another. A soft melody in a minor key played over the speakers. I found it soothing. The shop was small, but there were so many things to look at on the shelves that it seemed I could spend days in here without getting bored. Potion ingredients lined one wall, with obscure items in jars. I skimmed over the labels to see things like Dracavern Saliva and Kelpie Scale. I barely took a second to look at the otherworldly ingredients, because my attention was stolen by the centerpiece in the middle of the room. It was a large fountain with endless flowers carved into it. 100 tiny spouts shot different colors of liquids, each aimed at one of the carved flower leaves. The liquids didn't mix, but funneled down the leaves and disappeared into the fountain again.
"This is the Alchemy Station," Grant said proudly.
He walked up to the fountain and took an empty vial from a nearby table. He held it under one of the spouts and caught the liquid inside. He only let a few drops enter, then pulled the vial to his nose to smell it.
"What are these?" I asked. "Potions?"
"They're dyed oils," Grant answered as he held his vial under another spout.
"You can build your own aromatherapy mixture. Grab a vial and try it."
I took an empty vial off the table and held it under the closest spout. When the bottle was half full, I lifted it to my nose to smell it. My shoulders instantly relaxed as I inhaled the sweet scent.
Eucalyptus, I mused. What should I mix it with?
Grant shrugged.
"Experiment with it. You really can't go wrong."
I added a few drops of 2 other liquids, and my mixture turned out smelling like mint and honey. It made me crave a good cup of tea. Beside me, Lucas and Talia were creating their own concoctions. Lucas mixed 4 oils together and smelled the mixture.
"This one turned out great," he said, holding it out to me. "What do you think?"
I inhaled and got a whiff of cinnamon. It reminded me of him. "I like it a lot." Lucas sniffed it again, then pressed the cork on. Talia already had 3 vials filled and made me smell each one of them in turn. They all had a floral scent to them.
"Ew, gross!"
Grant turned up his nose as he sniffed his second mixture.
"What's wrong with it?"
Lucas asked, leaning over. Grant shoved the mixture toward Lucas, and he jumped back, pinching his nose.
"Gross, man! That smells like dirty socks and burnt leather. What did you do?" I don't know," Grant stammered. "I tried to add some magic to it. I thought it'd smell more potent. I guess I screwed up."
"Let me smell," I requested. When I took a whiff of it, I started gagging. Talia snickered. "What are they teaching you in your alchemy classes, Grant?" He quickly shoved the cork on the vial.
"Apparently not enough. Let me give it another shot."
Grant took another vial and chose his oils carefully this time. When he finished, his mixture smelled of cedarwood and rose. He held it out to Talia.
"This one I made special for you."
Talia blushed. "For me?" He nodded.
"Unless you don't want it."
Talia smelled it. "No, I do. It smells amazing." Lucas and I exchanged a glance the others didn't see. Grant was being totally obvious, and Talia barely acknowledged it. Lucas and I were waiting to see what might happen between the 2 of them. "What should I try next?" I asked him. Lucas smirked.
"I dare you to try that one and that one together."
He pointed to a deep blue oil and an amber-colored liquid. I eyed him curiously. "What kind of danger are you leading me into?"
"Nothing bad, I swear," he promised.
I raised an eyebrow. "So no burnt socks?"
"No burnt socks."
He crossed his heart with his finger. I mixed the 2 together and brought the vial to my nose. To my surprise, it smelled really sweet and made me feel energized.
"What is this?" "Juniper and frankincense," he said. "One of my favorites."
"Well, in that case, I dare you to try that one and that one." I pointed to a purple spout and a red one, choosing my scents carefully. They were my favorites. Lucas eyed me.
"Lavender and rose. Why those 2?
He was already filling the vial. I waited until he finished and smelled it to answer. so that every time you smell it, you think of me," I told him softly. I ducked my head, and my hair shifted to conceal my features. Lucas's shoulders fell as he stared down at me. "I will." He reached out to push my hair out of my eyes. My cheek tingled where he touched me. Our eyes locked, and for a moment, I forgot we were in the alchemy shop. I got so lost in his eyes I could have been standing in the main foyer for all I knew. "Oi!" Grant called, pulling our attention away from each other. "Everyone done?" I looked down to the 3 vials in my hand. Talia must have had a dozen. "I'm ready," I said. We paid for our oils, then left the shop and continued down the catwalk. The trail twisted through the forest and sloped downward toward an open body of water. "Is that Lake Santos?" I asked. "It is," Lucas said. "Do you want to get a closer look?" "What's there to see?" I asked. "It's just a lake." Talia's eyes lit up. "You haven't seen Pinewood Manor, have you? There's a perfect view of it from here." I furrowed my brow. "What's Pinewood Manor?" "It's the most haunted house in all of Octavia Falls," Grant said. "It's so haunted, they won't even allow ghost tours." I was instantly intrigued. "Lead the way." The trail split off in 2 directions, and we took the one that led to the lake. At the end of the trail was a scenic outlook. I took a seat on one of the benches at the edge of the frozen lake. Lucas sat beside me and draped an arm over my shoulder, warming my insides. I rested my hand on the bench, and something crunched beneath my palm. I looked down to see a beetle carcass lying next to me. The bug had been dead a while already, but I had the thought that it might prove useful to me. When no one was watching, I took the beetle in my fingers and subconjured it. If killing a fly had helped me cast a battle orb, then surely I could use this small creature to cast magic too. I turned my attention back to my friends and the creepy mansion they wanted to show me. Along the shore atop a rocky peninsula stood a huge house made of brick. It looked like it was once the most beautiful building in town, but it had weathered over the years. From here, I could see the broken windows and withered vines that grew up the sides. The roof sagged along one corner, looking like the house was about to cave in. It gave me the chills just looking at it. "What's the story?" I asked. "Why is the house so haunted?" "Legend has it, 26 people were murdered in the house 40 years ago," Grant said in an ominous tone. "Dear goddess," I gasped. "What happened?" Grant shrugged. "Nobody really knows. It's said that Leroy Pinewood went insane in his old age. He went into a murderous rage while throwing a party. Used a steak knife to kill all the guests and staff, saving himself for last." "There were no witnesses?" I asked. Grant shook his head. "That's why the stories are left up to legend. Now the manor is said to be haunted by all 26 victims, who seek revenge on the Pinewood family to this day. No one who visits Pinewood Manor makes it out alive." "That can't be true," Lucas argued. "If it were, where do all the stories come from?" "I don't know," Grant sighed, dropping the ominous tone. Talia shivered as she stared over the lake at the manor. "Either way, if people are dying in that house, I'm not going anywhere near it." "You don't think surviving it would be a fun challenge?" I teased. Talia turned away from the manor. "Could we get back to shopping? This place is giving me the creeps." Agreed. Lucas stood and held his hand out to me. "Well, I think it's intriguing," I stated. "I want to know what really happened there." "What do you mean?" Grant asked as we started on the trail again. "People don't just go murdering all their house guests," I pointed out. "What made Leroy go insane? Who else had a motive?" You think someone else killed all those people? Talia asked. I shrugged. It's a possibility, isn't it?
Wouldn't the police have questioned that at the time?
Lucas pointed out. I cocked an eyebrow. I don't know. You tell me. We reached the main path again, and Grant asked, Anyone been up to anything fun lately? I cursed Chloe, I admitted. That was fun. You what? Talia balked. I bit my lower lip. I might have dumped those cursed objects on her.
Good for you,
Grant snickered. Talia frowned. I spent so much time finding those for you. I know, I replied. I don't know what came over me.
What kind of curses are we talking about?
Grant's eyes sparkled with intrigue. They're low curses, Talia explained. One of them causes you to itch, and another makes you confused. The third one repels men. Lucas snorted.
Believe me, Chloe does not need to be cursed. She handles that one on her own.
Lucas may have not been attracted to Chloe, but I'd seen plenty of guys checking her out in class. It was petty, I admitted, but I just can't control myself when it comes to Chloe. Talia eyed me curiously, like she was trying to decipher what I was saying. Is this about your dark side you fought during your ceremony? I nodded. Sometimes I just want to slit Chloe's throat or run Ryan over with my car. Grant snorted, but he was smiling, like he appreciated when I'd saved him from the tarantulas last semester. I had almost run Ryan over. Sometimes I don't even feel like myself, I told them. It's like Chloe activates that part of me. Talia pressed her lips together thoughtfully. Well, she is tied to your curse. I think the darkness you talk about is a manifestation of your curse. That's why Mother Miriam chose you as a curse breaker. It's like I said the night of your evoking ceremony. You were able to fight your darkness, which means you can fight the darkness of a curse. You've been training with this curse your whole life. I mulled over what she said before Grant's squeal pulled me from my thoughts. The gingerbread house! I looked up to see a small cottage. It was shaped like a gingerbread house, with accents made to look like candy canes and gumdrops leading up the pathway. In the window there were rows upon rows of lollipops. I loved this place as a kid, Grant groaned. Too bad I can't indulge like I used to. Though, now that I think about it, maybe my diabetes is Mother Miriam's way of telling me to slow down. How's that sweet tooth coming? Talia teased. Grant nudged her, and she nearly toppled over into one of the candy canes. Lucas and I both chuckled under our breath. When we entered the candy shop, the sweet smell of caramelized sugar hit my nose. There were so many colorful candies that it was as if a rainbow had exploded inside the shop. My gaze flickered from treat to treat, unable to decide what I might want to try. There were endless lollipops, caramels, cotton candy, lemon drops, gummies, peppermints, and so much more. The shop was packed. I noticed an older woman with an alchemy tattoo helping a few customers by the door. She must have been pushing 70, but she had long white hair and a young energy about her. She wore an employee name tag that read Sandy. I swore I'd seen her before, but I couldn't place her. Grant grabbed a basket immediately and started filling it with gummies of all kinds. He nearly trampled a group of elementary-aged kids to get to the gummy bears.
Whoa, man,
Lucas laughed.
Slow down.
Can't, Grant said. Need all the candy. You're going to go into a diabetic coma, Talia cried. Grant shrugged.
Totally worth it. Besides, I never said I was going to eat this all at once.
We can come back, you know, Lucas teased.
The gingerbread house isn't going anywhere.
You don't know that,
Grant glanced around at the other patrons, then lowered his voice. The ladies who run this place have to be ancient by now. I'm not risking this shop shutting down when the three of them croak off. I'm getting my fill now. Lucas rolled his eyes. I'm sure it's not going to shut down. Maybe you could buy it after graduation. Grant's eyes lit up. Not a bad idea. What do you recommend? I asked, already reaching for a pack of chocolates. Not those. Grant took me by the shoulders and turned me around. I came face to face with an endless shelf of rock candies. May I introduce you to the best damn thing on the planet? I laughed. I've had rock candy before. Grant's eyebrows shot up. Not like this, you haven't. Buy some. Trust me. I turned to Lucas and crinkled my nose. I don't know. Can I trust him? On this? Yeah. Lucas grabbed a few rock candies for himself and started filling his arms. Talia came over with a second basket. Don't blame me when you all get sick like a kid on Halloween. Halloween, I realized. That's where I've seen that lady before. I glanced at the woman named Sandy by the door. Oh yeah, Talia said. They're super popular at Halloween. They set up a gingerbread booth at the festival every year with free candies. Don't forget about the free candies here, Grant practically sang. He walked up to the front counter, and the rest of us followed. A line of samples were set out, though there were so many I couldn't choose just one. A young girl grabbed a handful of candy corn and shoved them all in her mouth at once. Her mother scolded her, but it was already too late. The girl's hair instantly turned shades of white, orange, and yellow. The candies are enchanted? I was suddenly more intrigued to try them. Some of them. Grant popped a hard candy in his mouth, and his features instantly began to shift. His ears grew to the size of dinner plates. Look, I'm an elephant. Talia laughed, but Lucas just rolled his eyes. I much prefer these. Lucas handed me a gummy. I hesitated, but when he popped one in his mouth and nothing happened, I figured it was safe. I chewed the gummy and swallowed. Immediately, I felt like I was floating. I looked to the ground, but my feet were still firmly planted on the floor. What's happening? I asked. Lucas closed his eyes, enjoying the euphoria. You're floating. Can't you tell? But I'm not, I pointed out. Not for real. Does that make it any less fun? He challenged. No, I suppose not. I closed my eyes and basked in the feeling of floating. It didn't last long, though. When I opened my eyes, I saw Talia was chewing on something. As soon as she swallowed, little smoky hearts started coming out of her mouth every time she breathed. Whoa, she said. That's really cool. I'm definitely bringing some of these home. After Grant filled his entire basket with candy, we checked out and subconjured our recent purchases. It was snowing when we stepped outside, and the air had gotten chillier. Where to next? Grant asked. Lucas looked to the sky. I don't know. What's the weather supposed to do? Talia checked her phone. It looks like a storm's coming in. Damn, I missed a text from Cody. Maybe we should head back. What, for Cody? Grant couldn't hide the disgust in his tone. Tell him you're busy. I can't, Talia groaned. What do you mean you can't? Grant demanded. Nothing, Talia said. I just want to see him is all. Grant narrowed his eyes, but Lucas cut in before he could say anything. We should head back if a storm's coming through. Fine, Grant huffed. Anyone want a bowl in the lounge? Lucas and I exchanged a glance.
I think Nadine and I are going to take it easy," he answered.
"Sorry, but I'm going to meet up with Cody when we get back," Talia announced.
Grant's shoulders slumped, and he leaned over to whisper,
"Forget about it. If Talia's not there, it's not worth it."
"Don't be like that," Lucas insisted. "You can hang with us."
Grant's eyes flickered down to our entwined fingers.
"Nah, it's fine. Really, I need to get my swim hours in anyway."
When we returned to the school, Grant hurried off toward the pool without a word. I turned to Lucas. "Why doesn't he just tell her how he feels?" He frowned.
"Because she's dating someone else."
"And?" I cocked an eyebrow.
"And he's afraid of rejection," Lucas said simply.
I sighed as we started toward the dorms. I think they'd be so good together.
"You don't think Talia and Cody are good together?" Lucas asked.
"I never see them together," I stated.
"That's the problem.
It's fine if she's happy with him, but I worry. I think she could be happy with Grant, too." Lucas took my hand as we climbed the stairs.
"I know Grant would be happy with her, but we can't force it. They have to figure it out at their own pace."
I really hoped they would. The following day, I was happy to enter my meditation and inner magic classroom. This class had started as a blow-off class, but I'd noticed that it had really been helping me this semester. Grounding myself seemed to help me control my magic and minimize the side effects. When I arrived, Professor Wyckoff was kneeling on a pillow at the front of the room, her hands pressed together in a prayer in front of her. Normally, she'd open the class with a short yoga session, so it was jarring to see her try something new. A few students had taken pillows from the stacks at the back of the room and were arranging themselves in rows. I followed what my classmates were doing and found a spot at the back of the room with my pillow. Issa curled into a ball beside me. "Welcome, everyone!" Professor Wyckoff practically sang. She opened her eyes and took a deep breath, then spread her arms out wide on the exhale. "I hope you're all feeling comfortable. Today, we will be venturing into a new unit. As you may have noticed, we've tried many different forms of meditation in this class already. However, we have yet to put a name to them. The first is movement meditation, which we do daily with our opening yoga practice. We've also worked with focus meditation, or using your senses to ground yourself to the present. Last week we performed mantra meditation when we practiced the mantra Om. Today we will explore spiritual meditation." The class stayed quiet as Professor Wyckoff stood and lit a bundle of sage. She started walking around the room, smudging the air above each student as she spoke. "I'm sure you all practice spiritual meditation daily." My heart gave a jolt. I glanced around the room to assess other students' reactions, but no one else seemed nervous. I hadn't learned any sort of spiritual meditation. Was this an unspoken custom within the coven? "Spiritual meditation is a very diverse practice," Professor Wyckoff continued. She reached me, and the soothing scent of sage filled my nose. I found my nerves easing slightly. "For some, it may involve deep silence. For others, it may involve prayer. Either way, the goal is to deepen your connection with Mother Miriam." She moved on to the next student and continued. "Spiritual meditation is a crucial practice. We tend to think of inner magic as coming directly from ourselves, but we can seek strength from outside sources as well. After all, if we do not believe in ourselves, we cannot perform the great feats of magic we're all capable of. Spiritual meditation is not as easy as it sounds. Many students jump into prayer before they're ready, screaming out their desires to Mother Miriam without really feeling the intent in here." Professor Wyckoff pressed her fingers to her heart. She reached the front of the room and set her sage in a bowl, where it continued to burn and fill the room with its sweet scent. I suggest 3 steps before you begin to pray. The first is to clear your space. That's why I've smudged the area with sage, to clear each of you of any negative energies. I hadn't realized until she said it that I was feeling better than when I entered the room. I made a mental note to keep a stash of sage with me at all times. Next, release any tension you might be holding. Professor Wyckoff continued. She knelt on her pillow and began shaking out her shoulders. Release tension from your body, but also from your mind. I focused on the tension in my shoulders, but it wouldn't budge by sheer will. I squirmed on my pillow, trying to get more comfortable, and a few people shot me glances. I realized I was distracting them. I focused my meditation on compartmentalizing my tension and joint pain, so that I could ignore it and focus on the prayer instead. You do not want to go into prayer holding any anger or resentment, Professor Wyckoff said. And finally, be yourself. Mother Miriam loves you for who you are. You don't have to pretend with her. She'll know when you're forcing it. The room went silent for a few beats. All I heard was my classmates breathing as we soaked in Professor Wyckoff's lesson. You do not have to ask anything when you pray, she added. But if you choose to, try to think of how it might benefit others. It is selfless prayers that have the most impact. What if I need help myself? A girl at the front of the room asked in a calm voice. Well, why should that be selfish? Professor Wyckoff asked. If you are able to overcome your own struggles, you will be more equipped to help others. She took another long breath. Today, I'd like to try an exercise that I hope you'll all find spiritually uplifting. It is ungraded, so you do not have to report back to me. But if you choose to participate, I ask that you do so with an open mind. Professor Wyckoff went quiet again, allowing us each to open our minds. Today we will pray and ask Mother Miriam for a sign. Whatever sign you choose is up to you, and you may assign whatever meaning you want to it. Just know that when you see the sign you've prayed for, you begin to trust that Mother Miriam is listening. Will she respond? I asked without thinking about it. Oh, yes, Professor Wyckoff answered. Mother Miriam always responds, though perhaps not always in the way we like. She may not be able to speak to us directly, but she will always be there to lead you on the right path. A lump rose in my throat, but I swallowed it. I knew Mother Miriam was real. I'd seen her with my own eyes. But trusting she was there to hear every coven member's prayers was a lot to wrap my head around. Let's begin with a prayer for the coven, Professor Wyckoff suggested. Then I will give you the rest of the period for your own prayers. I glanced around the room to see what everyone else was doing, and saw they all held different stances. Some knelt high on their pillows, while others leaned back on their heels. Some held their hands at their hearts, and other students kept them rested at their sides. 2 friends a few rows ahead of me held hands. It didn't seem like there was one single way to pray, but I felt like I should do something, so I pressed my hands together at my heart. Dear Goddess, Professor Wyckoff said, may you bless the coven, that we may all be strengthened by your grace, and live according to your will. So shall it be. So shall it be, the class murmured in response. You may now say your own prayers, Professor Wyckoff announced. When asking for your sign, be sure to be specific so that Mother Miriam may honor your request. The room went silent. It felt awkward sitting there, not really sure where to start. I hadn't really prayed to Mother Miriam before, mostly only when I ate dinner at Grammy's. This was all very new to me.
Dear Goddess, I thought. It's me, Nadine. She knows it's you, I told myself. Be cool. My hands shook at my heart. I wasn't used to talking to people I couldn't see, let alone a freaking goddess. I knew she was out there, but it was still new to me, just the fact that she could hear me and answer my prayers. I didn't know what to say to her. I'd been keeping a lot of uncertainties buried deep, but maybe it would help to be vulnerable. I took a deep breath and tried again. Dear Goddess, I am struggling here in Octavia Falls. This place feels like home, but sometimes it feels like I have to fight so hard to be here. Fight against Chloe and against my magic. I have nowhere else to go, and it's where Grammy and Lucas and Talia are. But if I'm supposed to be here, why does it have to be so hard? I know you granted me magic, but sometimes it feels like maybe I'm not cut out for the coven. Maybe I shouldn't be here. Please, Mother Miriam, send me a sign. Let me know that this is where I'm meant to be. Let that sign be... I paused for a moment, contemplating what sort of specific sign Professor Wyckoff wanted us to ask for. A bat, I thought, because it was the first thing that came to mind. Send me a bat, I prayed, so that I may know that this is where I'm meant to be. So shall it be. I took a deep breath and dropped my hands to my sides. When I opened my eyes, Issa was purring softly below me. I stroked her, then spent the rest of the class doing a mindful meditation, focusing on the thoughts that came into my mind. I noticed that I was holding a lot of anxiety and fear around this sign, that perhaps it wouldn't come. And if it didn't, would I leave? I didn't know.
Chapter 13. Lucas. I left class on Wednesday and spotted Nadine passing through the main foyer. Issa prowled at her side. I'd memorized her schedule and knew she'd just come from meditation and inner magic. She saw me first and quickly caught up with me. I felt at ease in her presence. "Hey, Nad," I greeted. "Class is done for the day?"
"Yeah, what are you up to?"
I took her hand and she relaxed under my touch. "Spending time with you." A light smile touched her lips.
"What do you want to do?"
I shrugged, but the look on my face obviously suggested much more. She nudged me playfully in the side, and I laughed.
"Behave,"
she teased. "It's a nice day. Are you up for a walk?" I suggested.
"Sure. How's the case going?"
I sighed. I've tried everything to get in touch with Travis Bennett's family, but they're even harder to contact than Michelle was. Every phone call and email goes ignored. I tried stopping by their house and they weren't there. I'm still trying to find the connection, but I've got nothing so far.
"You'll figure it out," she said. "I believe in you."
"You do?"
"Of course," she told me. "When you put your mind to something, you don't give up."
I gazed down at my feet. We exited the school, and I instinctively conjured a coat and wrapped it around myself. Nadine did the same. The sun sparkled off the melting snow, and the air felt nice.
"What is it?"
she asked. I shrugged. No one's ever said that to me before, that I don't give up. Dad just says I'm lazy, and Mom never disagrees with him. Her jaw dropped.
"Your parents can go screw themselves because they're wrong. You're going to get this guy. I can feel it."
I sighed. It's harder than you think.
"What is?"
she asked, like she could sense there was something more. I took a few moments to answer, wondering how to word it. It's not easy protecting everyone.
"That's not your job, you know,"
she pointed out. I wasn't sure I believed her. A thought broke through my mind. This too shall pass. I stilled, and Nadine glanced at me.
"Are you okay?"
"Fine. Just another day in the life of the Reaper's apprentice."
You heard a thought?
She asked. I nodded. It's no big deal. It happens all the time. Do you mind if we take a moment?
Take all the time you need.
I conjured my journal and wrote down the thought. Nadine had never seen me do this before, and she watched curiously. This one wasn't bad, I explained to her as I tore the paper out of the notebook. Most aren't bad, to be honest, but it took me a while to realize it. Last semester, the bad ones were all I focused on, and so I had this idea in my head that all of them were bad. But now the good ones come in clearer, and they're all easier to handle. I subconjured my notebook, then conjured a lighter. I held the paper over the flame and watched it burn a few seconds before letting the paper flutter into the snow. Issa sniffed at the ashes.
I'm glad it's gotten easier for you,
Nadine said. It's a work in progress. The bad ones still get to me, but not like they used to. I waited until the paper burned completely, then took her hand again. Shall we keep moving?
Where are we headed?
Nadine asked. I thought we could visit the protection tree, I offered. It's not too far.
That sounds nice.
It wasn't long before we arrived at the protection tree. The park was secluded, which I found relaxing. Sunlight filtered between the long, gnarly branches of the giant oak and sparkled off the snow. Calm energy pulsed through the clearing. Nadine stepped closer to the tree, looking entranced. What is it? I asked. She eyed the tree curiously, then looked back at me.
It feels different than the last time we were here.
I watched her as she began to circle the massive trunk, her cat following her every step. It's the magic. You didn't have magic the last time we were here. You can sense it now. She reached out and brushed her fingers across the bark. I knew the feeling. The trunk was rough on the hands, but smooth on the heart. What do you feel? I asked curiously. Nadine closed her eyes and concentrated.
It's soft and warm, like a blanket. I don't feel like anything bad could happen here.
A hint of a smile touched my lips.
Is that the wrong answer?
She questioned. No, I said quickly. It's just interesting that the magic feels like a warm blanket to you. Everyone gets a different feeling with the protection tree based on whatever makes them feel safe.
Oh? She asked. What do you feel then?
I began circling the tree with her, running my fingers lightly over the bark. I feel my brother. Her gaze fell.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I shoved my hands into my pocket. It's nice. It's like he's still here, protecting the town with the rest of our ancestors. Nadine smiled at me, but she looked like she didn't know what to say. Sometimes the silence was easier when it came to the loss of a loved one. She knew all too well. Nadine instantly stopped pacing and bent to inspect an abnormality in the tree. What did you find? I came to her side and noticed a collection of thick cuts near my hip, just barely half an inch into the tree. It had started healing over. She bent and looked closer.
Maybe bad things have happened here. It looks like someone took an axe to the tree or something.
I frowned. I'd heard the stories. That was Nicole Verla.
What?
She straightened at the sound of Verla's name. The headmistress's twin sister, I clarified. You haven't heard this story, have you? She shook her head.
I haven't heard anything about her at all. Just that she died a while ago.
I nodded. Nicole had some sort of mental breakdown a few years ago. Rumor has it she was a seer who couldn't handle her visions. Nadine's hand flew over her mouth.
Dear goddess, that's horrible. What happened?
I shot an uncomfortable glance at the wound in the tree. A few years ago, she started calling the protection tree a murder tree. She wouldn't say why or what it meant. When no one listened, because how could they without explanation, she came out here with an axe and tried to cut it down. Nadine's jaw hung slack. The Imperium caught her in the act before too much damage was done, I continued. She was trying to break the town's protection spell.
Why? Nadine's brows pinched together. I mean, she must have had a reason.
I shrugged. No idea. By that point, she'd gone so mad no one could make sense of anything she said. But attacking the protection tree? That's treason. The Imperium hanged her for it.
Hanged her? What is this, the 1400s?
I winced. I don't agree with it either, but most of the town did. She was a threat to our people. Persecution is the coven's greatest threat, and the tree keeps us safe from that. If we were exposed, the coven could be destroyed.
But hanging? That seems extreme.
My eyebrows shot up. For a witch? Of course it is. I think the Imperium should have gotten her help, not hanged her. But if you believe the legends, most people agree she got what was coming to her.
What legends?
Nadine asked. Her corpse disappeared the night of the hanging. Her eyes were calculating.
Which means what?
Some say monsters appeared to drag her down into the abyss, that her soul was so rotten even her body was taken with it. Nadine tilted her head.
Do you believe that?
I took a long breath. I'm not sure what to believe. She could have walked off in the middle of the night as some necromancer's puppet, or coyotes could have come to eat her corpse. We'll never know. She was never found. Nadine braced herself against the tree and shook her head. I reached out for her. Are you okay?
Tired.
She stood straighter and stepped away from the tree, then plopped down on a bench nearby. Isa jumped into her lap, kneading her paws at Nadine's legs. I sat beside her and took her hand. Instinctively, I began massaging it. Lupus flare-up? I questioned. She glanced upward at the bright blue sky.
I'm really sensitive to the sun. It tires me out.
Is it always like that? She shrugged.
Symptoms come and go. It's normal.
I'd like to hear more about that, I requested. She furrowed her brow.
About what?
You're normal, I stated. I don't understand what it's like for you having lupus. She sighed.
It's different for everyone. For me, my lupus slows me down a lot, especially when it comes to magic. Every time I use magic, my lupus flares. I get really tired, like I'm pulling my own body's energy to perform the spell. Verla taught me a technique with conjuring, but I'm still struggling. I feel like I have to wait for remission to do anything worthwhile, like actually breaking a curse.
I ran my fingers over her arm. I hope that's not true. It will come with more practice. She cocked an eyebrow.
Will it? Every time I use magic, it turns every single task into a monumental chore. Even without it, things like taking a bath are difficult. Getting ready for the day can take hours. Walking to class can knock me on my ass.
Before I could respond, she rushed to explain.
It's hard for you to understand because to you, those kinds of things are non-activities. They're just things you do without really thinking about them. But me, I have to plan every step out and make sure I'm not going to expend all my energy. I only have so much every day, and when I use my magic, that threshold decreases. I have to be really careful.
I'm so sorry, I whispered. You don't deserve this.
No one deserves to be disabled, she stated matter-of-factly. But life isn't fair, and it's just something I have to live with. I have no choice.
You're wrong to wait until your lupus goes into remission, I added. You killed that monster. You're already stronger than you know. She looked unsure.
I guess. I'm doing pretty good today.
I gazed down at her hand thoughtfully. What's a bad day like for you?
You don't want to hear me complain,
she assured me. I looked her in the eye. I really do. I want to help. She sighed.
My worst days were before my diagnosis because I didn't know what was happening or how to deal with it. I'd wake up in agony and couldn't move. Even walking to the bathroom made me feel like I might pass out. I'd get really bad pain in my chest and couldn't breathe very well. I was gaining weight, and my doctors told me I was just out of shape, that I should exercise more and I'd get my energy back. Being 13 years old, I believed them, but I could barely walk to the front door, let alone around the block.
That sounds hard, I remarked. Nadine scoffed.
Honestly, there was so much more to it than the physical pain. The headaches and mental fog were really bad, and I was staying home from school so much I was falling behind. It was when my hair started falling out that my doctors started to take me more seriously. Even with that, and my mom pushing them toward an autoimmune diagnosis, it took 2 years to finally get an answer.
I gritted my teeth. Our healthcare system sucks. She chuckled.
Tell me about it. My lupus got so bad I passed out walking up the stairs. I finally developed a rash, which confirmed my diagnosis.
She ran her fingers over her nose and cheeks, outlining the shape of the rash.
It looked like a butterfly, which is an indicator of lupus. They finally got me on immunosuppressants, and it helped put me into remission. But when my parents died, my symptoms came back.
My eyes remained fixed on the hand I was massaging. I'm really sorry. I wish you didn't have to go through this. She shrugged.
I wish I didn't either, but it is what it is. I can't change it. I can only deal with it.
I wish I could wave a magic wand or brew you a potion and make it all go away, I whispered.
That's sweet of you to care, but I don't even know if I'd want that, she admitted.
You wouldn't want a cure? Nadine fiddled with the star charm hanging around her neck.
Yes and no. I'd like to go back into remission, but I wouldn't change where I've been. My lupus taught me a lot about myself. I don't think I'd be who I am without it.
I stopped massaging her and took her hand in mine. That's really cool that you're so comfortable with your illness. She must have noticed something darker in my tone, because she placed her free hand over mine.
I've been at this longer than you have. You'll figure it out, too. If you need help, you just have to ask.
I gave her a shy smile. Neither of us said it out loud, but it was clear we were both talking about my depression. I'm figuring it out, I promised. She smiled.
I'm really glad to hear that.
I stood and tugged on her hand. We should probably get back. I don't want you getting too cold. Truth was, I didn't want her out in the sun, flaring her symptoms.
Sitting by the fireplace with a cup of hot cocoa sounds good,
she agreed. As she stood, she glanced back to the bench. She stopped in her tracks and reached out to run her hands over a symbol laid into the wood, a manufacturer label. It was made of metal and shaped like a bat. A smile crept across her face. What is it? I asked. She looked to me beaming.
Nothing. I feel like Mother Miriam is listening. I feel like Octavia Falls is where I'm meant to be.
I squeezed her hand. I wouldn't want her anywhere else. Just then my phone went off. It was tucked away in my stash, but I could sense the subtle vibration of the ringtone through my magic. I conjured the phone and glanced at the screen. My stomach lurched at the sight of the number. I should take this, I told Nadine. It could be about my article.
I'll see you back at school,
she suggested. I nodded. Nadine stood on her toes, then pressed a kiss to my lips. I could have melted right there, but my ringtone distracted me. As soon as Nadine turned away, I answered. Hello?
Hello, is this Lucas?
A female voice asked. I cleared my throat. It is.
This is Angela Bennett.
She was Travis Bennett's mother, the third boy who may be in danger.
You've called a few times regarding the article you're writing about the missing boys.
Yes, I replied quickly. I believe you may be able to help me. She hesitated.
I think I can, too. But I need your help in return.
The interview with the Bennetts couldn't come soon enough. I could hardly concentrate on my lessons Friday morning as I went through everything I knew about the case. Isaac's father, Mark, had completely blown me off. I'd never gotten an interview with him, which made me think he had something to hide. But the Bennetts? They wanted to talk to me, which meant I might actually find out what I was missing. The Bennetts chose to meet me at a cafe on Maple Street. I hurried to the Cozy Cat after class and ended up there an hour early. I didn't know what to do with myself, so I ordered a cozy caramel cappuccino. Everything here was made by alchemists, and the cozy cappuccino was supposed to calm my nerves. It worked, except every time the door opened. I kept glancing up, waiting for Travis's parents to arrive. I'd waited so long I was starting to think they'd backed out. Finally, a couple arrived. The woman was tall and the man had a thick beard. She untied her scarf and glanced around the cafe. Her eyes lit up when she saw me, and I waved them over.
"Lucas Taylor?"
the woman asked. I shifted in my chair. "That's me." She stuck out her hand to shake mine.
"I'm Angela, and this is my husband, Jude."
Jude shook my hand next and gave me a polite nod. He had this look on his face I couldn't quite read. Anxiety, perhaps?
"If you don't mind me asking, why didn't you contact me sooner?" I asked politely.
The two exchanged a glance as they slid into the bench across from me. Jude glanced around, but we were in the corner and far enough away from the other patrons that they wouldn't hear us. Still, he lowered his voice and leaned forward.
"Michelle asked us not to," he admitted.
I narrowed my eyes. I knew Michelle was hiding something. The question was, what?
"Why now, then?"
Angela leaned her hands on the table.
"Michelle was persuasive, but we decided we couldn't sit back any longer. We need to know, is our son in danger?"
I felt the blood drain from my face. "I'm not entirely sure. That depends on what you can tell me."
"Why did you contact us?" Angela begged. "What is it that you know about these cases? Do you have any suspects?"
I tried to keep my cool, but it was obvious the couple was very worried about their son. I wanted nothing more than to put their minds at ease. "Not yet," I admitted, "but I'm hoping you can help with that."
"What is it you think we know?"
Jude asked. I took a deep, stalling breath. Everyone else involved had been lying to me from the start. I wasn't sure I could trust this couple either. But I had to give them something, and hope I got information in return. "I'm not sure of the connection yet," I said. "What I do know is that Caleb and Isaac's parents lied to me about their kids knowing each other. Michelle Miller had a picture of the boys together, and your son was in it." Angela swallowed, and she shared a look with her husband. I instantly sat straighter in my chair. "You know why they lied, don't you?" Jude got a worried look on his face.
"We have an idea, but if we're going to tell you, we need to know everything you know."
I hesitated. As a journalist, I wasn't supposed to give up information like this. But damn it all if I wasn't curious to know the truth. If it could help me save just one boy, then it was worth it. Besides, it wasn't like I didn't know anything the police didn't. "That sounds like a fair trade," I agreed. "But I'm afraid I don't know much. What I do know is there's a connection between the missing boys that their families are keeping secret. They both said they hadn't met each other before, but the picture in Michelle's house proves otherwise. We know that the kidnapper has a pattern, taking the boys in the middle of the night and leaving with the window open and no other traces. Well, except for the pin we found at the Thomas house."
"Pin?"
Angela asked. "We found a pin under the window. A professor's anniversary pin," I explained. "The Thomases turned it into the police. I thought people would know by now." Jude's eyes went wide.
"We've been following this case closely, and nobody said anything about a pin."
Angela threw her hand over her mouth.
"Goddess, they hid it."
I furrowed my brow. "What do you mean?" Angela's shoulders fell.
"If Krista and Keith are lying about our kids knowing each other, they never turned that pin into the police. They know it could hurt us. It's just as we feared.
Angela turned her face into Jude's shoulder, and he held his wife close as she sobbed silently. How can this pin hurt you? I was practically at the edge of my seat now. What is it that you know? Jude glanced around the cafe again. When he turned back to me, his features had gone ashen. We know who the killer is, and this means our son is in danger. You know? I burst, my heart hammering. I realized how loud I'd been and quickly lowered my tone. Who? Jude pressed his lips together firmly. We need your help. You're the only person we can trust. My mouth hung open, but I quickly snapped it shut. Why me? I asked warily. I was only a student reporter. Because you're the only person investigating this case who isn't law enforcement, Jude said. We can't go to the police. You have to help us protect our son. Yes, I said without thinking about it. I'll do anything to make sure this guy doesn't strike again. I had a sinking feeling in my gut I was about to break the rules. But screw the damn rules. If it saved Travis Bennett's life, then I didn't give a shit. Angela sniffed and wiped her nose. We've never told anyone, but if this keeps our son safe, we have to come out with the truth. I glanced between them. And what is the truth? Jude took a deep breath, but his hand shook on the tabletop. The truth is, we're all involved, and he's coming after our kids for revenge. Revenge? I breathed. Revenge for what? Angela's voice shook. Promise this stays between us, and you'll use the information only to catch him. I wasn't sure I was comfortable with this, but I found myself nodding anyway. If this was the secret that broke the case, I had to go by their rules. Your secret is safe with me, I promised. Angela and Jude exchanged a glance, and the two of them looked satisfied. We were only kids, Angela whispered. She didn't look at me, as if the memory pained her. We met each other through the swim team at school. It was normal for all 6 of us to hang out after practice. But one night... Angela choked up and Jude took over. One night, everything changed. We went out drinking and ended up in the forest. We didn't think anyone lived nearby. We were messing around with battle magic, and we didn't mean to hurt anybody. My stomach sank. I realized then why they didn't want to go to the police. Because giving up the suspect would incriminate them. Whatever had happened that night must have been horrific. What happened? Angela swallowed and blinked back tears. One of our battle orbs went off course. We never figured out whose it was, but it didn't matter. None of us were being careful. I leaned closer. Who got hurt? Jude's features hardened. The orb hit our coach's house. It must have hit the gas line because the next thing we knew, an explosion went off. We could see the fire through the trees. We tried to put it out, but it was too late. His wife and son were already dead. The air left my lungs. This confession changed everything about this investigation. It explained the connection between the missing boys. Their swim coach must have found out they were to blame and waited until they had families of their own, so he could finally take from them what had been taken from him. It was the perfect motive for killing those boys. So your coach is after your families, I thought aloud. Jude and Angela nodded in unison. The two looked so choked up that it seemed they were at a loss for words. Who was your coach? I asked, dying to finally uncover the killer. Jude's nostrils flared, and my heart stopped dead when he answered. The name he'd given me echoed in my mind, and all I could think was I had to tell my friends. This was too big to keep to myself. I couldn't get back to school fast enough. I checked the foyer and the cafeteria, but I found my friends sitting in the lounge. They were seated at one of the tables in the restaurant with a pile of appetizers in front of them. Mandy and Amy sat across from Grant, Talia, and Nadine. The food was barely touched, as their attention was on a jock named Frederick James, though most people just called him James. He looked down at my friends with disgust.
"So are the rumors true?" he asked.
"What rumors?" Mandy snapped.
"The rumors that you're all involved with the hex on the school," James said casually.
He reached for a French fry and popped it in his mouth.
"I hear it's your fault I failed my exam today."
Amy crossed her arms.
"There is no hex on the school."
"Yeah," Grant agreed. "If you believe that, you're delusional. Blaming us for your failed exam is low, man."
James shrugged.
"The evidence is all there."
Nadine rolled her eyes.
"Evidence of what? Let me guess, something Chloe Olsen made up?"
James chuckled.
"It's not made up. Magic has been acting weird ever since you moved here. Chloe's just the one who made the connection."
"Acting weird how?"
Talia demanded. Nadine spoke at the same time.
"I didn't even have magic when I moved here. Your evidence is flawed."
I reached the table and crossed my arms. "What's going on?" James reached for another fry, but I grabbed his wrist before he could touch it. He stared me down, but I only squeezed tighter. "That's not yours, and my friends would never hex the school." James narrowed his eyes at me.
"That's what someone guilty would say."
"Fuck off, James," I growled. "If you're failing exams, maybe you should spend more time studying and less time blaming innocent people." James ripped his arm out of my grasp and got up in my face.
"Don't act like you have nothing to do with this."
"I don't know what you're talking about," I said coolly. James lunged at me, but I didn't flinch like he wanted. He backed up immediately and walked away, laughing. I watched him go, then pulled up a chair next to my friend's.
"What the hell was that about?"
Nadine asked.
"You don't think there's really a hex on the school?"
Amy bit her lip.
"I don't know. I've been hearing people say their magic feels drained."
"Like the day Professor Damon
reported Nadine to Headmistress Verla,"
Talia realized. Nadine frowned.
"Yeah, but I didn't do anything."
"Well, is it just the professors?"
Grant asked. Amy shook her head.
"I don't think so. Remember that day I got sick? It wasn't like the flu. It was more like my magic just didn't want to work. I thought I was sick, but maybe it was something else."
"So what's happening?"
Talia asked.
"Some sort of curse?"
"No idea,"
Mandy replied before turning to me.
"You're looking a little pale. Are you okay?"
I took a deep breath. I finally got an interview with the Bennetts. I know who killed the missing boys. All of my friends' faces shared a matching look of shock. The silence that settled over the table was eerie, and a shiver traveled down my spine.
"Who?"
Nadine whispered breathlessly. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Professor Damon.